You woke up. It's the middle of the night and you're awake, and that's okay. You don't have to do anything about it right now. You don't have to fix it or solve it or fight it. You only have to be here and breathe and let this voice carry some of the weight for a while. Your eyes can close. If they're already closed, let them stay that way. Nothing on that screen needs you tonight. The phone can rest face down, and you can rest here in the dark, where it's soft and quiet and you don't have to be anywhere. Maybe you woke up at 3 in the morning and you can't get back to sleep. Maybe your mind started racing the moment your eyes opened. Maybe you wake at this same hour every night and you're already dreading the day ahead, and your hand is already reaching out of habit for the time. If any of that is you, then you're in the right place. You found the right voice. You can stop searching now. You can set the reaching down. And here is the first thing I want you to know before anything else. Right now, in this very hour, all over the world, millions of people are awake just like you. In the dark, in their beds, staring at the same ceiling, feeling the same quiet ache of a night that won't hold them. In every time zone, in every city, in rooms exactly as dark as yours, awake. You are not the only one. You are not alone in this, not tonight, not for a single minute of it. This wakefulness you're feeling is one of the most human things there is, and you are in enormous, silent company. And just so it's said gently once, this is a calming rest session, not medical advice. If you're waking most nights and it's wearing you down and the days are getting harder to carry, a doctor can help and it's worth asking. But that's a daytime thing, that's for later. Right now there is nothing to diagnose and nothing to solve. Right now there is only this, you and the dark, and a voice that will stay with you as long as the night lasts. So let's begin where you actually are. Let your head be heavy on the pillow. Really let it be heavy. Let the pillow take the whole weight of it, so your neck doesn't have to hold anything at all. Feel how the pillow rises up to meet you, soft against the side of your face, and how you don't have to do a thing to stay held. It's already done. The bed is already carrying you. Feel the mattress underneath you. Feel the long line of your body pressing down into it, your shoulders, your back, your hips, the backs of your legs, all of it supported, all of it held from below. You are not falling. You are lying on something solid and steady that has held you every night of your life, and it's holding you now. Feel the covers over you, their weight, their warmth, the way they drape across your body and tuck the night in close. That small pocket of warmth you've made just by being here, just by breathing. Your own heat, kept close by the blankets, safe and enclosed and yours. And feel the air of the room on the parts of you that are uncovered. Maybe your face, maybe a hand, maybe a shoulder, cooler than the warmth beneath the covers. That gentle difference, warm body, cool air, nothing you need to change, just something true, something real, something happening right now in this room that is quiet and dim and safe. Listen for a moment to how quiet it is. Underneath any small sounds, the hum of the house, the wind, the faint noises of the world, underneath all of it there's a deep, wide quiet. The quiet of the small hours. And that quiet isn't empty, it's holding you too. There's no clock in this room tonight. I mean that, for the length of this session there is no clock, or if there is one, it's turned away now, it's faced to the wall, and we are leaving it exactly like that, because I know the pull of it. I know how, when you wake in the dark, the very first thing the mind wants to do is find the number. What time is it? How long have I been asleep? How long until the alarm? And then the arithmetic starts, doesn't it? The terrible, quiet arithmetic of the night. If it's 3, then I've got 4 hours left, but only if I fall asleep right now, and I'm not falling asleep, so really it's more like 3, and if it takes me another hour it'll be 2, and how will I function on 2? And on, the numbers getting smaller, the dread getting larger, each glance at the clock another turn of the screw. So let's name that arithmetic kindly one time, and then let's retire it for the whole night. Here is the truth about that math. It never once helped you sleep, not a single time. In the entire history of your waking nights, checking the clock has never made the sleep come faster. It has only ever done the opposite. Every time you look, you hand your brain a fresh problem to chew on. You give it a number and a subtraction and a forecast of tomorrow's ruin, and a brain that's doing subtraction is a brain that is wide awake. The looking is not information. The looking is a small electric shock that pushes sleep further away. So tonight we simply don't look, not once. However many times you surface, however many times you drift up toward the surface of waking through this long night, you don't reach for the number, you don't need it. The number cannot help you, and you have already decided, right here, right now, that the hour is none of your concern until morning. If the alarm needs to wake you, it will. That's its job. It's set, it's waiting, it will do its work without you checking on it. You can hand that entire responsibility over to the alarm and take it off your own shoulders completely. You do not have to keep track of time tonight. Something else is keeping track for you. You are free of it. And let me tell you why the nights feel the way they do, because understanding it takes some of its power away. At this hour, your brain is not working the way it works in daylight. There's a fast, old part of you, deep in the middle of the brain, the alarm system, the part that watches for danger, and it wakes up quickly and easily and early. And there's a slower part, behind your forehead, the wise part, the part that weighs things and reasons and says, well, hang on, let's think about this properly, and that part is slow to come online in the middle of the night. It's still more than half asleep. So when you wake at 3 in the morning and a worry arrives, it arrives into a brain where the alarm is on and the reason is off. The worry gets sized by the alarm alone, with no one there to argue it down. And so every worry comes in wearing the mask of a catastrophe. The small thing feels huge. The manageable thing feels impossible. The thing you'd shrug off at noon feels, at 3 a.m., like the end of the world. That's not the truth about your life. That is the hour talking. That's just the chemistry of the small hours, the alarm running without its supervisor. Those enormous 3 a.m. feelings are not messages you need to act on. They're not even accurate. They are simply what every worry looks like when the wise part of the brain hasn't woken up yet to put it back in proportion. And you know what happens to those very same worries in the morning. You've seen it 100 times. The thing that felt like a disaster at 3 sits down to breakfast at 8 looking almost small. Ordinary, handleable. Nothing has changed about the thing itself, only the light and the hour and which part of your brain is now awake to look at it. So you don't have to solve anything tonight. In fact, you can't, not well, because the tool you'd solve it with is offline until dawn. The kindest, wisest, most genuinely sensible thing you can do with every worry that floats up tonight is to set it down on the floor beside the bed and say, not now, morning. I'll look at you in the morning when I've got the right eyes for it. Nothing you're carrying needs to be carried through the next few hours. You can put all of it down. It will still be there in the morning if it truly matters, and most of it won't, because most of it was only ever 3 a.m. sizing. You are allowed to lay it all down and rest. So let's let the body lead the way now, because the body knows how to do this even when the mind has forgotten. Let's breathe, but slowly and in a particular way. The way the body itself uses to power down, nothing forced, nothing strained, just a gentle lengthening of the breath as it leaves you. Breathe in softly through the nose, an easy breath, not deep, not big, just a comfortable filling. And now let it out, slowly, longer than the breath coming in. Let it drain out of you like water finding the lowest place, all the way to the end. That long out breath is a signal. It's wired right into you. When the out breath is longer than the in breath, a quiet nerve that runs the length of your body sends one message to your heart: slow down, we are safe, we can rest. You don't have to believe it or make it happen. You just have to lengthen the exhale, and the body does the rest on its own. So again, in gently, and out long and slow and complete, letting the shoulders drop as it goes. And again, in just enough, and out even slower, feeling the body sink a little further into the bed as the air leaves. There's no rush between them. Let the next breath come when it's ready. You're not performing this. You're just riding it the way you'd ride a slow swell out on calm water, up a little, down a little, in, and the long way out. In, and out longer. And with each of those long exhales, imagine you're a little heavier than before, as if the breath leaving carries a little of your weight down into the mattress and leaves it there. Lighter in the chest, heavier in the body, emptying of tension, filling with rest. Let the breath find its own rhythm now. You don't have to keep counting or keep steering it. It knows the way. It will keep going long and slow all on its own, and you can just let it while I keep talking and the words get softer and the night settles down around us both. Now let's go down through the body slowly, the way you'd turn off the lights in a house one room at a time. There's no hurry in this. We have all night, truly all night, and that's the secret at the center of everything I'm going to tell you. The night is long, and you are allowed to take all of it. There is nowhere else to be. Start at the very top of your head. The crown, the scalp, let it soften. There are little muscles up there you never think about, and they've been faintly tense all day. Let them go now. Let the scalp feel loose and warm and heavy against the pillow. Let it spread down over your forehead. All day your forehead does the quiet work of your face. It lifts, it furrows, it holds your thinking. Let it be smooth now. Let the space between your eyebrows widen and ease, that little knot right there in the center loosening, softening, going warm. Let your eyes rest. Let them sink back, heavy, still, nothing to look at behind those closed lids, nothing to track, nothing to find. Just let them be heavy and dark and done for the night. Let your cheeks soften, let your jaw come loose, this one holds so much. Let your back teeth part just slightly so your jaw isn't clenched but hanging, easy, the way it hangs at the very edge of sleep. Let your tongue rest soft in your mouth. Let your lips be gentle and parted a little. The whole face unclenching, the whole face letting go. And feel how, as the face lets go, something in the mind lets go with it. They're connected, the face and the mind. Soften one and the other follows. So as your forehead smooths and your jaw loosens, let your thoughts loosen too, going soft at their edges, harder to hold onto, and that's fine. You don't want to hold on to them. Let them blur. Down into the neck now. The neck has held your head up all day long, a heavy thing balanced on a narrow stalk, and it's tired. Let it be completely off duty now. The pillow's got your head. The neck has nothing left to hold. Let it lengthen and soften and sink. And down across the shoulders. The shoulders. This is where we carry things, isn't it? This is where the day sits and the week and the worry. Let your shoulders drop now, away from your ears, down toward your feet, wide and low and heavy. Feel them spreading out into the bed, releasing their grip, setting down the invisible weight they've been holding up near your throat all this time. Let them be low. Let them be heavy. Let them melt. Down the arms, upper arms heavy against the bed, elbows heavy, forearms giving all their weight to the mattress or to the covers wherever they rest. Let the arms be so heavy that lifting one would feel like too much trouble, more than you'd ever want to do, and good because you don't have to. Let them lie there, warm and loose and done. All the way to the hands. Let your hands uncurl. All day they grip. The phone, the wheel, the pen, the handle, the small clench of just getting through. Let the fingers loosen now and lie however they fall. Let the palms go soft. Feel a warmth come into them, a heaviness in each finger, a faint, pleasant tingling as they let go of everything they've been holding. the hands at rest, nothing left to grasp. Let your chest rise and fall on its own, slow and easy. You're not steering the breath anymore. It's breathing you now, low and quiet and gentle, the way it breathes a sleeping body, shallow, unhurried, small. You don't have to help it. Just feel it moving there, soft, like the sea a long way off. Let your belly be soft. So many of us hold the belly tight without ever knowing. Let it be round and easy and unguarded now, rising a little with each breath in, falling with each breath out, warm and slow. There's no one to hold it in for. There's nothing to brace against. Let it be soft. Down into the hips and the whole base of the body, the deep muscles there that hold you upright and moving all day, let them let go now, sinking down into the mattress, wide and heavy and warm. This is a deep, low, restful place, the center of your body's weight, and letting go here lets go of so much. Feel how the hips spread and settle, how the whole pelvis grows heavy, how you sink another quiet inch into the bed. Down the legs now, the thighs, big and strong and tired, let them roll open a little and grow heavy, all their weight pouring down through the mattress toward the floor, toward the ground, toward the center of the earth. Let the knees soften. Let the calves unclench. They hold more than you'd think. Let them lengthen and loosen and lie there heavy and warm. Down to the ankles and the feet. Let the feet fall open, out to the sides, however they want to go. Let the toes uncurl. Let the arches soften. Feel the warmth pooling down there at the very ends of you, the blood settling, a gentle heaviness filling both feet like warm sand. The feet, so far from the busy mind, so quiet down there, so completely at rest. And now the whole body, all at once, from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, heavy, warm, held, sinking. Not one part of you that has to do anything. Not one muscle that has to hold. The bed underneath you taking all of it, every ounce, so that you can simply lie here and be carried, the way the tide carries something it has lifted off the sand. This is the whole shape of the night now, this coming down, this settling, and you'll do it more than once because that's how nights go. You'll drift down and maybe later you'll drift up a little toward the surface again, and when you do, I'll still be here, saying the same calm things, and we'll just come back down together. No alarm in it, no arithmetic, no reaching for the number. Just the tide going out, coming in, going out again, and you riding it easy all the way to morning. So stay here with the heaviness a while. Let each breath out set you a little deeper. There's nowhere to be but here. There's nothing to do but this. And the night is long, wonderfully, generously long, with hours and hours of dark still to rest in, more than enough, more than you need. Let yourself have it. Let yourself sink. And while you lie here, let me tell you something about that number you sometimes reach for in the dark, the number on the clock, the one that used to matter so much the moment your eyes opened. Somewhere in this room it's still there, glowing faintly, patient, waiting to be read. But we've turned it away tonight. We've turned its face to the wall. And I want you to notice something gentle about that. How, with the number turned away, the whole question quietly loses its teeth. Because the number was never really the thing that woke you. The number was just a surface you kept touching, hoping it would tell you something kind, and it almost never did. It only ever gave you arithmetic. How many hours since you lay down? How many hours until the light? How little is left? That subtraction, done over and over in the dark, as if getting the answer would somehow change it. As if knowing exactly how tired you'd be tomorrow could make you less tired now. So let's set that arithmetic down once kindly and leave it down for the whole night. You don't need to know the hour, not this time and not the next time you surface, and not the time after that. The hour will keep itself perfectly well without you watching it. Time doesn't need you to count it to pass. It goes by on its own, softly, whether you measure it or not, the way the river goes by a sleeping town. And here's the truth the number could never tell you, the one worth more than any figure on any clock. There is enough. There is enough night left. There always was. Even now, even having woken, even in whatever small hour this is, the dark stretches out ahead of you, long and unhurried and full of rest, and there is more of it than you will use. You could not spend it all if you tried. So let the counting hand go slack. Let the sum go unfinished. There's nothing at the end of it but a number, and the number was never your friend. Feel instead the things that are actually here, not the imagined hour, not the imagined morning, not the imagined tiredness waiting somewhere up ahead, but the real, plain, present facts of this bed. The pillow under the side of your head, holding the weight of your skull so your neck can finally do nothing. The particular warmth that has gathered under the covers, made by your own body, a small mild climate you carry with you into sleep every night without ever thinking of it. The cool of the air on whatever small part of you lies outside the blankets, the edge of a shoulder, the back of a hand, that faint difference between the warm and the cool, so ordinary, so real, so much more true than any number. These are the facts of the night. The clock's facts were never facts at all. They were only pressure dressed up as information. And if, in a little while, you feel yourself rising toward the surface again, and you might, and that's all right, notice whether the old habit stirs. That small reflex, half asleep, to turn, to reach, to find the glowing figures and start the subtraction one more time. Notice it the way you'd notice a familiar sound in another room, without alarm, without judgment, just, there it is. And then let it pass unanswered. You don't have to obey it. You've obeyed it 1,000 nights, and it never once helped you back to sleep. Tonight you get to try the other thing. Tonight, when the reflex to check the time flickers up, you meet it with this instead, with the weight of your body in the bed, with the warmth, with the slow tide of the breath, with my voice still going, still saying the same unhurried things. You meet the calculation with calm. And calm, unlike arithmetic, actually does the work. Calm actually lets you back down. Because a body checking the clock is a body being told, over and over, that something is wrong. That's what the reaching really says underneath. It says, this shouldn't be happening, I should be asleep, how bad is it, how much have I lost? And the body, obedient and anxious, hears the message and braces, and a braced body does not sleep. But a body that surfaces and simply turns back into the pillow, that hears no alarm, that is told by everything around it that all is well and the night is long. That body loosens. It reads the quiet as safety, because that's exactly what the quiet is. And it slides back under on its own, without permission, without effort, the way it did when you were small and someone else kept the time so you never had to. Let that be the shape of it tonight. Let someone else keep the time. Let me keep it, or the morning keep it, or no one keep it at all. It doesn't matter, because it isn't yours to hold in the dark. You are off duty. The night watch is not yours tonight. You have been relieved of the post you never should have taken in the first place, the exhausting post of lying awake, counting down the hours, as if your counting kept the sun on schedule. Step down from it. Lay the counting down like a heavy pack you've carried too long, and feel your shoulders rise a little lighter, freed of it. Notice the shoulders now, in fact, because that's exactly where we carry the number. Right there, across the tops of the shoulders and up into the base of the neck, that's where the vigilance lives, the small perpetual readiness to check, to know, to stay on top of the time. Let it drain out of there. Let the shoulders widen and drop, sliding down away from the ears, spreading out across the bed like something set down at last. Let the back of the neck go long and loose against the pillow. There is nothing to be ready for. There is no time to keep. The one job you had, you've handed off, so the muscles that held it can finally quit. And down through the arms, the same letting go, the upper arms growing heavy and warm where they rest, the elbows soft, the forearms slack, the hands lying open and still. These hands that reach for the clock, let them forget the shape of that reach entirely tonight. Let them lie there emptied of it, palms soft, fingers gently curled, so far from any glowing number, so completely done with checking. Feel the small weight of each finger against the sheet. Feel how the hands, unclenched, grow warm. There is nothing they need to hold, and nothing they need to find. They can just be hands, resting, warm and forgotten at the ends of your arms, while the rest of you sinks. The tide is going out again now, feel it, that long, slow drawing down through the whole body, that quiet heaviness moving from the crown of your head toward your feet like water finding the lowest place. You don't cause it, you only allow it. Each breath out is the water pulling back from the shore, a little farther each time, taking a little more of you with it, leaving you flatter and heavier and more at ease against the sand of the bed. And the beautiful thing about a tide, the thing worth remembering in the small hours, is that it asks nothing of the shore. The shore doesn't work to be uncovered. The shore doesn't hurry the water. It simply lies there and lets the sea do what the sea does in its own time, on its own schedule, coming and going all night long. Be the shore. Let the sea of sleep come and go across you as it will. You don't set its hours. You don't check its progress. You just lie here, wide and patient and still, and let it move. And if it draws back for a while, if you find yourself more awake than asleep for a stretch, that's the tide too. That's not a failure. That's not the night going wrong. That's just the water gone out away the way it always does, and it will turn and come back in, because that is the one thing tides always do. They turn. They always turn. You have never once had a night where the tide did not eventually carry you back under. Not once in all your thousands of nights. Whatever you feared while you lay counting, sleep always came back for you in the end. It's coming back for you now. You don't have to go and find it. You don't have to earn it back by lying rigid and worrying. You only have to wait softly, the way the shore waits, sure of the water even when the sand is bare. So let's take the pressure off the very idea of falling asleep. That's another thing the clock does to us. It turns sleep into a task with a deadline, something you're failing at with every passing minute. But sleep is not a task. You cannot try to sleep, not really. The trying is the very thing that keeps it off, the way you cannot try to relax a muscle by squeezing it. Sleep is something that happens in the gaps when you stop reaching for it. It arrives quietly, in a moment you won't even notice, from a direction you're not watching. Your only job, if there's any job at all, is to make the gaps, to stop reaching, to lie here so unbothered, so unhurried, so free of the counting, that sleep finds the door unguarded and slips back in on its own. And it will, it always does, let go even of wanting it. Even the wanting is a small reaching. Let go of that too. You don't need to want sleep tonight. You don't need to chase it or wait for it or measure the distance to it. You can simply lie here, awake or asleep. It genuinely does not matter which. Resting either way, warm either way, held either way, the voice going on either way. That's the secret the counting never let you have. That rest is happening right now, whether or not sleep has come. Lying here quiet in the dark, breathing slow, muscles loose, mind unhurried, this is already rest. This is already doing you good. The body is already mending, already softening, already gathering itself back together, sleep or no sleep. So there is nothing you are missing. There is nothing you are failing at. Even awake, you are resting, and resting is enough, and the sleep will come when it comes. Feel how that takes the last edge off. When it doesn't matter whether you sleep, sleep stops being a cliff you might fall off. It becomes a soft country you're already standing at the border of, drifting toward, in no hurry to cross. Some part of the night you'll be on this side of the border, half hearing my voice, aware of the warmth and the weight. Some part of the night you'll have wandered over to the other side without noticing, into real sleep, into dreams. And you'll cross back and forth all night, over and over, without a checkpoint, without a guard, without ever once needing to know which side you're on or what the hour is. Back and forth, easy, the border grown thin and soft and open. That's what a night is when you stop policing it. A gentle wandering back and forth across a line that doesn't really exist. Let the face soften now, because the face keeps score too. Let the small muscles around the eyes go loose. They've been holding a faint frown, a faint bracing all this while, the readiness to open and check. Let the eyes rest heavy in their sockets, the lids simply lying closed, no effort in them, no squeezing, just wait. Let the space between your eyebrows go smooth and wide. Let the jaw come slightly apart, the teeth unclenched, the tongue soft in the mouth. Let the whole face go blank and easy, the way a face goes in deep sleep, when no one is home behind it, when all the keeping and checking and calculating has finally, blessedly stopped. A face that isn't watching the time is a face at peace. Let yours be that face now. And behind the face, the mind, which is the great clock watcher, the one that started all the counting in the first place. Let's be gentle with it, because it means well. It thinks the counting protects you. It thinks if it just stays alert, just keeps track, just works out the hours, it can somehow make tomorrow safe. But you and I know better, here in the dark. We know the counting only ever cost you sleep and bought you nothing. So we thank the mind for its worried effort, and we tell it kindly that it's off duty too, that there is nothing to solve between now and the light, that every problem it wants to hand you at this hour is a problem better looked at in the morning, in the sun, with a rested head, and will look completely different then. Nothing needs deciding now. Nothing needs figuring now. The mind can lay down its counting and its planning and its arithmetic and rest exactly as the body is resting. Because here's the last kindness the clock never offered. The small hours make everything look bigger and worse than it is. That's not weakness in you, it's just the hour. Late at night, the part of the brain that sounds alarms wakes faster than the part that thinks things through, so every worry arrives already swollen, already wearing its most frightening face, with no calm reasoning there yet to cut it back down to its true size. The 3 a.m. version of any trouble is always the largest, most hopeless version, and it is almost never the true one. So when the mind offers you a fear in the dark tonight, you don't have to argue with it, and you don't have to believe it. You only have to remember, this is the hour talking. This is the alarm without the reason. It will look smaller in the light. It always does. Set it down until then. And with nothing to count, and nothing to solve, and nothing to fear that can't wait for morning, and the number turned to the wall, what's left? Only this. Only the warm weight of you in the bed. Only the slow tide of the breath. Only the long, generous, unhurried dark, with more rest in it than you could ever use. Only my voice, going on and on, steady as the sea, saying the same calm things, so that every time you rise toward the surface tonight you'll find it here, unchanged, waiting, and you can turn back down toward it without ever once reaching for the time. So sink now, let the out-breath draw you down again, down past the counting, down past the wanting, down past the thin soft border, into the warm dark where the hours keep themselves and no one has to watch them. There's nowhere to be but here. There's nothing to do but this. And the night goes on, long and kind and full, all the way to a morning that will come exactly when it comes, no sooner for your watching, no later for your rest. So let it come on its own and let yourself go down. And notice, if you like, how little the dark actually asks of you. It doesn't ask the hour. It doesn't care what the number says. The dark was here long before anyone thought to measure it, long before the first clock was ever built, long before there were hands to move or faces to read. For almost all the nights there have ever been, no one knew what time it was in the small hours, and the nights passed anyway. The tide still turned, the birds still woke at the edge of the light, the morning still arrived, gently on its own, without a single soul counting it in. You are older than clocks, in the part of you that sleeps. The body knows how to do this without a number. It always has. So you can let the whole apparatus of measurement fall away tonight, the way it fell away for every sleeper who ever lived before the machine on the nightstand was invented. And trust the older thing, the deeper thing, the animal warmth of you that knows how to rest in the dark without ever once being told the time. Think for a moment of what that little glowing number really is, just a machine quietly counting to itself in the corner. It doesn't know you're awake. It doesn't know it's the middle of the night for you. It would count exactly the same if the room were empty, if the house were empty, if no one in the world were watching it at all. It has no more power over your rest than the hum of the refrigerator or the settling of the walls, or the small sounds a house makes as it cools in the dark. You gave it its power once by turning to it, by asking it to tell you how you should feel, and tonight you're quietly taking that power back. Let it count alone in its corner. Let it keep its number to itself. It is only a machine, and you are a warm and breathing creature settling into sleep, and the two of you have nothing more to say to each other until the light. So let your attention drift away from that corner of the room entirely, away from the nightstand, away from the wall it faces, back toward the center of yourself, back toward the warm and heavy body lying here in the covers. This is the only place you need to be. Feel again how the mattress rises to meet you, holding the whole long length of you without any effort of your own. The heels, the backs of the legs, the seat, the broad support along the spine, the shoulders sinking, the head heavy and cradled. All of it held, all of it carried. Nothing you have to keep up, nothing you have to hold together, nothing you have to watch over. The bed does the holding, the dark does the covering, the breath does the slow work of settling, and you get to simply be here and be heavy and let go. Let the out-breath lengthen again now, all on its own, not forced, just allowed. A long, slow, unhurried release, like a door easing shut in a quiet house, and on that release, feel yourself sink a little deeper into the warmth you've already made. Each breath out is the tide going back down the sand. Each breath out carries a little more of the day away with it, a little more of the counting, a little more of the wanting to know. Breathe in softly and let it go longer and sink. There is nowhere this breath needs to take you but down, nothing it needs to solve. It only moves in and out slow as the sea, whether you watch it or not, and you don't even have to watch it. You can let it breathe you. You can hand it over the way you're handing over the hour and let the body carry on the rhythm without you all the way through the dark. And should you rise a little now toward the surface, toward waking, should the thin light of alertness come flickering back for a moment, notice that you already know what to do. You don't reach, you don't turn, you don't ask. You simply find my voice again, still here, still saying the same calm things, and you let it be the thing you turn toward instead of the number. That's the whole of it. That's the entire new habit we're laying down tonight, one gentle surfacing at a time. That the rising is not a problem to be measured, but a small wave to be ridden back down. You've done it already more than once tonight, and each time it got a little easier, a little smoother, a little less like an event and a little more like breathing. This is how it becomes ordinary. This is how waking briefly stops being a crisis and becomes just a turn of the tide, a shallowing and then a deepening, with the same warm voice waiting at every crest. Feel how the weight is settling differently now, deeper than before. There's a particular heaviness that comes only when the body finally believes it's safe, a kind of pooling, a spreading warmth, as though you were slowly being poured into the shape of the bed. Let it happen in the hands first. The hands are often the last to let go because they spend the whole day holding, gripping, reaching, doing, so let them be done now. Feel the fingers uncurl just slightly. Feel the palms grow warm and heavy and still. Feel the whole weight of each hand sink into the sheet, given up entirely, nothing left in them to hold, not even the memory of holding. And as the hands let go, something in the chest lets go with them, some old readiness you didn't even know you were carrying. And the breath drops lower, and the shoulders drop wider, and you settle another inch into the dark. Let that same softening move up through the arms now, the forearms growing heavy and warm, the elbows loosening, the upper arms sinking back against the bed, the whole arm from fingertip to shoulder giving its weight to the mattress and asking nothing in return. And let the shoulders themselves come down, away from the ears, down toward the feet, that long, slow slide of release that says the day is truly over. So many of us sleep with the shoulders still braced, still lifted, still holding some small corner of the world up through the night. But not now, not here. Let them fall. Let them be broad and low and heavy. There is nothing on them tonight. The world will hold itself up for a few hours without you and be perfectly fine and be there in the morning, and you can pick it back up then, rested if you still want to. For now, put it down. put all of it down, even the shoulders that carry it. And through the throat and the jaw, let that same heaviness pass, the jaw unclenching, the tongue softening away from the roof of the mouth, the small muscles around the eyes going slack and smooth, the forehead widening, cooling, letting go of its faint lines of watching. The face at rest is such a simple thing and so hard to allow when the mind is counting. But there's nothing to count now, and so the face can finally do what it does in the deepest sleep. Go completely still, go completely soft, become that untroubled face of someone who has forgotten entirely that time exists. Let yours be exactly that face, nothing held in it, nothing measured behind it, just warm, slack, heavy stillness from the crown of the head to the loosened jaw. Down through the chest now, and the slow machinery of the breath, feel how it needs nothing from you. The lungs fill and empty on their own, patient, unhurried, keeping their own quiet time that has nothing to do with the clock, a rhythm older than any hour ever named. You can rest right down into that rhythm the way you'd rest into the rocking of a boat at anchor, rising a little, falling a little, going nowhere, held on the slow swell of your own breathing. And the heart underneath it, slowing now, slowing as it always does when the body finally trusts the dark, each beat a little further from the last, a soft and steady drum winding down toward the deep pace of sleep. You don't have to slow it, you only have to stop hurrying it, stop asking it how much longer. Let it find its own slow tide and follow it down. And the belly, rising and falling, soft and warm, let it be soft. So much holding lives in the belly, all the bracing we do against the day, all the readiness, and it can dissolve now breath by breath until the middle of you is as loose and warm and heavy as the rest. Feel the whole trunk of the body, chest and belly, and the long support of the back sinking together as one warm mass into the held shape of the bed. Heavier on this breath than the last, heavier still on the next. There is no bottom you can reach by sinking that isn't softer and safer than the one above it. Let yourself keep going down. The hips loosen and let go their weight, the whole heavy basin of the body settling back, giving itself fully to the mattress, no longer holding any part of itself up. And down the legs that same warm heaviness flows, unhurried, like something warm being poured slowly downhill. The thighs going heavy and thick and still, the knees softening, releasing, the long muscles of the calves letting go of the last faint readiness to stand, to move, to go somewhere. There is nowhere to go tonight, nowhere to be. Nowhere the hour requires you, so the legs can be done, utterly done. 2 long warm weights, sinking, cared for by the bed, asking nothing. And all the way down to the feet, the ankles loosening, the feet growing warm and heavy and still, the toes uncurling, the whole map of the body from crown to sole now soft, now warm, now given over, now sinking as one long unbroken weight into the dark. This is the body that knows how to sleep without a number. This is the older, deeper thing that never needed to be told the time. Let it do what it knows. Let it carry you down. And if the mind stirs again, if it drifts back toward that corner of the room, back toward its old arithmetic, back toward how long, how much, how many hours are left, just notice it without alarm, the way you'd notice a moth circling a lamp. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. It's only an old habit, a groove worn deep by many nights of watching, and grooves like that don't vanish in an evening. They soften slowly, one gentle refusal at a time. So each time the mind drifts toward the number, you simply, kindly turn it back to the breath, back to the weight, back to my voice. Not fighting the thought, not arguing with it, just declining softly to follow it toward the clock. And every time you decline, the groove wears a little shallower, and the pull grows a little weaker, and the turning back grows a little more automatic. Until one night, not far from now, the thought to check simply won't come at all, and you'll wake and turn and sink again without ever surfacing all the way. And in the morning, you won't even remember that you stirred. That's what we're building here, in the warm dark, hour by hour, not just a quiet mind tonight, but a new and gentler pattern for all the nights ahead. A body that trusts the dark, A mind that lets the hour keep itself. A sleeper who wakes and settles, smooth as breathing, all the way to the light. It's already beginning. You've already done it tonight. And there is so much night left, so much soft, generous, unhurried dark still ahead of you that there's no rush to get anywhere at all. The night is long on purpose. The night is long so there's room in it for exactly this, for rising and sinking, for stirring and settling, for as many gentle passes as you need, with no clock to say you've been too slow and no number to make you feel behind. Let the dark be long then. Stop wishing it shorter. That's a subtle counting too, you know, the wishing it were morning, the hoping it's later than it feels. It's the same reaching in a softer coat. So set that down as well. Don't want the night to be over. Let it be exactly as long as it is. Let there be hours and hours of it still to come, and be glad of them, because each one is a deep bath of rest you get to lie in, warm and held, with nothing asked of you and nowhere to be. The person who stops wishing the night away is the person who finally sleeps through it, because the wishing is a kind of watching, and the watching is a kind of waking, and when you let it all go, when you stop measuring and stop wanting and stop wishing, there's nothing left holding you up on the surface at all. Only the slow tide, only the warm weight, only the down. So down you go once more on this long, slow breath, down past the corner of the room and the machine that counts there, down past the old groove and the old habit, down past the wanting and the wishing and the last faint edge of watching, into the warm dark where the hours keep themselves, where the tide turns without you, where the morning is already coming quietly on its own, needing nothing from you but your rest. There is nothing to do but this. There is nowhere to be but here. And my voice goes on, steady as the sea, saying the same calm things through the whole long length of the dark, so that wherever you rise tonight, however lightly you surface, you'll find it waiting, unchanged, patient, ready to carry you back down again. Without a number, without a count, without ever once reaching for the time. Just breathe, just sink. Just let the night be long, and let yourself be heavy, and let the down take you as far as it wants to go. And notice now how the room has already changed around you, even though nothing in it has moved. The dark is the same dark it was an hour ago, and yet it feels different against your skin, softer, roomier, less like a thing you're waiting inside of, and more like a thing that's holding you. That's not the room changing. That's you letting go of the grip you didn't know you had. The dark was always this gentle. You were just braced against it before, the way you brace against a cold you expect, but haven't felt yet. And now the bracing has gone out of you, breath by breath, and the dark has come in closer, warm as it always meant to be. There's an old idea, a good one, that the night keeps its own count and needs no help from you, that somewhere far below the floor of your thinking, the body has a clock of its own, not a clock with a face, not one you read, but a slow, deep rhythm older than any number, a tide that rises and falls in the blood whether you attend to it or not. It knows when the long dip is coming. It knows how to lower the fire and bank the coals and let the whole system cool toward morning. It has done this every night of your life, 10,000 nights, most of them without a single thought from you. You did not manage those nights. You did not calculate them. They simply happened in the dark while the older clock did its patient work. And it is doing that work right now, underneath all of this, whether you believe it or not. So you can hand the whole matter down to it. Down past the part of you that reads numbers, to the part of you that has never needed one. Let me take the reaching itself now, and set it somewhere you can see it just once so we can put it down for good. The reach for the time, you know the shape of it, the half-wake, the surfacing, and then, before you've even chosen it, the arm that wants to move, the eyes that want to find the glow, the mind already leaning toward the little sum. It's such a small motion. It feels like nothing. It feels almost like part of waking itself, as natural as swallowing. But it isn't. It's a habit wearing the costume of an instinct, and instincts you can't argue with, but habits. Habits soften when you stop feeding them. Every time tonight that you wake and do not reach, every single time you surface and let the number stay unknown. You are starving that habit very gently of the thing that keeps it alive, and it will grow thinner. It is already thinner tonight than it was a week ago. You are right now in the quiet, unlearning a thing you taught yourself without meaning to. That's a kind of work, but it's the easiest work there is, because all it asks of you is that you do nothing. Wake and do nothing. Surface and do nothing. Let the number stay in the dark where it lives, and turn your face back into the pillow and go down. Feel how the pillow takes the weight of your head, how it gives just slightly and then holds, how there is no effort anywhere in the holding. You are not keeping your head up. You are not keeping anything up. The bed is doing all of it, the way the sea does all of it for the thing that finally stops swimming and lets itself be carried. There is a particular ease that comes only when you stop helping. When you realize the surface beneath you is always going to hold, with or without your bracing, and you let your muscles believe it at last. Let them believe it now. Let the small muscles of the neck believe it. Let the jaw come loose from whatever it was clenching. Let the tongue rest soft in the floor of the mouth. Let the space between the eyebrows go smooth and wide. None of it needs holding. None of it ever did. And if a number should drift by anyway, if some corner of the mind offers up a guess, 3 or 4 or half past something, let it drift on past like a leaf on slow water. You don't have to grab it. You don't have to check whether it's right. A guess is only a guess, and it costs you nothing as long as you don't chase it, as long as you don't turn it into arithmetic, as long as you let it float off downstream unanswered. The mind will toss these little leaves for a while yet. That's what minds do. They offer things, but you can let them all go by, one after another, without reaching for a single one. Watch them come, watch them go. Reach for none of them. That's the whole art of it. Not an empty mind. Nobody has an empty mind at 3 in the morning, but a mind that lets its own offerings float past unheld. A mind that has stopped fishing. There's a stillness that comes into a house in the deep of the night that you almost never get to feel, because you're almost always asleep for it. The hour when even the small sounds have gone quiet, when the pipes have stopped their ticking, and the fridge has finished its long sigh, and the last car has passed on the last far road, and the whole world seems to have set itself down at once. You're awake inside that stillness now, and that's not a punishment. It's a rare thing, a kind of privilege, to be held awake in the very quietest chamber of the night. Most people sleep straight through it and never know how deep the quiet goes. You get to feel it. You get to lie here inside the softest, most padded hour there is, wrapped in a silence so complete it's almost a sound of its own, that faint high hush that isn't quite ringing, the sound the dark makes when there's nothing else left to hear. Rest your attention on that hush, if you like. Let it be the only thing, not a number, not a worry, just the wide, soft hush of the deepest hour, holding you the way water holds a stone at the bottom of a still pond, all the way down, with nothing stirring above. And all across the sleeping half of the world, this same hush is lying over rooftops and fields and the long, dark ribbons of empty roads, over other rooms where other people lie exactly as you lie, having woken exactly as you woke, breathing their way back down exactly as you're breathing now. You are not the only lamp lit in the dark. There are thousands of you, tens of thousands, each one thinking they're the only one awake, each one wrong about that in the same gentle way. Somewhere a woman has just turned her pillow to the cool side and closed her eyes again. Somewhere a man has just decided not to look at his phone and is lying very still, waiting for the dawn to come. Somewhere someone older, who has made peace with these hours long ago, is simply resting, unbothered, letting the night be the night. You're in good company, the most ordinary company there is. The whole soft brotherhood of the briefly waking, turning over in the dark together, none of them checking the time, all of them sinking back down. Let yourself be one of them. Let yourself be carried in that great slow shared tide, no more alone in it than a single drop is alone in the sea. Breathe out now, long and unhurried, and feel the body drop a little further on the falling breath, the way a thing settles deeper into sand each time the wave pulls back. In and out longer, and with the out breath, a little more of you goes soft, a little more of you gives its weight to the bed, a little more of the day that's behind you drains away down through the mattress and is gone. You don't need any of it now. Not the conversations, not the small failures, not the things you meant to say and didn't, not the things you said and wish you hadn't. The day is over. Its accounts are closed. There is no ledger open tonight, no sum to settle, no hour to count against the morning. All of that belongs to a world of numbers, and you have stepped out of that world for a while, down into this one, where the only measure is the slow rise and fall of your own quiet breath. Let the hours ahead be uncounted, then genuinely, restfully uncounted, not hours you're pretending not to count, but hours you've truly handed over. Somewhere the sky is doing what it always does. Somewhere very slowly, far off and in no hurry at all, the first faint change is gathering at the edge of the world, but it is hours away yet, and it needs nothing from you, and it will arrive whether you watch for it or not. The light will come the way it always comes, on its own, unbidden, without you having lifted a finger or checked a single time. You could not hurry it if you tried. You could not delay it if you tried. It is completely outside your hands, and there is such deep relief in that, if you'll let yourself feel it, the relief of a thing that will happen perfectly well without your management, the relief of being, for these few hours, entirely off duty from the running of the world. The morning is handled. The dawn is handled. You are relieved of the dawn. Lay that burden down with all the others and go back to your rest. Feel the weight of the blankets over you, that even gentle pressure laid across the whole length of your body like a hand set softly on a frightened animal to calm it, and feel yourself calm beneath it, the way that animal calms, the breathing slowing, the small tremor of alertness going still. The weight says you are covered. The weight says you are held. The weight says nothing can reach you here, nothing is required of you here, you may put yourself down entirely. Let the shoulders melt back under that weight. Let the chest fall open and soft. Let the belly rise and fall without any minding from you, slow and round and easy, the breath of a body that has remembered how to be safe in the dark. And here is a thing worth knowing, worth letting sink all the way in. The waking you did tonight was never the problem. Waking in the small hours is not a fault in your sleep. It's a feature of it, old as the species, the light surfacing that every sleeping creature does, the brief rise toward the top of the water before the next long descent. Deer do it. Birds do it. Every animal that has ever slept has surfaced in the night and sunk again, over and over, and thought nothing of it, because there was no clock in the cave and no number on the wall. The surfacing was never meant to wake you all the way. It was only ever meant to be a turn, a shift, a repositioning, a breath at the surface before the going down. It's the reaching that turned the turn into an event. It's the number that took a natural swell of the night and made it into a crisis. And now you're taking that back. Now you're teaching the surfacing to be what it always was, just a turn of the tide, just a roll from one deep to the next. Nothing to solve, nothing to check, nothing to fear. You wake, you turn, you go down. The oldest rhythm there is, the one your body knew before it knew your name. So let this be a turn now, this small waking, this quiet hour with my voice in it. Just a turn. You've risen toward the surface, and here is the voice that meets you there, saying the same calm thing it will say every time, and now the tide takes you back the other way, back down the long, slow slope into the warm below, where the water is heaviest, and the dark is thickest, and the rest is deepest. Down where there are no edges. Down where there is no floor to hit, only more softness, only more down, only the endless gentle giving way of a body that has finally, completely let itself go. You don't have to find the bottom. There isn't one. There's only further and softer and slower for as long as this long night wants to hold you. And it does want to hold you, that's the thing to trust now, the thing to lean your whole weight against. The night is not your adversary, it never was. The night is the oldest friend you have, the one that has taken you in and put you down and kept you through the dark 10,000 times without ever once failing to hand you back to the morning. It is not trying to keep you awake. It is not counting your hours against you. It has no interest in the number at all. It only wants to do for you what it has always done, to lower you gently, to cover you over, to keep you safe and still and heavy in the dark until the light comes and lifts you out. Let it. Stop holding the door against your oldest friend. Let the night come all the way in and do its slow, kind work on you, the way it's doing it right now, this breath, and this one, and this one, each one carrying a little more of you down into the keeping of the dark. There's nothing left to watch for, there's nothing left to reckon. The clock across the room can keep its own small time in its own small corner, blinking to no one, counting for no one, mattering to no one at all in this warm, dark room where the only thing that matters is the slow, soft weight of you settling deeper by the minute. Let it count if it wants to. Let it tick off its little numbers to the empty air. You're not there anymore. You've gone down below the level where numbers live, down into the wordless warm, and the counting can go on without you the way the traffic goes on in a far-off city you've left behind, a faint irrelevance, a thing happening somewhere else, to someone who used to be you and isn't, tonight, any longer. Just breathe just this, the long breath out and the sinking that comes with it, the small waking met again with the same low voice instead of the same old sum, the tide that turns without your hand on it, the night that is long on purpose, long enough for all of this, long enough for you to rise 100 times and sink 100 times and never once come all the way up. And the morning far off and handling itself, needing nothing, promising nothing but its own quiet arrival in its own good time. You are so far from the shore of morning, and that's exactly as it should be. Hours of deep water still ahead, hours of warm dark still to lie in, nowhere to swim, nothing to reach, only the down and the down and the down. And if somewhere in the next stretch of dark, you feel yourself rising again, thinning up toward the surface, the room coming back a little, the awareness that you are a person in a bed returning to you, you already know what to do because we've done it together so many times tonight that your body is starting to learn the shape of it. You don't reach. That's the whole of it, really. The hand stays where it is. The head stays where it is. The eyes, if they open at all, find only the same soft dark they closed on and they let it be. There is no number waiting for you out there in the dark, no matter how strongly the old habit insists there is. The insisting is just an old worn groove, a path your mind has walked so many nights it thinks the walking is you. It isn't. You can let the path lie there, unwalked, growing over. You can wake and not go looking. You can surface and not check. And each time you do that, each time you rise a little and don't reach, the groove wears a fraction shallower, the pull a fraction weaker, until one of these nights, maybe not tonight, but one of them, the waking will come and go, and you'll never even think of the clock at all, because the part of you that used to lunge for it will have quietly forgotten it was ever its job. For now it's enough just to not reach this once, then this once, then this once again, one surfacing at a time, each one met the same way, each one let back down the same way, the same low voice waiting for you every time you come up so that the coming up stops being lonely, stops being an emergency, stops being the start of the long arithmetic, and becomes instead just another soft place you pass through on your way back down. You are not standing guard tonight. Let that land in you fully. You are not the watchman. Nobody has asked you to keep the hours, to tally them, to stand at the wall of the dark counting what's spent and what's left. That was never a duty. It only ever felt like one because the small hours are so quiet that the mind, finding nothing else to do, took up counting the way idle hands take up a thread, not because it needed doing, but because the hands were restless. Well, the hands can rest now. There's nothing here that needs your counting. The night keeps its own hours and has never once needed you to keep them for it. Let your attention drift down, away from the room, away from the wall where the clock lives, down into the simpler country of your own slow breathing. There's a warmth that gathers low in the chest when the breath goes long and unforced, a kind of settling heat, like a stone that's lain in the sun all day and gives its warmth back slowly through the cool of the evening. Feel for that. Not straining toward it, just noticing it if it's there, the low banked warmth of a body that has stopped bracing, stopped holding itself ready for a morning that is still hours and hours away. You don't have to be ready. Readiness is a daytime posture, a leaning forward, a getting set. And there is nothing to be set for in the middle of this dark. The next thing that will ask anything of you is so far off that it might as well not exist yet. And the truth is it doesn't, not really. It's only a rumor the anxious mind keeps whispering, a tomorrow that hasn't been born and won't be for a long, long while. Let it stay unborn. Let it wait in the wings. You have nothing to give it now, and it has no claim on you now, and the trying to hand it something in the dark, the rehearsing, the planning, the totting up of how tired you'll be, gives it a body it hasn't earned. Starve it of that. Turn back toward the warmth. It's realer than tomorrow. The heavy, quiet arms, the sunk hips, the slow tide of the breath, all of that is here and true, and tomorrow is only smoke. There's a particular softness that comes into the hands when they've been still a long while. You may feel it now, or you may feel it come. The fingers uncurl a little from whatever loose shape they were holding. The palms go slack and open. The small muscles between the bones, the ones that grip a pen or a wheel or a phone all day without ever being asked to stop, finally stop. And when the hands let go like that, something upstream lets go too, the forearms, the elbows, a loosening that travels toward the shoulders like water finding its level. You don't have to make it happen. You only have to not prevent it. The letting go wants to travel. It's the most natural motion in a resting body. All you do is get out of its way, stop bracing at the joints, stop holding the old readiness in the hinges of yourself, and let the softness move where it's going. Up through the wrists, through the low arms, into the wide muscles of the back that have carried you upright through so many days and can, right now, in this dark, put the whole weight of that carrying down. And notice, because this is the quiet gift of the hour, that the mind has gone a little further off while the hands were letting go. That's how it works when you don't chase it. Turn toward the body and the thinking loosens on its own, the way a dog stops pulling once you stop pulling back. The thoughts are still there, somewhere, the way weather is still there beyond a thick wall, but they've lost their grip on you, gone muffled and far, and the space they used to fill has gone soft and dim and slow. You are not thinking your way towards sleep. Nobody ever thought their way towards sleep. It can't be done. It's like trying to grip water tighter to hold it. You are letting your way there. You are unclenching your way there, one small release at a time, and every release makes the next one easier, so that the deeper you go, the less there is to do, until there's nothing to do at all but lie here and be lowered. Somewhere out past the walls, the night is going on the way it always does, the enormous, patient, uneventful dark that covers half the turning world at any hour. Rooftops under it, fields under it, long, empty roads with their lamps burning down to no one. And in all that dark, scattered through it like you're scattered through it, the other ones who are awake, not many, but never none, never truly none, lying in their own beds in their own rooms, some of them reaching for their own clocks right now, some of them doing the same helpless arithmetic you've set down tonight, some of them maybe being talked down the same slow way by the same kind of low voice toward the same soft floor. You're not the only one keeping this particular vigil. You never were. The 3 a.m. wakers are a quiet, countless company spread across every time zone, and though you'll never meet a one of them, there's a strange comfort in knowing the light in your window isn't the only one, that all around the curve of the earth there are others turning over in the dark, others letting go, others being handed back to morning one breath at a time. You can lean on that. It costs them nothing and it steadies you. not alone, never in this alone. And you can let even that thought thin out now, because company doesn't need to be held onto to be true. It just is, quietly, whether you're thinking of it or not, the way the walls of a house hold you up all night without your ever once attending to them. So let the thought of the others go the way you're letting everything go softly downward, and come back to the one small realm that's actually yours to tend, which is the slow filling and emptying of your own chest, in and the long way out. And the sinking that rides the out-breath down like a leaf settling through still water, turning as it goes, unhurried, in no danger, bound for a soft bed of silt it will reach in its own time and not a moment sooner. That's you, that's the pace of you now. A leaf on dark water, going down by grains, with the whole depth of the night beneath you and no bottom in any hurry to arrive. The temperature of the air on your face, notice it, just for a breath, because it's one of the last honest things left in the room and it asks nothing of you. Cooler than the warmth under the covers. That small difference, the cool at the cheek and the gathered heat at the body, is one of the oldest comforts there is, older than words, older than clocks by an unimaginable stretch of years. The animal comfort of being warm in a cool, dark place, safe in a burrow, covered and hidden and held. Your body knows this comfort in a language far below thinking. It knew it before you had a single worry to your name. And it's offering it to you again right now, freely, the whole ancient reassurance of warm in the cool dark, if you'll only stop overriding it with the thin new noise of numbers and mornings. The numbers are a few thousand years old. This comfort is a few million. Trust the older thing, sink into the older thing. Let the warm dark keep you the way it kept every sleeping creature that ever curled up out of the wind and closed its eyes, and let the long night pass over it without counting a single hour of it. There's no edge to press against now, have you noticed? No hard line anywhere in you where the tension used to sit and wait. It's gone soft all the way through, or nearly, and the last few places still holding are letting go even as we rest here, the jaw unclenching by degrees, the brow smoothing, the small hidden effort behind the eyes finally setting itself down. You carry so much effort behind the eyes without ever knowing it, a low, constant readiness to look, to check, to scan for what's coming. Let it off, there's nothing to look for in the dark. Let the eyes go heavy and unbusy in their sockets. Let them roll gently down the way they do at the very threshold of sleep. Let the whole apparatus of watching power down, because the watchman is off duty, has been relieved, can lay down the lantern and go where the rest of you is going, down and warm and dim and slow. And if the clock across the room glows, let it glow to no one. It has its little light, its little numbers, its small insistence, and none of it reaches you anymore where you've gone. You've slipped below the waterline of all that. Down here the light doesn't carry and the numbers don't carry, and the insistence dissolves like a voice calling from a far shore you've already rowed away from. Let it call. You're not obliged to answer the dark. You're not obliged to know the hour. For 8 hours, for the whole long generous length of this night, you are excused from knowing, released from the count, let off the arithmetic, granted the deep old animal permission to simply not know and not care and not check, and to be instead only a warm, heavy sleeping thing in a safe, dark room, rising and sinking with the tide of its own breath, all the way through to a morning that will come find you whether you watch for it or not. It will come find you. That's worth resting your weight on too. You do not have to reel the morning in. You do not have to lie here paying out the hours toward it hand over hand, afraid that if you stop, it'll drift away and never arrive. The morning is not something you accomplish by staying awake for it. It comes on its own, driven by the turning of the whole enormous world, needing nothing from you, least of all your vigilance. You could sleep through every last hour between here and there, and the morning would arrive exactly on time, unhurried, unbothered, lifting the dark off the windowsill in its own slow way, so you can let go of it entirely. Set the morning down along with everything else you've set down tonight. It handles itself. It always has. Your only work, if it can even be called work, this softest of all possible tasks, is to lie here and be carried, breath by breath, down the long dark river toward it, and to trust the current that has never once failed to deliver you. Down then, a little further down, the bed taking more of your weight than it was a while ago, or maybe it only feels that way because you've stopped holding any of yourself up. The two are the same in the end, the giving over and the being held, one motion with two names. Let the mattress have the whole of you. Let the pillow have the whole weight of your head, that heavy warm weight you've been carrying upright all day and can finally, entirely, put down. There's nothing you need to hold level anymore. Nothing you need to keep ready, nothing you need to aim toward the far-off light. Just weight and warmth and the slow tide of the breath and the dark that wants to keep you and the long night that is long on purpose, long enough for 100 small wakings, 100 small sinkings, and never once a reason to reach for the hour. Let the next breath out slower than the last, and let it take a little more of you down with it. And when the small waking comes again, as it may, you already know, not the reach, not the sum, not the arithmetic of what's left, only the same low voice, waiting in the dark, and the same soft floor beneath you, and the same warm current bearing you on, down, and further down, into the deep, unwatched middle of the night. And here, while you're this far down, let me tell you something about the clock itself, the actual object, wherever it sits in this room. It's turned away now, or it's face down, or it's simply unwatched in the dark, and whatever it reads at this exact moment is a thing you will never know, because you are never going to look. That's already decided. That decision was made for the whole night, hours ago, and it holds. So the clock, for all its glowing certainty, has quietly become the least important object in the room. It goes on counting to itself in the corner like someone muttering numbers no one asked for, and you have simply stopped listening. It can say whatever it likes. It can turn over its digits one by one in the dark all it wants. There's no one on the other end of that count anymore. You've hung up. You've set the receiver down and walked, in your heaviness, into a room the clock cannot follow you into. Because that's the thing about the number it would show you, it was never anything but a number. It has no weight. It can't reach across the room and put its hand on your chest. It can't make the night shorter or longer by a single breath. It can't take away 1 minute of the rest that's still coming to you. All it can do is be read, and only if you go and read it, and you're not going. So its power over you tonight is exactly nothing, less than the hum of the refrigerator down the hall. Less than the small tick of the house cooling in its beams. Just a faint electric patience in the corner, minding its own business, meaning nothing to the warm, heavy, sleeping thing you've become. Think of how many nights you've handed that little glowing number a power it never earned. You'd surface, half here, and the first thing, before you'd even fully arrived in your own body, was the reach, the turning, the reading, and then the whole night reorganizing itself around whatever it said. 3:40, and the mind would start its grim arithmetic. 4:15, and the dread would rise up already dressed for the day. The number would land, and the body would clench around it, and sleep, which had been right there, close enough to touch, would take one step back into the dark. Not because of the hour, because of the reading of the hour. The hour itself did nothing. It was the looking that cost you. Every single time, it was the looking. And tonight you're just not looking. Feel how much lighter that makes the whole enterprise of being awake right now. There's no verdict coming, no figure about to drop into your lap and demand you feel something about it. You've removed the one moving part that turned a peaceful surfacing into a small crisis. What's left, when you take the number out, is astonishingly gentle, just a body, in a bed, in the dark, breathing. That's all a 3 a.m. waking ever actually was, underneath. The number was the only thing that made it hurt, and the number is gone. So let the hand stay where it is. If it drifted earlier toward the nightstand out of the old habit, and maybe it did, Maybe some part of you started the old reach before you'd even decided to let it come to rest now. Let it lie heavy and warm wherever it's fallen, on the cover, on the pillow beside your head, over the slow rise of your own chest. That hand has nowhere to go. Its errand's been cancelled. It can be as heavy and purposeless and beautifully useless as the rest of you. Nothing to fumble for, nothing to tilt toward the light, nothing to check. There's an old kind of dark that people used to sleep inside of, long before there was any glowing number anywhere to reach for. Whole ages of people, whole strings of grandmothers and grandfathers, going back further than anyone can count, lay down in a dark with no clock in it at all. When they woke in the depth of the night, and they did, everyone always has, there was simply nothing to check, no figure to consult. The night had no numbers in it. It had only its own texture, the depth of the quiet, the coldness or warmth of the air, the particular thickness of the dark, the distance still to go before any grey came to the window. And they'd feel all that, and know without knowing that it was deep night still, and turn over and go back down. No arithmetic, no count, just the animal reading of a dark that was allowed to be simply dark. You can borrow that tonight. You can lie here in the old numberless dark that your whole long line of people slept inside of, and let the night be measured the way it was measured for 10,000 years, not in figures but in feel. And the feel of it right now is deep, deep and unhurried and nowhere near its end. You can sense that without any clock at all, the heavy stillness of the house, the total unbroken quiet outside, the way the dark presses soft and complete against the glass. This is the middle of it, the deep trough of it, hours on either side, and every one of those hours is yours to sink through, no numbers required, no figures to fret, only the old wordless knowing that it's night, still night, good deep night, and there's nothing to do in it but be carried. And you are being carried. Notice how little you're actually doing. You're not working the breath, it's breathing itself, going out slow and coming back on its own, needing nothing from you. You're not holding your body in the bed is holding it, has been holding it this whole time, would hold it just the same if you forgot about it entirely, which you're free to do. You're not steering toward morning, the world is turning toward morning on its own vast axle, carrying you along whether you attend to it or not. Everywhere you look for something you're supposed to be doing, you find it's already being done, by the bed, by the breath, by the turning world, by the night itself. You've been relieved of all of it. There is genuinely nothing left on your list. Even the one small chore you used to give yourself in the dark, the checking, the reading, the reckoning of hours, even that's been struck off. Your list is empty. For the first time in a long night's memory, there is not one single thing you are required to do. So let that emptiness be a kind of luxury, not a lack, a luxury. Most of your waking hours are so crowded with things that must be tracked and tended and decided. But here, now, in the unwatched middle of the night, you've arrived in the one room in your whole life where nothing is asked of you at all. No decisions, no tracking, no tending, not even the small tending of the hour. You get to lie in the very center of a great warm nothing required, and let it hold you, and take from you, breath by breath, the last of the day's held weight. Feel that weight go now, wherever it's still lingering. Maybe there's a little of it left in the jaw, that place always keeps some, holds a small readiness even in sleep, a faint bracing as though some word might still need saying. Let the jaw know there's no word. Let it come unhinged just slightly, the back teeth drifting apart, the whole lower face going loose and heavy and dumb with rest. Nothing to say, no one to answer, no hour to name to yourself in the dark. Let the mouth forget it ever counted anything. And maybe there's a little held in the hands still, those two great reachers and grippers and doers, so used to being sent on errands, so ready even now to be dispatched toward the nightstand and the light. Let them be told gently that they're off duty. Let the fingers uncurl by whatever fraction they were still curled. Let the palms go soft and open and empty. There's nothing for them to hold and nothing for them to reach and nothing for them to check all night till the light comes on its own. Two heavy, warm, useless hands laid down at last. That's exactly right. That's exactly what they're for in the deep of the night, for being laid down. And the shoulders feel whether they've truly come down yet, or whether they're still riding up toward the ears the way they do all day, braced against some load that isn't even there anymore. Let them fall. Let them melt down the back and widen and spread and give their whole weight to the bed. The shoulders don't have to hold the day up anymore. The day is over. The day is hours behind you and the next one is hours ahead. And in between there's only this long soft trough, this deep unwatched hollow of the night, where the shoulders are allowed to be nothing but heavy. Down through the chest, then where the breath goes on turning over slow and easy, out longer than in, the body's own old lullaby to itself. You don't have to deepen it or slow it or manage it in any way. It knows the tempo of going down. It's done this every night of your life, at the end of every day you've ever lived. This exact slowing, this exact softening, the breath lengthening out and the body loosening around it, rung by rung, down into sleep. It's the most practiced thing you do. You are an expert at this, more expert than at anything else you'll ever attempt, because you've done it more times than you've done anything. Trust the old expertise, get out of its way. Let the part of you that has fallen asleep 10,000 times take the wheel, and let the part of you that lies awake counting hours go quiet in the back and rest. The counting part can rest too, you know. That's worth saying to it directly because it thinks it's helping. That vigilant part of you that reaches for the clock, it isn't cruel, it isn't your enemy, it's just trying to keep you safe by knowing where you stand. It thinks that if it can name the hour, it can protect you from the morning, brace you for the shortfall, get ahead of the tiredness. It means well. It's just wrong about how any of it works. Knowing the hour has never once made a morning easier. Bracing for tiredness has never once bought you rest. The vigilance costs and never pays. So you can thank that part of you genuinely the way you'd thank someone who tried, and tell it that tonight it's allowed to stand down. Tonight the watch is covered. Tonight it can lie down alongside the rest of you and close its many eyes and stop keeping count, because there is nothing, truly nothing, that its counting could protect you from that the not counting won't protect you from better. And feel how the whole body eases when that part of it stops straining toward the corner where the clock sits. It's a small tension you might not even have noticed you were holding, a faint leaning, an inclination of attention toward the one glowing thing in the room, like a plant angled at a window. When you stop leaning toward it, when you let your attention fall back into the center of your own warm weight, something all through you unclenches. You come off the alert. You settle down off your toes, so to speak, out of the crouch you didn't know you were in. And the bed rises up to meet all of you at once, and the dark closes over gently, and there's nothing pulling at the edge of you anymore, no bright corner tugging, no number waiting to be read. Just the middle, just the deep soft center of the night, holding you level, asking nothing. Let a slow breath out now, and let it carry you a notch lower. That's it. And another, unhurried, no counting even of the breaths. You don't have to number those either. They'll take care of themselves, each one going out a little longer, each one setting you down a little softer, no tally required. This isn't a thing you're doing so many times to get somewhere. It's just a tide you're lying in. It rises, it falls, it rises, it falls, and you're not counting the waves. You're only being rocked by them, further out each time from the bright, noisy shore of the waking mind, further into the dark, warm water where there are no hours at all. And if somewhere in the long stretch ahead you drift up again toward the surface, if the night lifts you for a moment the way it will, the way it always has, the way it lifts everyone who's ever slept, you already know how it goes now. No reach, no turning toward the corner, no reading of the glow, no sum of what's spent and what's left. Just this, the same dark, still soft, still deep. The same weight, still yours, still held. The same low voice somewhere near, still here, still saying the same thing it's been saying all night, that you don't have to know, that you're excused from knowing, that the night is long on purpose and there's room in it for 100 more risings and 100 more sinkings and not one single reason to check. You'll surface and you'll hear it, and you'll turn over into it and you'll go back down. That's all awaking is now. A turn, a small roll of the tide, not an event, not a verdict. Not a crisis with a number on it. Just the sea breathing you up and breathing you back down, and you letting it, because there's nothing else that needs doing and nowhere else you have to be. Down then, down past the last of the day's residue, down past the old reaching habit, left behind you now in the dark like a coat you've slipped out of. Down past the place where the arithmetic used to live, that whole machinery of hours left and sleep lost, gone quiet now, powered down, dark. Down into the part of the night that has no arithmetic in it at all, that never did the wide, numberless deep, where your whole long line of sleeping people have always gone, and where you're going now, heavy and warm and wonderfully unbothered, carried on a current that has never once failed to deliver you to the far shore of the morning, and won't fail you tonight. The morning will come. It's coming already in its own slow, enormous way without any help from you. And between here and there is nothing you have to survive, nothing you have to track, nothing you have to endure with your eyes open and your mind grinding, only a long, dark, generous span of rest, laid out for you like a road already built, that you get to travel lying down, asleep, uncounting, carried the whole way. You don't have to watch for the end of it. You'll simply arrive, the way you always have. The way everyone always does. So let the clock keep its little count to itself in the corner, unread, unneeded, meaning nothing. Let the number it holds be a secret it keeps forever, because you're never going to ask. And let yourself go down now into the part of the night that doesn't know what time it is and has never wanted to, down and a little further down, into the deep warm middle of the dark, where the only tide is the breath, and the only weight is your own settling body, and the morning is a long way off and coming all on its own, and there is nothing at all for you to do but rest. And notice, as you rest there, how little the dark actually asks of you. It doesn't ask what time it is. It never has. The dark is the one thing in your whole life that has no schedule, no appointment, no deadline pressing up against it. It simply holds. It holds the room, and the room holds the bed, and the bed holds you, and none of them are counting. You've spent your days inside a world of hours, bells and alarms and meetings, and the steady tick of things that must happen by a certain moment, and all of that is real, and all of that has its place, and none of it is here. Here in this room, in this dark, there is no clock that matters. There is only the slow, unmeasured settling of a body that has finally been given permission to stop keeping time. Let that permission be complete. You are not on duty tonight. You are not the one who has to keep the night running. It runs itself. The earth turns without your hand on it. The hours pass without your watching. The morning assembles itself out beyond the dark, whether your eyes are open or closed. And they are closed, and they can stay closed, and the world will not falter for it. This is one of the oldest truths there is, and one of the easiest to forget in the daylight, that the night does not need you awake. It never needed you awake. It only ever needed you to lie down and let go, and it would take care of the rest. So take care of nothing. Let your hands be empty, not reaching, not gripping, not lifting toward a glowing corner to ask a question you already know you don't need answered. Just empty and open and warm, curled loose against the sheet, doing the small perfect work of doing nothing at all. There is a kind of strength in hands that have stopped reaching. There is a deep animal rest in palms that have gone soft. Feel how they've unclenched without your asking, how the fingers have drifted apart, how the whole grip of the day has quietly let itself down. That grip was holding more than you knew. It was holding the hours, and now it isn't. Now it's just holding the dark lightly, the way you'd hold water, which is to say, not at all. And the arithmetic, that old sum you used to run in the small hours, the counting of what's behind and what's ahead, feel how far away it's drifted now, like a light on a distant shore you're sailing away from. It was never a friend to you, that counting. It dressed itself up as usefulness, as if knowing the number would help, as if the figure it produced could be bargained with, improved, outrun. But you know now what it really did. It took a soft, dark hour and put a sharp edge on it. It took a body that wanted to sink and made it brace. And tonight you've simply stopped taking its calls. It can ring in the corner all it likes. You are not answering. You've handed the whole ledger over to the morning, and the morning is a patient accountant, and it will sort every figure in the plain light of day when figures actually mean something, and not 1 minute before. Because that's the secret the small hours never tell you while you're lying awake inside them, that nothing counted at 3 in the morning ever counts for anything at 9. The number that felt like a catastrophe in the dark turns out, in the daylight, to be nothing at all, a few hours, a normal amount of ordinary tiredness, the kind the body shrugs off by noon without even remarking on it. The dread was never about the number. The dread was the hour itself, speaking in the number's voice. And the hour passes. It always passes. It's passing right now, softly, without your help, while you lie here warm and let it go by. Let it go by then. Let this whole stretch of dark move past you the way a slow river moves past a stone on the bank. The stone doesn't paddle, doesn't strain, doesn't try to reach the sea faster. It simply rests on the bottom and lets the water do what water does. Be the stone tonight, heavy, settled. Cool and smooth and perfectly still, with the current of the hours moving over you and around you and past you, carrying the night downstream toward the morning without asking you to lift so much as a finger. You are not swimming to morning. You are being carried there. There is an enormous difference, and your whole tired body knows it and is sighing with the relief of it, sinking a little deeper into the mattress with every slow breath, letting the river do the work. And if you rise again, because you might, and that's allowed, that's ordinary, that's just the way sleep breathes across a long night, you already know the shape of it now. You know it won't be an alarm. It won't be a summons. It'll be the softest thing, a small lightening, a brief thinning of the deep, a moment where the surface of sleep grows near enough that you almost break it. And in that moment there'll be a choice, the way there's always been a choice, though for years you only ever made the one. The old choice was to reach, to turn toward the corner, to wake yourself the rest of the way up in the act of asking what time it was, and then to lie there, fully surfaced, holding a number like a cold coin in your palm, unable to spend it, unable to put it down. That was the old way. That's the way that turned a gentle rising into a long, harsh waking, and you're done with it. You put it down at the start of this night, and you have not once picked it back up. The new way is so much simpler that it hardly feels like a choice at all. The new way is to notice the lightning, and to let it be, and to sink back down without ever fully arriving at the top. To meet the surfacing the way you'd meet a wave lapping at your feet on a warm shore. You feel it come, and you feel it go, and you don't stand up to inspect it. You just let the next wave take its place. Up a little, down a little. Nearer the surface, then away from it. A tide breathing you up and breathing you down all night long, and you never once needing to know where you are in it, because there's nowhere in it you could be that would be wrong. That's the thing your body is learning tonight, slowly, in its own wordless way, that waking briefly is not a failure. It never was. It's the most natural thing a sleeper does. Every creature that has ever slept has surfaced in the night and sunk again, over and over, 100 small risings between dusk and dawn, most of them never remembered, never even noticed. The only reason your risings ever felt like events was the reaching, the number, the sum, the sharp little jolt of arithmetic that snapped you awake and made you a witness to your own sleeplessness. Take away the reaching, and the rising goes quiet again. It becomes what it always was underneath: a turn, a roll, a breath at the top of the tide before the long slide back down. So there's nothing to brace against as you lie here, nothing coming that you have to be ready for, no moment ahead in the night that requires you to be alert, on guard, keeping watch. You can set the watch down. You can let the sentry in you go off duty, that tired part of you that's spent so many nights standing guard over the passing hours, marking each one, dreading the next, counting down the dwindling stretch until the alarm. That sentry has been so tired for so long. And tonight you're relieving him of his post. Sit down, you tell him. Lie down, there's nothing to guard. The night is safe. The morning is handled. Sleep. And feel how the whole body answers that. How the shoulders, told at last that there's no watch to keep, come down from wherever they've been holding themselves. How the jaw, which has no number to clench around anymore, softens and lets the lower teeth drift away from the upper. How the brow, which has spent so many small hours furrowed over invisible arithmetic, smooths itself flat and cool against the dark. There's nothing to calculate, so the face of a person calculating simply melts away, and what's left is the face of someone sleeping, slack and heavy and beautifully vacant, the face you were born with, the face that knows nothing about clocks and never did. Let it spread from there, that vacancy, that sweet uncounting emptiness. Down the throat, loosening, down through the chest, where the breath is coming slower now, deeper, each exhale a little longer than the one before, each one setting you down a little further into the warmth. Down through the belly, which rises and falls without any effort from you, without any watching. The oldest rhythm there is, older than any clock ever built, the rhythm you were rocked to sleep by before you had a single word for time. Down through the hips, sinking, down the long bones of the legs, going heavy, going warm, giving their weight completely to the bed. Down to the feet, which have carried you through so many counted days and can now uncurl and forget entirely that they were ever asked to go anywhere at all. This is the body the night wants, a body with no schedule in it, a body that has laid its ledger down, a body so heavy and so warm and so thoroughly unhurried that even if a wave should lift it toward the light, it will barely stir before the trough takes it down again. You're building that body right now, breath by breath, in the dark, without effort, because letting go is not effort. Letting go is the opposite of effort. Letting go is what's left when effort finally stops. And effort has stopped. The counting was the last of it, and the counting is over. And now there's only the long, slow, generous falling that has no floor to hit and no bottom to reach, just deeper and softer and further down, all the way to a morning you don't have to watch for. Somewhere out past the walls, the world is doing what it does in the deep of the night, very little, very quietly. A car on a far road, maybe, its sound rising and thinning and gone. The small settling of a house cooling in the dark. The wind, if there's wind, moving through whatever's out there to be moved. None of it a clock, none of it counting. All of it just the ordinary hush of a planet turning through its own long night, carrying millions of sleepers on its dark side, and you among them, one warm body among countless warm bodies, all of you tipped away from the sun for a few more hours, all of you held in the same enormous, unhurried dark. You are not the only one awake for a moment in the small hours, and you are not the only one letting go of it and sinking back. All across the turning earth, in this same deep hour, people are surfacing and sinking, none of them checking, most of them barely stirring, the whole sleeping half of the world breathing in one slow, uncounted tide. You belong to that. You always have. Lie back into it now and let it carry you the way it carries everyone. And should the thought of the hour try, out of old habit, to form itself again, should some worn groove in the mind begin faintly to reach for the number, just notice it gently the way you'd notice a light flick on in a distant window and then go dark again. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to argue with it. Fighting it would only be another kind of reaching, another kind of waking. You just let it be a thought that rose and didn't get answered. A question asked into a room where no one's taking questions tonight. And with nothing to answer it, nothing to feed it, nothing to hand it, the thought simply loses its shape and slides back down into the dark it came from and takes you with it deeper, because that's the direction everything moves in this hour. Down, always down, down toward the warm floor of sleep that isn't a floor at all, but an endless soft descending. There is so much night left, and that's not a burden, that's the gift. For years, the leftover night was the enemy, wasn't it? All those dark hours ahead, to be gotten through, endured, survived with your eyes open and the number climbing. But turn it over now, in the dark, and feel how it changes. All that night ahead is all that rest ahead. All that dark is all that time you don't have to be anywhere, don't have to do anything, don't have to be anyone. Hours and hours of pure permission to lie here and sink and be carried, with no bell to ring, no task to rise for, no edge on any of it. The long night isn't the thing to escape. The long night is the thing you get to keep. It's yours, all of it, every unhurried mile of it, laid out ahead of you soft and dark and endless. And the only way through it is the sweetest thing a person can do, nothing, slowly, in the warm, until morning. So keep nothing, hold nothing, track nothing, let the last threads of watchfulness go loose in your hands. Let the corner of the room keep its little glowing secret, unread, unwanted, meaning less to you now than the sound of your own slow breathing. Let the number be nothing. Let the hour be nothing. Let the whole apparatus of time drift off somewhere beyond the edge of the bed, out past the dark, where it can wait for the morning like everything else that can wait, which, tonight, is everything. All of it can wait. There is not one single thing in your life that needs you conscious in this hour. Not one. And your body knows it and is sinking on that knowledge, going heavier and warmer and slower and further down with each long breath out, each exhale a small letting go, each one setting the whole weight of you a little deeper into the held dark. Down then, softly, no hurry, no count, down past the reaching, down past the arithmetic, down past the sentry off his post now resting too, down into the wide, warm, numberless middle of the night, where the tide breathes you up and breathes you down and asks nothing of you at all, where waking is just a turn and sinking is just a turn, and both of them carry you the same direction, toward a morning that's coming on its own, slow and certain, and entirely without your help. You don't have to meet it. You don't have to watch for it. You'll simply be there when it arrives, the way you always are, the way everyone always is. And between here and there is nothing but rest, long, dark, unhurried, uncounted rest, and a low voice near you in the dark that isn't going anywhere, still saying the same thing it said all night, still here, still keeping the count so that you never have to. So that you can lie here, empty-handed and heavy and warm, and let the night be as long as it likes, and sink, and sink, and rest. And rest, and let me tell you something about that little machine in the corner, the one you used to reach for, the one whose face you've turned away tonight. It has no idea you exist. That's the truth of it plainly. It counts the same whether you look or not. It counted before you were born, and it will count after, indifferent, tireless, meaning nothing by it. It isn't waiting for you. It isn't watching you. It doesn't lean toward the bed in the dark and wonder how you're doing. It just ticks, on and on, the way a stream runs whether or not anyone stands on the bank. And all those years you spent turning to it, all those small hours you handed over to its little glowing arithmetic, it never once noticed you were there. So there's nothing to answer to, nothing on the other end of that reaching. You were checking in with something that was never checking back. And you can let that be a relief now, sinking here in the warm. The number was never a conversation, only a mirror you held up to your own worry in the dark. And tonight you've simply set the mirror down. Set it down and feel how the room fills in around you without it. The dark isn't empty. Notice that. The dark is full of soft edges and settled air and the particular hush of a house at the deep middle of the night, the hour when even the walls seem to have exhaled. Somewhere the small sounds of the building going about its slow business, a pipe easing, a floorboard settling a fraction as the temperature drifts down, the tiny tick and creak of things at rest. None of it needs you. None of it is asking. It's the sound of a world that has laid itself down, same as you, and is simply keeping its low company through the long dark, asking nothing, expecting nothing, just being near. And you among it, one more resting thing in a house full of resting things, in a street full of quiet houses, in a city gone soft and dim and slow. And you are not the only one awake in it, even now, even in this fresh silence. Somewhere not far, another person has surfaced from sleep the way you have, and is lying in their own dark, listening to their own settling house. Maybe their mind reached, the way yours used to for the number. Maybe they're doing the arithmetic right now that you've laid down, counting the hours that are left, feeling the small dread of it, the loneliness of being the only lit window on the block. And you can't reach them, and they can't reach you, but you're doing the same thing in the same dark at the same hour, the two of you, and 1,000 others past them, and 1,000 past those. A whole quiet company of the night woken, spread out across the sleeping world, each one lying still in their own room, each one being carried by the same tide. You've never met a single one of them. You never will. And still you're together in this, more together than the daytime ever manages, because the daylight scatters everyone off into their separate errands, but the deep night gathers you all back into the one simple thing, lying down in the dark, letting the hours pass. You belong to that company tonight. You don't have to do anything to join it. You already have. You joined it the moment you stopped counting and started sinking. So sink and let them sink with you, all those others, the whole soft invisible fellowship of 3 in the morning, and let the hour go on being unmeasured, because here is the strange kindness of it. The hour only ever hurt when you named it. The night itself never wounded anyone. It's dark and it's quiet and it's warm under the covers, and it means you no harm at all. It was only the number that had teeth. The moment the mind reads the clock, it starts the machinery, so it's this late, so there's only this much left, so tomorrow will be so hard, and the machinery is what stole the rest, not the wakefulness. The waking was harmless. The waking was just your body turning over in the deep water, the way a sleeping body has always turned, 100 times a night, most of them never even remembered. It's only when you switched on the counting that the turn became an event, a crisis, a small emergency to be solved by looking, and you've stopped switching it on. You've let the turn go back to being just a turn, nothing to solve, nothing to read, nothing to know. The body rises a little toward the surface, and the low voice is here, and the body sinks again, and no number ever gets attached to any of it, and so none of it can hurt. Feel how much lighter the night is without the arithmetic riding on top of it. All that calculating you used to do in the dark, it was work, real work. The mind bent over its little sum, hours left minus hours slept, carrying the one, running the numbers on tomorrow's ruin, and all of it done lying down in the pitch black, when the whole point of lying down in the pitch black is to stop. You were laboring in your bed. And tonight you've set the tools down and walked away from the workbench, and there's nothing to add up anymore, and the mind, unemployed at last, is allowed to go slack and dim and drift, the way it's been aching to all along. Let it drift. Let it wander loose and aimless in the warm dark with no sum to solve, no total to reach, no answer that anyone is waiting for. There is no answer tonight. There is no question. There is only the long, slow breathing and the deepening weight, and the dark that means you no harm. And the weight is deepening. You can feel it if you let your attention drift down through yourself, gently, not to inspect, but just to notice how much heavier you've become since the last surfacing. Each time you rise a little and sink again, you come to rest a fraction lower than before, like something settling to the bed of a still pond, drifting down through the water one soft inch at a time, in no hurry to arrive. Your back has given itself completely to the mattress now. Your shoulders have stopped holding. The long muscles alongside your spine, the ones that carried you upright all through the day, have finally put the day down and gone loose and warm and wide. There's a heaviness in your hands that wasn't there an hour ago. They've forgotten their hands, almost forgotten they were ever the tools that reached and gripped and turned the clock to read it. They just lie where they've fallen, curled and warm and done. Nothing in them anymore. Nothing to hold. The last thing they ever have to hold is nothing, and they're holding it perfectly, holding it by letting go. Let the letting go keep spreading, down through the hips, which have stopped bracing, down the long weight of the legs, heavier and heavier, sinking through the covers as if the covers were water and you were slowly going under, warm all the way down, the heels resting, the feet fallen open. Everything below you soft and giving and glad to take your weight, everything above you dark and close and kind, and you suspended in the middle of it, held, going down by the ounce, by the breath, with all the night in the world to do it in. Because there is all the night in the world, that's the thing you get to keep believing now, all the way to morning. That time isn't running out, it's running deep. Every minute you don't measure becomes a wider minute, a slower one, a minute with room in it to rest. When you counted, time was a narrow thing, a thread pulling thin toward the alarm, and every glance at the clock pulled it thinner. But uncounted time isn't a thread at all. It's an ocean. It's this whole warm, dark ocean you're floating in, with no far shore in sight and no need to reach one, and you could drift on it for hours and be no closer to any edge, because there is no edge. There is only the drifting and the dark and the low sound of a voice that stays. The morning will come, yes, but not as a wall you're racing toward. As a slow light far off that arrives on its own, gently, without any help from you, whether you sleep the whole way there or surface a dozen times between here and it. It doesn't matter which. Both roads reach the morning. One of them just costs you nothing. So spend nothing. Lie here rich with all this dark, all these unmeasured hours, and spend not a single one of them on worry. Let the clock keep its own time in the corner, faced away, dutiful and irrelevant, ticking off numbers that belong to no one in this room. You've handed it back the whole job. It can have the counting, you'll take the resting. That was always the better trade, and you just never let yourself make it. You thought if you stopped watching the time would somehow get away from you, or the morning would ambush you, or the not knowing would be worse than the knowing. But feel it now, the not knowing, and notice it isn't worse. It's better, it's soft. Not knowing what hour it is means every hour is the same hour, this one, the warm one, the one where you're lying down and being carried and don't have to lift a finger. The not knowing is a kind of freedom you forgot you were allowed, and you're allowed it all night, every surfacing, you never have to know again. And when you do rise, because you will once or twice or 5 times more before the light, that's just the shape of a night. That's just the tide doing what tides do. When you rise, there'll be no number waiting to greet you. Just this. Just the dark and the weight and the voice and the same soft permission you have right now. You'll surface into the same kindness you're sinking through. Nothing will have changed except that you'll be even heavier, even further down, even more thoroughly given over to the bed. The waking won't be a fall back to the start. It'll be a small turn in a long, slow current that's only ever moving one way down and on, and toward the morning, carrying you the whole time whether your eyes are open or closed. So there's nothing to dread in the rising. The rising is just the tide showing you once more that it has you, that it's still here, that it never dropped you, not once, all night. Let that settle all the way in. The tide has you. It had you the last time you surfaced, and it'll have you the next time, and it has you right now, in this trough of it, this deep, warm, low place between the swells where everything goes still, and the breathing goes long, and the mind lets its last grip slide. You're not holding yourself up. You never were. The bed holds you, and the dark holds the bed, and the night holds the dark, and you rest inside all of it like a stone rests at the bottom of a river, not fighting the current, not counting the water, just lying in the deep, cool dark of it while the whole river runs on overhead, going where it goes, taking its time, needing nothing from the stone, but that it stay still and let itself be covered over, deeper and deeper, by the slow passage of the dark. Breathe and go a little deeper with the out-breath. There, feel the small sinking that each exhale gives you, that gentle settling as the air leaves and the weight increases, and another thin layer of the day dissolves off you into the dark. You're shedding it still, even now, hours in, the last films of tension, the last held things, the residue of a whole waking life, coming off you breath by breath and drifting away to wherever the clock's numbers went, out past the edge of the bed, out past the reach of anything that could ask you for it. Let it all keep leaving. You don't need any of it in here. In here you need nothing. In here you are nothing but a warm heaviness breathing slowly in the dark, and that is exactly enough. That is the whole of what this hour asks. Just be the warm heaviness, just breathe, just sink. And if some small thread of the old habit stirs, if some sleepy corner of you starts to wonder, just faintly, how long you've been lying here, how much is left, whether it's nearer to morning than it was, let the wondering rise and let it go unanswered, the way you'd let a leaf drift past on that dark river without reaching to catch it. The question can float on by. You don't have to solve it. You don't even have to shoo it away. Just don't feed it. Just let it come and let it drift and let it thin out into the dark on its own, unweighted, unfollowed, because you've stopped supplying it the one thing it needs to grow, which was the glance, the number, the look at the clock. Starved of that, the question just dissolves. It has no teeth without the number. It's only a little bubble rising through the deep water, and you watch it go, and it breaks somewhere far above you at the surface you're nowhere near, and you sink on, untroubled, unmeasured, down in the still dark where the questions can't reach. There is nowhere you need to be but here. There is nothing you need to do but this. There is no hour you need to know, and no sum you need to finish, and no morning you need to hurry toward. And the proof of it is that you are still breathing, still warm, still held, still carried, exactly as you have been all night, exactly as you will be until the light, needing nothing, doing nothing, knowing no numbers, and utterly, completely all right, more than all right, cared for, kept. Companioned in the dark by a voice that hasn't left and isn't leaving, that's been counting so quietly you can't even hear the count anymore, keeping the whole long watch so that you can lay yours down for good tonight and never pick it back up. So lay it down, lay down the watching, lay down the reaching. Lay down the last small habit of the hand that used to turn toward the light, and let the hand go heavy and still and empty on the warm sheet, done with reaching forever, done for the whole rest of this long dark night. And sink down past the last of the wondering, down where the tide is slow and the water is warm and the dark is deep and kind and endless, down where waking is just a turn and sinking is just a turn, and both of them are only the night breathing you gently toward a morning that will come on its own, without you, in its own good time. Down into the long, uncounted middle of it, where there is nothing to measure and nothing to lose and nothing to fear, only rest and more rest, and the slow, certain current carrying you on, and the voice still here, still low, still keeping the count you'll never have to keep again, so that you can lie here empty-handed and heavy and warm, and let the night be as long as it likes, and go on sinking, and go on resting. Down and down, and down into the soft dark, where the hours have no names, and the tide has you and the morning waits, patient and far and sure. And if you should rise again a little, sometime in this next stretch of dark, if the surface of sleep thins and you find yourself here, aware, listening, notice how you came up without reaching for anything. Notice that the hand stayed where it was. That's new. That's the thing changing, quietly, underneath all of this. There was a time, not long ago, when the very first motion of waking was the motion toward the little glowing face on the table, Before you were even properly awake, before you'd taken stock of anything, the arm already moving, the thumb already finding the button, the eyes already braced for the number. It was the oldest reflex you had in the night. And tonight, listen, it isn't happening. You're awake, or nearly, and the arm is heavy and still and content to stay heavy and still, and the number is going unlooked at, and the sky is doing whatever the sky is doing beyond the wall without you needing to know its progress. That's the reflex loosening. That's the old grip opening one finger at a time. You don't have to do anything to help it. It's already happening on its own in you while you rest. Let me tell you what's on the table instead of the time. Nothing you need. A little dark shape in the dark. Whatever's there, a lamp you won't turn on, a glass of water gone still and room warm, the soft clutter of a life set down for the night. It's all just resting there too, keeping its own quiet, asking nothing of you. And the clock among it, turned away, its face to the wall or its glow smothered under a folded cloth or simply ignored, is the most restful object of all now, because you've made a small private peace with it, the two of you, an agreement struck in the dark. It will keep the time faithfully without you. That's its whole job, and it's very good at it. It doesn't need you leaning over it to work. It will hold every minute in its patient little circuits whether you look or not, and it will have them all there, safe and accounted for, whenever the morning actually comes and you actually need one. Until then, it keeps the count so you don't have to. You've handed it over. It's holding the time for you the way a coat check holds your coat. You don't stand at the counter watching your coat all evening. You leave it, you forget it, you trust it'll be there. Leave the time at the counter. It'll be there. So there's nothing to guard now. That's part of what the reaching always was, wasn't it? A kind of guarding, a standing watch, as though if you didn't check on the hours often enough they might get away from you, might pile up unnoticed, might leave you suddenly at dawn with nothing left. As though the night were a thing that could be squandered by not watching it. But it can't. The hours don't spill when you look away. They don't drain faster in the dark. The rest you're taking right now counts fully whether you clock it or not. The body doesn't need a witness to do its deep repairing work. It doesn't file a report. It doesn't ask what time it started. It simply works, in the warm dark, on its own schedule, mending and washing and softening you toward morning, while you lie here needing to know none of it. Your only task tonight is to stop standing watch over a night that guards itself perfectly well. Step back from the counter. Let the hours mind themselves. And feel, as you let that guarding go, how much weight it was, how much of the small tension you'd been carrying all along was just the readiness to look, the arm half poised, the mind half turned toward the table even when you weren't actively checking. A low hum of vigilance running under everything. You can hear it stop now. You can feel the arm give up its readiness completely, the shoulder sinking another notch into the mattress, the whole side of the body along which that reaching used to travel going loose and long and done. Nothing on that side is poised for anything anymore. It's just laid down, from shoulder to elbow to wrist, to the slack curl of the fingers, a warm, dead weight of an arm that has nowhere to go and knows it, and rests all the deeper for knowing. Let that heaviness be a kind of news that travels through you, the way warmth spreads, unhurried, the way heat moves out from the center of a stone that's been sitting in the sun. It moves up from the resting arm into the chest, and the chest, hearing that there's nothing to reach for tonight, softens too, the breath going shallower and slower and easier, no longer the breath of someone bracing to wake, but the breath of someone sinking to stay. It moves down into the hips, which settle their full weight at last onto the bed without holding any of it back. Down the long bones of the legs, heavy as sunk timber, out to the feet, which fall gently open, angled away from each other, utterly at ease, pointing at nothing, going nowhere. The whole body one continuous piece of restful weight, and not one part of it poised to look at the time. The night is long, let it be long. That's the second thing changing in you tonight, underneath the first, Not just that the hand isn't reaching, but that the length of the dark has stopped frightening you. It used to be that the amount of night left was a problem to be measured, a quantity, a dwindling thing you kept trying to price. So many hours until you had to be up, so much of it already wasted. The arithmetic that runs itself in the dark, the sum you never asked to solve and could never stop solving. And you've set that sum down, named it once, gently, earlier tonight, and set it down for good, and in its place there's just this. A long, dark, warm, unmeasured stretch, going on and on around you in every direction, with no edge you can see and no edge you need to see. Not a countdown, just a country. A wide, dark, kindly country of night that you're lying in the very middle of. And there is room in it, endless room, more room than you could ever use. And you don't have to cross that country tonight. You don't have to get anywhere in it. That's the thing about the middle of the night that the reaching hand never understood. It kept trying to get you to morning, to hurry the dark along, to spend the hours as fast as possible so the frightening arithmetic would resolve. But you're not traveling to morning, you're not walking to dawn. You're lying still in the deep of the dark, and the morning is coming toward you slowly, on its own feet, from far off over the curve of the world, and it will arrive when it arrives, and your only part in it is to be here, resting when it does. You get to stay put, you get to be still. The one going anywhere tonight is the light, and it's making its own way, and it doesn't need you to come and meet it halfway. So sink into the stillness of being the one who stays. There's such a deep ease in it once you feel it, the ease of the stone at the bottom of the river that doesn't have to flow, the ease of the route that doesn't have to travel, the ease of the thing that has arrived already and can simply rest where it is while the world turns around it. You've arrived, you're here. This bed, this dark, this warm heaviness, this breath going slow, this is the place, and you're already in it, and there's nowhere further to get to before the light. Let every muscle that was ever bracing to go somewhere understand that the going is finished for tonight. There is only staying now. Only staying and sinking and being carried by a night that carries you whether you count it or not. And if a number should surface anyway, if some old fold of the mind offers you a figure, 3, 4, some guessed hour, some estimate of how far along the dark has come, let it be like a word spoken in a language you've decided to stop understanding. You hear the sound of it. It means nothing to you now. It's just a small noise the mind makes out of habit, the way a house ticks and settles at night, and you don't get up to investigate a house settling. You let it tick. You let the number tick past, meaningless, a little click in the dark with no more weight than the creak of a floorboard cooling. It can't get a grip on you because you've stopped translating it into worry. It arrives as a number and it dies as a number, unconverted, unspent, and you go on sinking underneath it, down where even the language of hours doesn't reach, down in the wordless warm where the only things that are true are heavy and dark and safe and held. Feel how the dark itself has a texture tonight, not empty, not a void, but something almost soft, something that lies over you like a second blanket laid on top of the first, warm and close and kind. There's a particular gift in the dark of these hours that the daylight never gives, this total permission to be unseen, unproductive, unaccounted for, a permission the day is always slowly withdrawing, but the deep night hands back to you whole. No one is looking. Nothing is expected. You are as far from being needed as you will be all day, and that farness is not loneliness tonight. It's freedom, it's rest, it's the wide, dark country giving you the one thing it has to give, which is the right to simply lie here and be no one and do nothing and owe nothing to the hours. Take it. It's yours. It's given fresh every night, and most nights you are too busy watching the clock to unwrap it. Unwrap it now. Lie here in the dark and be gloriously, restfully no one at all. And still, underneath the freedom, the company, that's the strange and good arithmetic of the deep night, the only arithmetic worth keeping, that you can be this alone and this unbothered and this free of everyone's needing, and still not be lonely, because the dark you're lying in is the same dark lying over so many others right now, all of them awake or half awake or sinking like you, all of them having set down or trying to set down their own small reachings and their own small sums. A whole quiet fellowship of the uncounting, scattered across the sleeping half of the world, none of them looking at their clocks either, each of them being carried by the same long tide. You're a part of that tonight. You've joined it without moving. And somewhere in that fellowship, there's the voice you're hearing now, keeping the low, steady watch it promised to keep, so that not one of you has to keep it alone. The voice is still counting, if you want to call it counting, though it's less a count now than a kind of holding, a hand kept lightly on the tiller of the hours while you lie down below and rest. You don't need to hear the count. You were never meant to hear it. It runs underneath all of this the way the deep current runs underneath the still surface, unhurried, unbroken, minding the whole long night on your behalf. And every time you surface even slightly, it's here, the same, unchanged, unstartled by your waking, ready to meet the little rise of you with the same low steadiness it met the last one, so that surfacing stops being a fall into fear and becomes only a brief lift and a longer sinking, a turn of the tide, a breath the night takes and lets out, with you rising a little on the in-breath and settling deeper on the out. Because that's all a waking is now. You've been learning it all night, hour by hour, without trying, that coming up a little out of sleep is not an alarm, not an event, not a problem handed to you in the dark to be solved before you can rest again. It's just the tide. The sea doesn't panic when it turns. It doesn't reach for anything to check how far the turning's got. It simply turns, high to low and low to high, all night long, in no hurry, answering to nothing but the slow, far pull of the moon. And it has been doing this on every shore of the world for longer than there have been clocks to measure it by, and it has never once needed to know the time. You're that tonight. You're the tide. Rising a little, falling a lot, rising a little, falling further, and every fall taking you deeper than the rise took you up, so that across the whole long dark you're only ever, on balance, sinking down and down, gently, by the sea's own patient arithmetic, toward the deep still floor of the night where the morning will find you rested. So let yourself turn. If you're rising now, let the rising crest soft and small and unremarkable, nothing to it, a little swell that lifts you and sets you back down. And if you're already falling again, falling is the sweeter half, so give yourself to it fully, let the out-breath be long and the weight come back and the dark fold over you thicker than before. There's no wrong way to be inside this tide. Up is fine, down is finer. Both are only the night breathing, and you inside its breath, carried, uncounted, safe. You don't steer it, you don't check on it. You just let the turning turn and trust the deep drift of the whole, which is always, always downward toward rest. And the hand stays where it is. However many times the tide turns you tonight, however many small surfacings the dark holds in store between here and the light, the hand stays where it is, heavy on the warm sheet, done with reaching, emptied of its old errand. That's the promise you're keeping to yourself tonight, kept not by effort, but by the sheer heaviness of an arm too restful to lift, even if the old pull comes. Even if some deep habit stirs and the ghost of the reaching moves faintly through the shoulder, the arm is too heavy to obey it. The warmth has it pinned, gently, kindly, the way sleep pins a sleeping child's flung arm to the bed. It isn't going anywhere. It's going to lie there through every turn of the tide until the real morning, the actual light, comes and gives it something real to reach for, a cup, a curtain, the day itself. Until then it rests. Until then, there is nothing on that table worth the lifting. Feel the sheet under that resting hand, smooth and slightly cool where the hand hasn't warmed it yet, warming now under the weight, the two of you trading heat in the dark, the bed taking the last of the day's tension out through your palm the way ground takes a charge and quiets it. Everywhere the body touches the bed, That same slow exchange is happening, heat and weight passing down and out of you, the mattress receiving all of it without complaint, holding you the way water holds a floating thing, from every side at once, so that no single part of you has to hold any other part up. Nothing braces, nothing carries. The whole structure of holding yourself together that you wear through the day has been set down along with the reaching, and the bed wears it for you now, and you are as unburdened as a thing can be and still be here at all. And the breath goes slower. You'll notice it if you listen, though there's no need to listen. The breath has found its own night rhythm without you, long and low, and even each out-breath spilling a little more of you down into the dark, each in-breath so quiet it's barely a lift. That's the breath of the deep hours, the breath the body only breathes when it has truly stopped standing watch. And you're breathing it now freely because there's nothing left poised in you to interrupt it. No arm half raised, no ear half cocked toward the table, no sum half solved. Just the long, slow, tidal breath and the heavy, warm body and the wide, dark country and the voice keeping the count you'll never keep again. So lie here in the long, uncounted middle of it and let the tide turn as often as it likes, and let each turn set you down a little deeper than the last. The hands still, the face soft, the hours minding themselves in their patient little circuits on the table you're not looking at. Nowhere to get to, nothing to guard, no one needing you. The dark laid over you like a second warm blanket, and the fellowship of the uncounting scattered all around you in it, and the morning far off and coming on its own slow feet toward a body that will be rested when it arrives. Down past the numbers, down past the reaching, down past the last faint ghost of the old habit into the deep still water where even the language of hours goes quiet, and the tide has you, and the voice is here. And there is nothing to do now, nothing at all, but turn and sink and turn again, and go on being carried, gently uncounted, all through the long, kind dark. And somewhere out past the edge of the bed, in a room you know so well you could walk it blind, the clock goes on doing its quiet work without you, and you can let it. That was always the strange thing about the number on its face, how much power you gave to a shape made of a little light, how a small green figure could reach across a dark room and tighten something in your chest, but it can't reach you here. You've turned from it, and in turning, you've cut the thread that ran between its glow and your worry, and now it's just an object again, cooling in the dark the way the rest of the house is cooling, keeping a time that belongs to no one at this hour, a time no one is spending, a time that simply passes the way water passes under a bridge, whether anyone leans on the rail to watch it or not. Let it pass unwatched. That's the gift you're giving yourself tonight, the one small refusal that changes everything, to let the hours go by unwitnessed, unsummed, uncharged with meaning. Nobody is grading the night. Nobody stands at the end of it with a ledger asking how many hours you managed. The morning doesn't check its receipts. It only opens, when it opens, over whatever body it finds, and the body it will find is this one, loosened and warm and low in the bed, and it will not ask that body to account for the dark it passed through. It will only pour its grey light in, slowly, along the ceiling, and by then all of this will be long behind you, a stretch of road you travelled in your sleep without once needing to know the mile. So the counting can stay retired. You named it once, kindly, hours ago, the arithmetic, the if I fall asleep now, the subtracting of the alarm from the now. You looked at it plainly and you set it down, and it has stayed down, and every time some old reflex reaches for it in the dark you felt it come back to you lighter, thinner, more like the memory of a habit than the habit itself. That's how a thing fades when you stop feeding it. It doesn't leave all at once. It comes a few more times, out of sheer old momentum, and finds no hand waiting to take it up, no worry waiting to greet it, only this, only the warm weight and the slow breath and the voice, and so it thins and comes less, And one of these quiet surfacings, it simply won't come at all, and you won't even notice the not coming because you'll be too far down, too well carried, too deep in the tide to mark its absence. Feel how the night has widened around you. Earlier, when you first woke, the dark felt narrow, a small tight room with a bright number in it and a morning pressing at the far wall. But you haven't been watching that wall, and so it's drifted back and back until the room of the night has grown enormous and soft-edged, and you can't find its corners anymore. There's no far wall now. The dark just goes on in every direction, unhurried, roomy, with all the time in the world folded into it. More time than you could ever spend. So much time that spending it isn't even the point. You're not spending it, you're floating in it, held in a great still lake of hours with no shore you have to reach. And there are others floating in it too, out there in the wide dark, though you can't see them and never will. In this same slow trough of the night, a great scattered company of the briefly woken lies just as you lie, having reached for the time and thought better of it, having turned the face away, having decided, some of them for the first time in years, to simply let the hour be an hour and not a verdict. You're not doing a rare or lonely thing. You're doing the oldest thing, the thing bodies have done in the dark since long before there were clocks to check, before there was a number to reach for at all, back when waking in the night meant only listening for a moment to the quiet, finding it safe, and letting the weight pull you back down. That older knowledge is still in you, under all the years of green numbers and set alarms. Your body remembers how to do this. It's doing it now. You're only getting out of its way. Notice the temperature of the air where it meets your face, the one part of you still out in the room, still touching the open dark while the rest of you is sealed warm under the covers. There's a small coolness there, along the cheek, across the brow, at the tip of the nose, the night air resting against your skin without weight, and it's pleasant, that little coolness, the way the cool side of the pillow is pleasant, a small clean edge of the world touching you gently and asking nothing. Let the breath move through that coolness, in through it, cool and quiet, and out through it, a little warmer, a slow, soft exchange at the border of you and the room, the only traffic left between you and the night, and even that so gentle it barely stirs the dark. The rest of you has gone under the warm line of the covers and stayed there, and that warmth has climbed up over you by slow degrees while you weren't attending to it, the way heat gathers under a blanket without any furnace, just the body's own quiet warmth caught and kept and given back. You're wrapped in your own warmth now, banked in it like an ember banked in ash to keep it through till morning, and there's a deep animal rightness in that, a rightness older than words, to be warm and covered and still in the dark while the cold world turns outside. Nothing in you has to work to stay warm. The warmth simply is, gathered and held, and you rest in the middle of it like something kept safe through a long, cold passage, which is exactly what you are. And the hours keep their little circuits on the table you're not watching, and it doesn't matter now which number the hands would show. 3, and then the long, slow slide toward 4. 4 and the deepest trough of the whole night, the hour when the body sinks lowest of all, the hour that used to frighten you most because it left so little before the alarm. But you've retired that subtraction, remember? You gave it up hours ago. And so this deepest hour comes to you now stripped of its old dread, just a deep still place in the dark where the tide runs lowest and the sleep runs deepest. A good place, the best place, the very floor of the night where the rest is heaviest and truest. If you surface here, in this deep trough, you'll surface only barely, only for a breath, and the voice will be here, and the weight will be here, and you'll turn without ever rising and go straight back down into the deepest water there is. That's all awaking is now. You've changed what it means. It used to be an event, a jolt, a reach, a bright number, a sum, a spike of dread, a long climb back if you managed the climb at all. Now it's a turn of the tide, nothing more. A brief lift toward the surface, a moment's awareness of the warm dark, and then the long, smooth slide back down. No jolt, no reach, no number, no sum. Just the tide going out and coming in, and you rising a little and sinking a lot, over and over, all the unhurried way to morning, each surfacing shorter than the last, each descent longer and deeper, the wakings thinning while the sleep thickens, until the two of them blur together and you can't tell the turning from the sinking anymore, and it's all just one long carried drift through the kind dark. Let the jaw be heavy. There's often a little holding left there at the hinge of the jaw, a faint clench that outlasts everything else, the last outpost of the day's guarding, and you can let it go now, let the back teeth part, let the jaw hang loose and slightly open the way it hangs in the deepest sleep. No expression to hold, no words to shape, nothing to keep set. When the jaw softens like that, something softens all the way down. It's the body's last little signal that the watch is truly over, that even the readiness to speak, to answer, to explain, has been set down for the night. Let it hang. Let the face be as blank and easy as a sleeping child's face, all its daytime arrangement gone slack, the brow smooth, the lids heavy, the whole face simply resting on the front of the skull like something laid down to rest. And the skull itself heavy on the pillow, that surprising weight of the head that you never feel until you finally let the pillow have all of it. And you've let it have all of it, the head sunk in and cradled, the neck giving up the last of its long day's job of holding the head aloft, the small deep muscles there unknotting one by one and passing their burden down into the pillow, into the bed, into the patient floor of the whole still house. The head is done being carried by you. Something else carries it now. Something else carries all of you now, from the crown down through the loose jaw and the soft throat and the wide heavy shoulders and the pinned warm arms and the long spent legs. All of it received and held and asked nothing of. All of it sinking by slow, untraceable degrees deeper into the dark with every turn of the breath. And time goes by, and you don't measure it, and that not measuring is itself a kind of sleep. The mind's own version of the loosened jaw, the part of you that used to keep the running tally has laid its arms down too, has stopped its ceaseless little sums, and in the quiet where the counting used to be there's just a soft grey spaciousness, unmarked, unmeasured, the mental weather of a person going under. You don't know how long you've been lying here, and it doesn't matter, and the not knowing is sweet. A minute, an hour, the same to a sinking thing. The clock alone would know over there on the turned-away table, and the clock isn't telling, and you aren't asking. And between the not telling and the not asking, the whole tyranny of the hour has simply dissolved quietly in the dark, like salt going out of water, until the night is fresh and open and free of it. Down further now, each breath a small tide of its own inside the larger tide, the chest rising the smallest bit and falling a little more, and on every fall a little more of you let go into the mattress, a little more weight surrendered, a little more warmth pooled and kept. There's no bottom you have to reach and no effort to reach it. The sinking happens on its own, the way a leaf settles through still water, unhurried, tacking gently side to side, in no rush to arrive because the settling itself is the whole of it. You are that leaf now, settling, turning, drifting down through the dark water of the deep night with nothing pulling at you and nothing pushing, and all the time there could ever be. If a thought drifts up, and one may, even now, some small stray thing rising out of the day or the week or the year, let it be like a bubble loosed from the bed of that dark water, wobbling slowly up and up until it reaches the far surface and breaks there soundlessly, gone, leaving the water no less still for having let it pass. You don't have to chase it up. You don't have to catch it. You're the deep still water it rose through, not the surface it broke on. Stay deep. Let the small thoughts rise and break far above you while you rest on the quiet floor of yourself, untouched, unmoved, too far down for any of them to reach. And the voice stays with you, keeping the count you've laid down, tending the hours so you never have to, folding each one gently into the next so there are no edges between them, no marks, no reckonings, Just one long, seamless dark unspooling slowly toward a morning that will come exactly when it comes, and not one moment sooner for all the checking in the world. There was never anything the checking could do but wake you further. You know that now, deep down, below where knowing even needs words, that to reach for the time was only ever to reach for more waking, and to turn from it is to turn toward the sleep, and you have turned, fully turned, and the sleep has taken you up gladly, the way it takes up anyone who finally stops fighting the length of the night and lets the night be as long as it is. Let it be long. That was the other quiet gift, hidden inside the first, not just to stop counting the hours, but to stop resenting them, to let the night be the great long thing it is, and be glad of the length. All that dark spread out around you like a wide, soft country you get to cross slowly, in no hurry, every mile of it yours to rest in. There's so much night, more than you need. And you're not spending it against some morning deadline. You're being carried through it, mile after dark mile, warm in the current, while the country of the night rolls slowly by unseen, and the far edge of it, where the light waits, stays exactly as far as it should, and comes no faster than it must. So turn again, if you like, or lie still, whichever the body wants, and let the tide do what tides do and sink a little further on the turning, and know that the voice will still be here on the other side of it, and the warmth and the wide dark, and the whole floating company of the uncounting, all of it still here, unchanged, patient, holding you just as it holds you now, no matter how many times you slip under and rise the smallest bit and slip under again, down past the last edge of the hour, down past the shape of the number, down into the long, unmarked deep, where the night keeps its own time and asks you to keep none. And somewhere across the room, if you thought of it, which you needn't, the clock goes on doing its small quiet work in the dark, its face turned away from you now, turned to the wall the way a lamp is turned down, and its hands move around and around the way they always have, only now with no eyes on them, no one leaning in to read them, no one asking them for a verdict. And they seem lighter for it, those hands, freer, sweeping their slow circle in the dark for no one, the way a thing moves when nothing depends on it. You have let the clock off its duty tonight. You have told it, without a word, that it may keep the time for its own sake and needn't report to you, needn't be checked, needn't be believed. And so it goes softly on, unwatched, a small faithful thing ticking to itself in the corner while you rest, and the numbers on its face, if there are numbers, glow or don't glow to the empty air and mean nothing at all, mean exactly as much as the pattern on the wallpaper means, or the grain in the door, just marks, just shapes, no more able to reach you than the shadows are. Because you have taken back the one thing that gave them their power, you have taken back your looking. A number can only weigh on you if you go to it and lift it and carry it, and you have set down the lifting, you have stopped going to the number, and so it stays over there where it is, small and dim and harmless, unlifted, uncarried, weighing nothing at all, because there is no hand of yours upon it. And the whole apparatus of the reckoning, the glance, the arithmetic, the little cold arithmetic of hours left that used to start up the moment your eyes came open, all of it is quiet now, quiet the way a mill is quiet when the water is let past it, the wheels still, the stones still, the whole grinding business of it stopped for want of anyone to turn it. Let it stay stopped. There is nothing tonight for it to grind. There are no hours to be counted into flour, no shortfall to be measured out and worried over, no sum to be got wrong in the dark and feared. All of that machinery can stand idle till morning, and morning will come and find it there, unharmed, ready, and you can start it up again then if you truly must, in the good grey light, with the slow part of your mind awake beside you to keep it honest. But not now. Not in this hour, when only the fast part of the mind is awake, the part that makes every small thing large, that takes a number and swells it into a dread. You know that trick of the hour now. You have seen it done too many nights to be fooled by it here in the dark. The largeness isn't in the thing, it's in the hour. It's a trick of this particular blue-black time when the sentries are up and the council is still sleeping. And it passes, it always passes. It thins away with the dark and is gone by the time the light is full. So you needn't argue with it, needn't answer it, needn't even turn to look at whatever it holds up. You can let it hold its things up to the dark and get no answer, the way you'd let a door bang in the wind without rising to see to it, knowing it's only the wind, only the house speaking to itself, nothing that wants you, nothing you have to go to. A worry at this hour is only the house of you speaking to itself in the dark, and you can lie in the middle of it and let it speak and not go to any of it, not rise, not see to it, just breathe, and let the speaking wear itself out against the great soft silence you've become. And how much softer you are now than when you first stirred. You can feel it if you cast the gentlest attention down the length of you, not to change anything, only to notice how far the settling has already carried you while the voice talked on. The body has been quietly getting heavier this whole, while pass by pass, the way snow gets deeper without any one flake being the one that made it deep. No single breath was the breath that let you down, and yet here you are, let down, lower than you were, sunk a good way into the warm holding underneath you, more of your weight given over than before, less of you held up and ready, more of you simply laid down and done. Each time the night has lifted you a little toward the surface, that faint rising, that small surfacing that used to be the moment you reached for the time. Each time the voice has been here to meet you and you have not reached. You have only turned and gone back down, and each going down has been a little deeper than the last, so that the surfacings themselves grow shallower, gentler, less like waking and more like the smallest lift of a sleeper's breath. A thing that barely troubles the sleep at all before the sleep closes over it again. This is what it becomes when you stop making an event of it, a wave that doesn't break, a rising that doesn't reach the air, just the long, slow breathing of the whole dark night, in and out, lifting you the barest bit and lowering you further, lifting and lowering, and none of it your work, none of it needing your hand. The night is doing this. You are only letting it, and it knows the way, the night. It has done this for you before, 10,000 times before you ever heard a voice speak of it, carried you from dark to light, without once asking you to steer, without once needing you to count the miles. All those mornings of your life that simply arrived, you didn't count them into being, they came on their own, they came while you slept. They will come again this time exactly the same way, arriving out of the far edge of the dark at the hour they arrive and not before, and you are excused from the arriving. You have no post to keep tonight, no watch to stand, no hour to guard against. The morning is not your responsibility. It will see to itself. Your only task, if it can even be called a task, is to be here, laid down and breathe, and let the dark be long around you. And let it be long, let it be as long as it likes. You have all of it, the whole width of it, spread out slow and dark on every side, and there is no hurry anywhere in it, no edge you're being pressed toward, no dwindling stock of hours you have to spend before some bell. You have stepped out of the spending. The night isn't a purse you're emptying, a thing that runs low and lower while you fret over the last of it. It's a wide, dark room with no far wall you have to reach, and you may cross it as slowly as breath, stopping to rest as long as you like at every point of it, in no danger of running out, because there is more of it than you could ever use. Think, if the smallest thinking is even left in you, how strange the old arithmetic was, that counting back you used to do, that measuring of what remained, as though the hours were coins and you were down to your last few and had to guard them. But hours you sleep aren't spent, they're gained. Every one you sink through you are richer for, not poorer. The ledger ran backwards from how you feared it. To sleep an hour is not to lose an hour of the night, but to be given one, given the deep rest inside it, given the weight it lays on you and the ease it leaves behind. So even if some part of you, far off and small, still wants to keep a tally, let it tally that. Let it count what you're gaining, each dark hour a thing added, a thing received, the pile of rest growing quietly higher beneath you while you lie here and take it. But better still to keep no tally at all. Better to let the hours pass unnumbered and unnamed, one flowing into the next with nothing to mark where one ended and the next began, no chime, no glance, no cold little sum. A seamless dark, that's what the voice is keeping for you. One long, unbroken reach of night with all the marks smoothed off it, all the edges the counting used to cut into it healed over and gone. You used to break the night into pieces with your looking 1 o'clock, a piece 3 o'clock, a piece. Each glance a knife mark carving the dark into anxious little lengths you then had to worry over one by one. But the knife is down now. The dark is whole again. It lies around you all of a piece, unbroken, uncut, one great smooth stretch from where you are to where the light will be, and you are drifting along it with nothing to snag on, nothing to count off, nothing to catch and hold and fret. And the voice goes on ahead of you into that smoothness, keeping it smooth, folding each hour into the next before you ever reach the seam, so that you never come to a mark, never come to a place where the night says now it is such and such a time. There are no such places anymore. The voice has taken them all up, gathered every hour into its keeping, and it holds them lightly, easily, the way you'd hold a handful of dark water. No weight to it, nothing to strain over, just there, just held, the whole night cupped and quiet in a keeping that is not yours to do. You have handed off the hours, they are being minded. You can let go of the last thread of the minding and drop, at last, into the pure not knowing, the good blind dark, where the time is somebody else's care and yours is only to rest. How much of you is resting now, more than before, more with every slow turn of this? The shoulders that used to lift toward the ears at every small alarm have come down and stayed down, laid flat and wide and easy along the warmth. The jaw has let its hinge go slack, the teeth unset, the whole lower face soft and unguarded the way it only ever is in sleep. The hands that used to reach, that used to find the phone or the clock in the dark before you were even fully risen, the hands have forgotten reaching. They lie curled and still and empty, wanting nothing, going after nothing, done with their old errand for good. There is nothing in the dark they need to find. Everything they might have reached for has been taken out of the night and put away till morning, and their emptiness now is not a lack but a rest, the deep rest of a hand with no task, opening slowly of itself as the sleep comes further in. And it is coming further in. The sleep, you can feel it thickening through you, that heaviness that isn't heaviness so much as a letting, a great slow yes running down through the whole body, each part in its turn saying it, the legs saying it, sinking, the hips saying it, spreading, the long muscles either side of the spine saying it, softening one after another down the whole length of the back like a row of lamps going dim one by one along a street at the end of the night. Until the street is all dark and quiet and no one is left to walk it. Let them all go dim, there's no one who needs them lit. The whole street of you can go dark, house by house, lamp by lamp, from the crown of the head down to the far soles of the feet, everything closing up for the night, everything drawing its dark around it, nothing left burning, nothing left keeping watch. You don't have to keep even one small light on against the hour. The hour is safe, it has been made safe. The voice is out there in it, walking the dark street, minding the time so completely that not one lamp of you need stay lit to help. You can go fully out. You can let the last light in you gutter and settle and go, and lie there wholly dark, wholly given, in the deep unlit country of sleep, where nothing counts and nothing is counted, and the night keeps its own slow time far off and asks you for none of it. And if you rise again, you may once or twice or a dozen times more before the light. The tide does what the tide does. You know now what rising is. It isn't a summons. It isn't the night calling you up to do the arithmetic. It's just the sea of the sleep breathing you the smallest bit higher for a moment before it draws you down again, and there is nothing in it that wants your eyes open, nothing in it that wants your hand out searching, nothing in it that wants a number. You can meet it the way you've learned to meet it, with no reaching, no looking, no reckoning, just a turn, just a breath, just the voice still there where it always is. And down you go again, further than before, the way each pass takes you further, until rising is such a small soft thing that it barely lifts you at all, barely stirs the surface, and you sink from it before you're even properly up, back into the dark, back into the warm. Back into the long, unmarked reach of the night that has no hours in it anymore, only rest, only the slow, deep breathing of the whole sleeping world, and you somewhere down inside it, held and heavy and let go and carried on. Carried the way the whole dark half of the earth is being carried right now, all of it, all the sleeping countries turned away from the light and rolling slowly through the dark toward a morning none of them are counting, none of them are hurrying, none of them are watching for. Whole cities gone quiet and dim, whole coastlines lying dark against the dark sea, whole valleys full of sleeping houses with every clock in them ticking unwatched to the empty rooms. And you one small warm point among all those millions, doing exactly what they're doing, lying still in the dark and letting the great turn carry you, not one of you counting, not one of you keeping the watch, all of you simply trusting the night to bring the morning as it always has, and sinking together, unhurried, into the same deep, patient dark. So sink with them, you're in good company down here, the whole quiet company of the uncounting, more of them than you could ever number spread out across the dark side of the world, and none of them reaching for the time, and none of them the poorer for not knowing it, all of them just resting, just breathing, just being carried, the same as you. Let that company hold you as much as the bed holds you. Let it be another warmth around you, the knowing that you are not the only one awake in the smallest way in the deep of the night, not the only one who stirred and did not look, not alone in any of it, part of a great soft multitude all sinking through the same hour toward the same far light, and let the light stay far, let it take all the time it needs. There is no lateness here, there is no earliness. There is only the long dark and the slow breath and the weight of you settling further and further, and the voice going quietly on ahead, keeping the hours you have laid down, folding them softly one into the next, all the way toward a morning that is still a long, long way off, and coming in its own time, and asking nothing of you until it does. And while that morning takes its long, slow time in coming, let the little machine on the table go on doing its quiet work without you. It needs no watching to keep the time. That was never your task in the night. The clock keeps itself, it always has, patient in the dark with its face turned away from you, counting to no one, needing no eyes on it, no hand near it, no worried mind leaning toward it in the black to ask how much, how long, how many hours are left. It will hold the hour whether you look or not. That is the whole mercy of it. You can lay the wondering down entirely, because the counting goes on being done somewhere out there in the dark, without a single ounce of effort from you, and you are free of it, wholly free, released from the one small job you kept trying to take up again each time you surfaced. Let the machine have it. Let it keep its own numbers to itself in the corner where you cannot see them and do not need them. There is nothing there for you tonight, only a small dim shape doing a small dim task, and you here in the warm with no task at all. And notice, if you drift near enough to notice anything, how the room has arranged itself around you into a kind of stillness that asks for nothing, every object in it already at rest. The walls holding their places without effort, the door standing quiet in its frame, the things on the shelves settled into their own small darknesses, none of them stirring, none of them wanting, the whole room gone loose and slacked the way a room goes in the deep of the night when no one is moving through it, when the last light has been off for hours, when even the air seems to have lain down. And you the softest thing in all of it, the warmest, the most let go. The room keeps its shape around you the way the night keeps its hours, quietly, of its own accord, needing no help from you at all. You can be the one thing in it that has stopped keeping anything, stopped holding, stopped tracking, stopped tending the slow arithmetic that used to wake with you and reach for the light. All of that set down among the sleeping objects, one more thing at rest in a room full of resting things. And the dark itself, feel how it is not empty but full and soft and close, a dark that has weight to it, a dark you could almost lean into, the way you are leaning into the bed. It is not the thin, sharp dark of a night you are fighting. It is the thick kind, the good kind, the kind that fills the room like water fills a deep pool and holds everything suspended and slow. You are down inside that dark now, well down, past the shallow part where the mind keeps flickering, down where the current is warm and heavy and moving so slowly it barely moves at all. And the dark asks nothing of you, wants nothing counted, has no edges you need to find, no far wall you need to reach. It just holds and holds, the way it is holding the whole turned away half of the world, all the dark rooms in all the dark houses, all of them full of this same thick patient dark, and every sleeper in them let down into it exactly as you are let down now. So let another number go if one has drifted up, let it thin and pale and lose its shape before it can ever finish forming. You don't have to chase it away, you don't have to push at it, you only have to not take it up, not turn it into the old sum, not follow it down the old worn path toward the reckoning. Just let it hang there a moment, weightless, and then let it sink past you into the dark the way everything is sinking tonight, down and away, dissolving before it reaches you and gone. There is no sum to finish. The night is not a thing to be divided into what's spent and what remains. It is one long, unbroken dark, whole and seamless, and you are simply somewhere inside its length, resting, with no need to know where. The middle of the night has no markers in it for a reason. It was made to be passed through without measuring, the way you pass through the deepest part of a long, slow river without ever once asking how deep. And your breath has found, all on its own, that low, unhurried rhythm that the body keeps when it is truly letting go. You didn't have to build it. It built itself while you weren't watching, the in-breath small and quiet, the out-breath long and slow and pouring away into the dark like something being gently emptied, like a tide going slack, like the last of the light leaving a room. And each of those long, soft breaths out carries a little more of you down with it, a little further from the surface, a little deeper into the warm. You don't have to count them either. Let them run untallied, one into the next, 100 of them, 1,000, all through the night, none of them numbered, all of them doing their slow, patient work of drawing you down and keeping you down. The breath will go on whether you attend to it or not. It is another thing that keeps itself, like the clock, like the room, like the great turning of the dark earth. You can let it all be automatic now. You can let everything be automatic. There is nothing here that requires you to stay and mind it. And if the tide should lift you again, later, in some hour with no name, let it be nothing. Let it be the smallest thing, a slight rising, a brief thinning of the dark, a moment where you are almost near enough to the surface to remember there is a surface, and let it pass over you without waking anything. No reaching, that habit gone slack now, the arm heavy and unwilling and staying where it is. No turning toward the corner where the little machine keeps its unwatched count. No old question forming in the dark, just the sense, dim and warm and certain, that this is only the tide, only the night breathing you up a little way before it breathes you down again, only the same slow turn it has made 100 times already tonight, while you rested through nearly all of them. You have slept through more of these small risings than you will ever know. The body lifts and settles all night long, every night of your life, and you notice only the fewest of them, and even those you can let close over you again like water closing over a stone. So let this one close. Let it be a rising you sink from before you're even up. Let it be a turn of the tide, and nothing more, unremarkable, unmeasured, unremembered by morning. Because that is what you are learning here, down in the long dark, hour after unhurried hour, that waking a little is not the breaking of the night, but a part of the night, woven all through it, natural as the pause between breaths, and it means nothing about the morning, and it costs you nothing, and it asks nothing, and it can be met every single time with the same soft settling instead of the same sharp count. Over and over, all night, the same gentle answer to the same small stirring, until the stirring itself grows quiet and rare, until surfacing barely lifts you, until you are so far down and so well held that the tide can rise and fall a dozen times and never once reach high enough to trouble you. You are building that, right now, breath by breath, pass by pass, a deep steady sleep that has room in it for small wakings and folds them in and carries on. A sleep that is not a fragile thing to be guarded against every stir, but a wide, slow dark that can hold all the stirring the night contains and stay unbroken underneath. And far off, still far, still taking all the time it needs, the morning goes on being made without you, being brought toward you at its own slow pace by the same great turning that carries all the sleeping lands. You don't have to reach for it any more than you have to reach for the clock. It will arrive on its own, unhurried, the way it always has, whether you count toward it or not, whether you watch for it or not, and it will find you already risen, already surfacing on some later gentler tide, without your ever having tracked the distance. Let it stay hidden below the edge of the world for now. Let the whole long dark stretch out ahead of you unbroken and unmeasured. There is so much night left, and that is not a hardship, that is the gift, hours and hours of warm-held dark, more rest than you had thought was left to you, a whole deep reach of it still to sink through. The night being long is the good news now, not the bad. Let it be long, let it be as long as it likes. And sink a little further on the strength of that. Let the knowing that there is time, plenty of time, more than enough, an unhurried abundance of dark still ahead. Let that soften something that had been holding, some last small brace in you that used to tighten at the thought of hours slipping away. There are no hours slipping. The hours are yours, all of them, laid out ahead of you full and dark and yours to rest inside, not draining away but simply being, the way the sea simply is, not more or less of it, just the wide dark quiet of it all around you and you afloat, and going under and afloat, and going under slower each time, deeper each time. You cannot spend this night. It is not a coin that grows smaller. It is a dark you are inside of, and being inside of it costs it nothing, and it will hold you for as long as it holds, and when it thins toward morning, it will do that gently, on its own, and hand you to the day without your having watched a single hour go. So let your watching close. Let the last of that old keeping track loosen its grip finger by finger and drift down into the dark with everything else you've set down tonight. The reaching hand, set down. The turning toward, set down. The sum, the arithmetic of what's left, set down and sinking and gone. The very habit of wandering, going soft and shapeless and slipping away below you. You are lighter without all of it, and heavier too, lighter in the mind and heavier in the body, the good heaviness, the sinking kind, the kind that means the muscles have finally believed there is nothing left to do and have let themselves be only weight, only warmth, only stillness pressed into the bed and pulling gently down. Let that pull have you completely. Don't hold even the smallest part of yourself back from it. There is nothing to stay up for, nothing to keep half ready, nothing coming that you must be counted and waiting for. Only the long dark and the slow breath and the far slow coming of a morning that asks nothing until it comes. And the little machine keeps its count in the corner, unwatched, and the room holds its shape, unminded, and the breath keeps its rhythm, untended, and the dark earth turns toward its morning, unhurried, and the great quiet company of the uncounting sinks all around you through the same deep hour. And you, one small warm point among them, let go of the last thread of watching and go down after them, down past the shallow flickering part, down into the thick warm dark where the current barely moves, where there are no numbers and no edges and no far wall, where waking is only a tide, and the tide is only the night breathing, where everything that keeps itself is keeping itself, and there is nothing at all left for you to do but be carried. So be carried. Let the bed carry the weight, let the dark carry the room, let the turning carry the morning, let the breath carry itself, and let all of it carry you down and slower and further into the long unmarked middle of a night that has hours and hours still to give, all of them yours, none of them counted, and the voice going quietly on ahead through every one of them, keeping the dark warm, keeping the hours folded soft, keeping watch over the sleep so that you never have to. All the long way still ahead of us, all the long slow way toward a light that is in no hurry, and neither, now, are you. Nothing to reach for, nothing to look at, nothing to add up, only this, only here, only the weight and the warmth and the slow tide and the dark, and the next small rising, whenever it comes, already met, already softened, already turned into nothing more than one more slow turn toward the deep. You know how to meet it now. You've met it 100 times tonight without ever fully surfacing. You'll meet it 100 more the same way and sleep through nearly all of them and remember none of them by morning. Let that be a comfort you carry down with you into the dark. You are safe to sink completely because even the wakings are held now, even the surfacings are folded in, even the tide is on your side. Down then, a little further down, the breath going long and slow and pouring away, the body gone heavy past all holding, the room at rest, the machine unwatched, the earth turning, the company sinking all around you, and the night so long and so warm and so entirely yours. Let it be long, let it hold you, let it carry you on. Somewhere in the dark the little hands go on turning, and you have stopped needing to know where they point. That not needing is its own kind of rest, deeper in a way than sleep, because sleep is something the body does, and this you have chosen, you have let go of the wanting to know, you have set down the small hard question that used to wake with you and ask itself before your eyes were even open. How long, how much, how many left? That question has no teeth here anymore. It drifts up now and finds nothing to bite, and drifts down again, unanswered, and the not answering costs you nothing. You have learned tonight that a question can go unanswered, and the night simply continues, soft and dark and long, exactly as it was. Let it stay unanswered. Let it be one of the many things laid down at the edge of the bed for the morning to pick up if it wants to. The morning is good at arithmetic. Let the morning do the counting. It will have light to count by and coffee and reasons. Here there is no light to count by and no reason to. Here the numbers would only be shapes glowing in the dark, and you have turned your face from them the way a sleeper turns from a window, the way the whole slow house has turned itself down toward the dark and gone quiet room by room. And the clock, if you could see it, is only a small patient thing keeping a count that belongs to nobody now. It counts the way a stream counts stones, without knowing it counts, without caring who reads it. It will still be counting in the morning faithfully, and you can glance at it then, and it will tell you a number, and the number will be fine, a plain morning number, ordinary and small. But that is hours away, and between here and there is nothing but softness, nothing but the long unlit middle, where the counting means nothing and the body means everything, and the body wants only to sink. So let it sink a little more. Feel how the weight has changed even since the last settling. How the shoulders that used to ride up somewhere near the ears have come all the way down now, have poured themselves out across the mattress and given up their whole load to it. The bed takes it easily. The bed has been taking weight all night and never tires. It holds you the way the ground holds a fallen leaf, without effort, without thought, simply because that is what holding is, a thing that asks nothing back. And the air of the room has cooled a degree in these small hours, the way rooms do when the world outside is at its darkest and stillest, and you can feel it faintly at the edge of the covers, at the rim of the warmth, a coolness that only makes the warm place warmer by comparison, that only makes the covers more worth keeping, more worth sinking under. Your small pocket of heat holds steady in the cool dark, banked, and even the warmth of a body that has slowed almost to embers, burning low and long, needing nothing added, giving off just enough to keep the night gentle around you. Breathe into that low warmth, slow and out slower, and notice there is no hurry in it now, no effort in the drawing or the letting go. The breath moves the way the tide moves, all on its own, needing no hand on it. You could stop attending to it entirely, and it would keep on, faithful as the clock, patient as the bed, one of the many quiet machines of you that run without watching. Let it run without watching. Take your attention off it the way you took your eyes off the numbers, and trust it to the dark. There is a great relief in that trusting, in learning, hour by hour across this long night, how much of you can be left to itself, the heart that has beaten all your life without a single glance from you, the slow turning of your blood, the settling of your bones into the mattress. None of it needs you awake, none of it needs you counting. You have been carrying a watch you never needed to carry, a small anxious wakefulness that thought, if it only stayed alert enough, it could keep the night from being long. But the night is long whether you watch it or not, and watched, it is only longer and harder and colder. Unwatched, it is this warm sinking, this slow tide, this letting the hours be as many as they are. And they are many still. That is not a thing to fear now, it is a thing to lean back into. All those dark hours stacked ahead of you like soft folded cloth, one on another, each one yours to sink through, none of them requiring anything, none of them asking to be counted as they pass. They will pass without your help. They always have. Every night of your life the hours have passed while you slept, and you never once had to move them along. They moved themselves. Let them move themselves now, over you, past you, around you, while you lie still at the bottom of them and are carried. Somewhere far off, a night bird makes one low sound and stops, and the stopping is even softer than the sound, and the dark closes back over the place where the sound was seamless, and you are further down than the sound could reach anyway, down where the outside world comes only as the faintest texture, a rumor of a world, nothing you must attend to, nothing you must answer. The world can keep itself for a few more hours. It has kept itself this long. And if a thought should rise, the way thoughts do in the thinning water near the surface, let it rise without going up to meet it. Let it be a bubble loosed from the deep floor, drifting up and thinning as it goes and breaking at a surface you are nowhere near. You do not have to follow it up. You can stay down here in the still water and watch it go, small and silver and gone, and feel yourself heavier than any thought, too heavy to be lifted by one, sunk too deep to be reached. This is the hour the body loves best, though the watching mind has always feared it. This deep trough of the night, this lowest point of the long, slow tide, where the temperature of the whole turning world dips and the last late travelers have gone to their rest, and even the restless places have hushed. The body has always known this hour as the safe one, the deep one, the one it sinks toward on purpose. Only the counting mind ever called it something to escape. And the counting mind is off duty now, its little abacus set down, its numbers turned to the wall, so the body has the hour to itself at last, and it does with it what it has always wanted to do. It goes down, all the way down, and stays. Let it stay. There is no floor you can fall too far toward. The deeper you sink, the more the dark holds you, thickening around you like warm water grown almost still, like the slow, heavy water at the bottom of a deep and windless lake where nothing stirs and nothing shines, and the surface is so far above that its light never comes down. You are down there now, in the warm, dark weight of it, folded in on all sides, and the weight is a kind of arms, and the dark is a kind of blanket, and the stillness is a kind of hand laid flat and gentle across the whole of you, holding you to the bottom, keeping you from ever having to rise. And should you rise anyway, a little, the way a sleeper does, floating up some slow degree toward the thinner water for a breath, for a turn, for no reason at all, you know now what that is. It is not the night ending. It is not the alarm you keep bracing for. It is only the tide doing what tides do, lifting a little and setting you down again, and you need not open anything, need not check anything, need not reach for the small glowing thing to be told a number you do not want. You can let the lifting lift you and the setting down set you down, and never once come all the way up into the counting. You have done it over and over through this night, risen and sunk and risen and sunk, and each time the voice has been here, and each time you have gone back down softer than before, and by morning you will not remember a single one of those small tides, only that the night held you, only that you were carried. So let the next one come whenever it comes. It is already forgiven, already folded in, already turned from an event into a nothing, a ripple, a breath of the great slow breathing of the dark. You are not on watch for it, nothing in you needs to be ready. The readiness has drained out of your arms and your jaw and the space behind your eyes and left them all heavy and slack and warm. There is no posture of waiting left in you. You are lying the way a stone lies in a riverbed, shaped to its place, going nowhere, worn smooth by the water passing over, indifferent to how much water has passed or how much is still to come. How much is still to come? Hear how that used to be a worry and is now just weather, just the long dark going on being long and dark, the way it is meant to, the way it is good for it to be. You have hours, you have so many soft hours, and each one you do not count is an hour returned to you whole, unspent by watching, unspoiled by arithmetic, simply lived through in the deep way, the sunk way, the way a field lives through the night, without ever once wondering how much of the night is left. Be a field then, be a dark field under a dark sky, with the dew coming down on you slow and cool, and the whole weight of the night sky resting on you light as breath. The field does not count the stars. The field does not ask when the sun. The field only lies there under everything and receives the dark, and lets the slow hours pass across it like the shadow of a cloud that isn't even there. And in the morning, it is still a field, rested, dewed, ready, having done nothing all night, but be still and be held. Let the dew of the dark come down on you like that, settling on your face, your closed eyes, your loosened hands, cool and fine and weightless, a soft descending that asks nothing, that only covers you, only quiets you, only tells your skin that it is night and the night is deep, and there is nowhere at all to be but here, laid out under the long, slow sky, receiving the hours as they fall. And they fall so gently now, 1 hour tipping into the next with no bell, no mark, no moment you could point to and name. The night does not divide itself for you. It does not chop itself into the pieces the clock pretends to see. To the dark it is all one thing, one long unbroken pouring from dusk to dawn, seamless, whole, and you are somewhere in the deep unmarked middle of that pouring, held in the part that has no name, the part between the last time you knew the hour and the far-off time you will know it again. And in between there is only this, only depth, only dark, only the slow, warm carrying on. Nothing to reach for out there in the cool air beyond the covers. Let the hand that used to reach lie exactly where it is, curled and heavy and done reaching, warm in its own warmth, needing to touch nothing, needing to know nothing, at rest at last from all its checking. It has checked enough for one life, that hand. Let it be still now. Let it forget it ever knew the shape of the small hard thing it used to fumble for in the dark. There is nothing in the dark to fumble for. The dark is complete already. It is missing nothing that a number could add. And the eyes, behind their closed lids, have stopped their small searching too, stopped scanning the dark for the pale glow they used to hunt. that faint rectangle of light that only ever brought bad news dressed as information. The eyes have given up the hunt. They have rolled down soft and gone slack and heavy under their lids, turned inward, turned downward, pointed towards sleep the way a compass points north, all on their own without your asking. Let them stay turned that way. There is nothing out here worth opening for. Everything worth having tonight is in here, in the warm dark under the lids, in the deep slow country behind the eyes where the light of no clock can reach. Deeper now, let the whole face go, the small muscles around the eyes, the ones that hold the day's expressions, let them melt down into no expression at all, the blank soft face of the sleeper, the face that answers to nothing, that has set down even the faint frown of listening. You do not have to listen anymore either. The voice will go on whether you follow it or not, the way the stream goes on past the sleeping stone, and you can let the words wash over without catching any of them. Let them be just sound, just warmth, just a low steadiness in the dark, keeping the silence from ever going sharp. Let the meaning go, keep only the warmth of it, and sink beneath even that. Down where sound is only a texture and the texture is soft. Down where the dark has weight and the weight is kind. Down where the hours are water and the water is warm and moving so slowly, it is almost not moving, almost only holding, a great warm heldness with you suspended in the middle of it, turning as slowly as the earth turns, drifting as slowly as the dark drifts toward its far and unhurried morning. Let the earth do the turning. It carries the morning toward you at its own old pace, and there is nothing you can do to hurry it, and nothing you would want to, because every slow degree it turns is another measure of this deep good dark, still yours to sink through. You are on the night side of the world, the wide dark side, and it will be the night side for hours yet, and you can lie here on the turning dark of it like something set down and forgotten in the best way. Forgotten by the day, forgotten by the clock, forgotten by every demand, remembered only by the warmth and the weight and the quiet voice going on. And all across that wide dark side of the world, the others lie the same way, in their own beds, in their own pockets of warmth, some just now sinking, some long gone under, some lifting a moment on their own small tides and settling back the way you settle back. A whole hemisphere of the resting, of the uncounting, of the ones who have turned their faces from the numbers and given themselves to the dark. You are one among that great sunk multitude, no more alone in this than a single drop is alone in a slow, wide river. You all go down together through the same deep hour, carried by the same turning, held by the same dark, and none of you counting, and none of you watching, and none of you needing to. So sink among them. Let the last of your watching dissolve into their vast quiet company. Let it not matter anymore where the hands point or how the number stands, because you are past all of that now, down in the warm dark heart of the night, where such things do not exist, where there is only the long slow tide and the low warm voice and the weight of a body that has finally, fully, given itself up to being carried. And it is carrying you, feel it, the whole soft machinery of the dark, the bed and the breath and the turning earth and the sinking company and the hours pouring gently by uncounted, all of it carrying you, all of it moving you down and on, deeper and further, through the long middle, toward a morning still so far off it is not even a color yet, not even a rumor, only a promise the dark is keeping for you somewhere past the edge of everything, in no hurry to arrive. Let it stay far, let the dark stay deep, let the hours stay many, and let yourself go on sinking, slow and warm and heavy and held, into the part of the night that has no numbers, the part that only holds you, the long unmarked deep where the tide is on your side and the voice keeps watch and there is nothing, nothing at all, still left for you to do. And if you should rise again, a little, sometime in the hours ahead, up out of the deep for a breath, the way a sleeper does, the way every sleeper always has, let it be nothing, let it be less than nothing, let it be only a small turning, a shifting of the weight from one side of the warmth to the other, and then the going back down. You do not have to come all the way up to meet it. You do not have to open the eyes, or lift the head, or reach for anything, or ask the dark what time it has become. The dark does not keep that kind of time. The dark keeps only the slow kind, the kind measured in breaths and in warmth, and by that measure you have all the night there is. There is a stillness that gathers in a room in the small hours, and you are lying inside it now. Not the sharp stillness of held breath, but the soft, heaped stillness of settled snow, of a thing that has stopped moving because it has arrived, because there is nowhere further it needs to go. The room has gone quiet in that way. The air has stopped its daytime stirring and lies over you like a second, weightless cover, and the walls hold their places without asking anything, and the floor beneath the bed holds the bed, and the ground beneath the floor holds the house, and the whole patient stack of held things goes down and down beneath you into the sleeping earth, everything resting its weight on the thing below, everything carried all the way down, so that you are only the topmost small warmth in a long column of quiet holding. And you can let go into it completely. Let the weight of your head be given fully to whatever holds it. It is such a small thing to stop holding the head, and such a large ease when it goes. Feel the place where it rests take the whole round heaviness of it, and feel your neck stop its long, quiet work. The work it does all day without thanks, lifting and turning and balancing, and let it now do nothing, nothing at all, just lengthen and soften and be a warm, slack thing lying in the dark. And lower, the shoulders, which have carried more today than you counted, which carry more most days than anyone counts, let them widen and drop, let them melt back and down, let them stop bracing for a morning that is not here and will not be here for a long, long while yet. There is no morning in this room. There is only the dark and the warmth and the slow tide of your own breathing in and out, longer going out. The out-breath pouring away from you like water finding the low place, taking a little more of the day with it each time it goes. You do not have to follow the breath. You do not have to do the breath at all. It has been breathing itself since long before you learned to think about it, and it will go on breathing itself now, out here past all your thinking, soft and even and unwatched, while the rest of you sinks beneath it like a stone going down through still water, turning very slowly as it goes, catching no hurry, meeting no floor, only the deepening and the darkening and the growing warm heaviness of everything the further down it drifts. Somewhere in this house or the next or across the whole sleeping country, a clock is keeping its number, and it does not matter. Let it keep it. Let it stand in its dark corner with its small unimportant arithmetic, and let it be entirely, perfectly none of your concern. You have set that down. You set it down hours ago, and it has stayed down, and you never once needed it, and you will not need it now, because the number the clock keeps is not the thing that carries you toward morning. The turning does that. The slow old turning of the whole dark world does that patiently, without your help, whether you count it or not. And so you may as well not. You may as well lie here uncounting in the warm and let the clock keep its lonely tally to itself in the dark, where you cannot see its face and do not wish to. Turned away, the face of it turned to the wall, the little glow of it turned from you, and all that arithmetic of hours left, of how much before the alarm, of what you'll feel tomorrow. All of it folded up small and put away in a drawer that does not open until the light comes on its own. You named it once, kindly, and you let it go, and it is gone. And what is left in its place is only this, the warm dark and the heavy body and the low voice going on, and that is enough, that is more than enough, that is the whole and only thing there is to have right now, and you have it. Feel how the bed has grown to fit you, how the shape of your resting has pressed its own soft hollow into the warmth, so that you lie in a place that is exactly yours, a nest worn to your own weight, holding you along every line where you touch it, the long warm seam of your body against the holding softness, nothing pressing, nothing pinching, only the even and total support of a thing that has agreed to carry you all night and asks for nothing back. And the covers over you, weighted and warm, lying along you with their own gentle heaviness, pressing you very softly down into the hollow, tucking the warmth against your skin and keeping it there, making a small climate of you, a pocket of held heat in the wide, cool dark of the sleeping world. You are the warm center of a small kept warmth, and around it the room is cool, and beyond the room the night is cooler, and beyond the night the great turning dark is cold and vast and does not touch you, because here, right here, under the weight of the covers in the hollow of the bed, it is warm, and it stays warm, and you may sink into that warmth as far as you like. Deeper now, let each breath out be a step further down, not toward anything, not to reach any bottom, only down and down for the ease of the going, the way a heavy thing eases down through warm water, the way sediment eases toward the still floor of a lake no wind can reach, drifting, settling, drifting a little more, in no hurry, met by no urgency, laid down at last so gently that there is no moment you could name when the sinking became rest. And if the surface of your mind should ripple, a thought passing over it, a face, a fragment, a small worry lifting its head in the dark, let it ripple and let it pass. You are far below the surface now, down where the ripples do not reach, and a thought moving across the top of the mind at this hour is only a bit of weather on a sea you are no longer floating on. Let it move. Let it go where weather goes. You do not have to rise to it. You do not have to answer. Down here it is only a distant shimmer, harmless and dimming, and it fades as everything at that far surface fades and leaves the deep unchanged and leaves you sinking. For the alarm of the small hours is a liar, and you know this now down in the warm. The little jolt that says awaking is a problem, that says the number matters, that says you must do something about the dark, that voice speaks fast and speaks first, before the slow, true part of you has even stirred, and it always makes the hour sound worse than it is. But you are not listening to it tonight. It can speak its small, fast panic into the dark and find no one there to believe it, because you have gone down below where it lives, down to the slow, true deep, where nothing is a catastrophe, where awaking is only a turn of the tide, where 3 in the morning is only a warm, dark room with a body resting in it and a voice keeping the quiet. And that is all it ever was. So let the tide turn as it will. Let it lift you a little later and set you down again and lift you and set you down all through the long remaining dark, and each time let it find you the same, unhurried, unworried, uncounting, met by the same low voice and the same warm weight and the same permission to simply sink again. The waking is not the end of the sleep. The waking is part of the sleep. It is the sea breathing, the same as you are breathing, rising and falling on its own long, slow rhythm that has nothing to do with clocks and everything to do with rest. And you are so far into that rhythm now, so far into the long swell of it, rising a hair, falling a hand's breadth, the whole of you moving with the slow breath of the night like something afloat and asleep on a warm and shoreless sea. No land in any direction, no need for land, only the endless gentle lift and settle, carrying you nowhere you need to be by no time you need to be there. Heavier still, let the arms go, let them lie exactly where they have fallen, palms softening, fingers uncurling by a degree they did not know they were still holding, the whole long weight of each arm sinking into the warmth beside you, given up, set down, done, and the hands that reached so often in the dark, that reached without even a thought to turn the clock face toward them and read the small hard number and start the counting, those hands are still now. They are not reaching. They have forgotten how for the night, and it is a good forgetting, and they lie open and empty and heavy and warm, holding nothing, needing nothing, reaching for nothing at all. And the legs, long and heavy along the warmth, sinking their own slow way into the hollow of the bed, the weight of them pressing gently down and down, the last small tension draining out of them like warmth spreading down through the thighs, through the knees, down the shins, into the ankles, out through the heavy resting feet, and gone. Poured out into the covers, into the mattress, into the patient holding dark, leaving the legs slack and warm and impossibly heavy, too heavy to move, too heavy to want to move, moored where they lie for the whole long rest of the night. How good it is to be this heavy, how rare in a day to be allowed it, this complete, this given over, this free of the smallest task. There is nowhere your weight has to hold you up. The bed holds you up. There is nothing your hands have to grip. The dark asks for no grip. There is no number your mind has to keep. The turning earth keeps all the time there is, and keeps it without you, and carries you along inside its keeping like a seed carried in dark soil through the long cold hours before any thought of spring. So be carried, be the heavy warm carried thing. Let the last threads that still tie you to the waking world go slack, one by one, the way the lines of a boat go slack, and then loose, and then trail free in the water as it drifts out from the dock into the dark harbor. No one rowing, no one steering, just the slow current taking it out and out under a sky with no morning in it yet, past the last small lights. Into the wide, soft dark where the water and the sky are the same warm blackness, and there is no telling where the one ends and the other begins. And you drift there, unmoored, unhurried, unafraid. The harbor of the day far behind you now, its noise and its counting and its small hard urgencies fallen away over the dark horizon, and ahead only the long open night, hours and hours of it, more of it than you could cross in twice the time you have. So much of it that you may spend it as lavishly as you like, sinking, drifting, resting, wasting the whole dark wealth of it on nothing but your own deep ease. For that is the secret the small hours keep from the anxious and give to the resting, that the night is long, that it is longer than the fear says, that there is far more dark ahead than the counting ever allows. The fear cuts the night short, tells you it is almost gone, almost spent, almost morning, hurry, hurry, and it is never true. The night is vast, and you are near its beginning, near its long warm middle at most, with the deep of it still spread out ahead of you like an unbroken field of dark snow. No foot has crossed, whole, silent, waiting, yours. And you may lie down in the middle of that field and let the slow snow of the dark settle over you, flake by soundless flake, each one a little more weight, a little more warmth, a little more quiet, covering you softly, gently, completely, until you are only a low, warm shape under the deepening dark, indistinguishable from the field itself, given wholly to the night, at rest in the middle of a stillness so wide and so deep that no clock could ever find its edge. Settle, let the dark keep falling. Let it heap its soft weight higher and softer over the warm shape of you. There is no cold in this snow. It is the warm dark, the kind dark, the dark that only covers and holds and asks nothing, and it goes on falling slow and silent all through the long hours, and you go on lying beneath it, sinking a little further under with each soft fall, further from the surface, further from the counting, further from anything that could ever again feel like an event. Just a turn of the tide, just a shift of the snow, just the slow settling of a warm, heavy body deeper into a night that has all the time in the world and asks you to keep none of it. Breathe out, let it go, a little longer going out, and sink. There is nothing to reach for. There is no face to turn toward you, no number to read, no sum to work in the dark. All of that is put away, far away, folded and drawered and forgotten in the best of ways, and what remains is only warmth, and weight, and the slow turning, and the low voice, and the long unmarked deep still spread out ahead of you, patient, dark, and yours. And so stay. Stay down here in the warm heart of it, among the great sunk quiet company of all the others who have also turned away from the numbers and given themselves to the dark, and let the hours pour by uncounted overhead, and let the earth turn its slow degrees, and let the morning stay where it is, far off, unhurried, no color yet, no rumor yet, keeping its distance the way you would wish it to, while you go on sinking, slow and warm and heavy and held. Deeper into the long, good dark that has nothing left to ask of you, and only this endless gentle carrying to give. And if you should rise a little now, up toward the thin surface of waking, the way a sleeper does many times across a long night, drifting up and sinking back without ever quite breaking through, let it happen the way it is meant to happen, without alarm, without the old reflex reaching out into the dark for something to read. There is nothing out there to read. The face of it is turned away still, as it has been turned all these hours, showing you only its blank back, its plain dark shape, keeping its little numbers to itself where they cannot reach you, where they cannot start the counting up again. And so the surfacing, when it comes, meets no hook to catch on, nothing sharp to wake against, only the same low voice waiting for you at the top of the shallow rise, the same warmth still folded around you, the same weight still holding you to the bed. And you find there is nothing to do up here after all, nothing to check, nothing to solve, no ledger open on the table of the mind. And so you sink again, easily, the way a leaf that has floated up on a slow current settles back down through the still water when the current lets it go. Down and down, back into the warm dark where the counting cannot follow. Notice, if you notice anything at all, how the body has changed its mind about the night, how the shoulders, which so many other nights would be braced by now, listening, ready, wound tight against the hours, how they have loosened without your asking, spread wide and soft across the bed, given up their old watch. How the jaw has come unclenched, the small muscles of the face gone slack and heavy, the brow smoothed of all its lines, so that even the shape of your resting face has stopped its worrying, stopped its faint frown at the dark, and simply lies there open and untroubled and warm, the face of someone who has laid the arithmetic down and does not mean to pick it up before the light. And lower still, the slow machinery of you has eased its pace to match the hour, the heart, that all-night worker, beating slower now, unhurried, each beat further from the last, a soft and distant drum somewhere beneath the warmth, keeping its patient time without any help from you, asking nothing of you, needing no counting, no watching, no anxious hand laid over it in the dark to check that it goes on. It goes on. It has always gone on, through every night of your life, through all the nights you slept clean through and never knew, and it goes on now, slow and sure, carrying you down the long grade of the dark without a single thought from you. And the breath has grown so quiet you would hardly find it if you looked. Shallow and slow and easy, moving on its own, low in the belly, the smallest rise, the longest fall, no effort in it anywhere, the body breathing you rather than you breathing it, the way it will breathe you all the way to morning whether you attend to it or not. Let the breath keep its own soft time. Let it go on emptying, slow, unhurried, a little longer going out than coming in, the gentle downward drift of it pulling you always a little deeper as it leaves. Out and settle. Somewhere out past the walls, the world is doing what it does in the small hours without you, and it does not need you for any of it. The street lies empty under its one lamp, the light pooling gold on the wet road and no one walking through it. The houses along the way stand dark, each holding its own sleepers, its own quiet rooms, its own turned-away clocks glowing faint and unread on 100 nightstands, unwatched, unbelieved, left to tick down the dark to no one. The trees stand still in the windless dark, holding their shapes, waiting for a morning that will come to them exactly as it always comes, in its own time, needing no summons. And none of it, not the street nor the houses nor the patient trees, is counting the hours the way the fear once taught you to count them. None of it is measuring the dark against a morning it dreads to miss. It simply rests, as you rest, inside the long turning of the night, held by the same slow dark, given the same permission to be here, unhurried, in no rush toward the light. And you are one small warm room among all those rooms, one sleeper among all those sleepers, one quiet body held in one quiet dark that stretches unbroken from your bed out past the last streetlight, and over the fields and the sleeping towns and the wide black water, and on around the shoulder of the whole slow-turning world. And everywhere along that dark, in every language, in every kind of room, there are others exactly like you, surfacing now and settling now, rising toward waking and sinking back. And among all of them tonight, so many have done the same simple thing you have done, turn the number away. Let the sum go, chosen the warm dark over the cold arithmetic. And they are down here with you now, in the great unlit company of the resting, breathing slow, sinking deep, keeping none of the hours. Wanting only what you want, which is nothing, which is this, which is only to be carried the rest of the way. So let yourself be carried. There is no other work tonight. Every other night's work is done or waiting, and either way it is not here, not now, not in this warm dark where the only motion is the slow fall of the breath and the far soft drum of the heart and the almost nothing drift of a body sinking by slow degrees deeper into the bed that holds it. Heavier now, feel how the weight has gathered in you, hour on hour, how each slow settling has left you a little more given over to the mattress, a little more melted along its surface, until now there is hardly a line to say where the warmth of you ends and the warmth of the bed begins. The backs of the legs gone soft and spreading, the hips sunk deep and still, the long muscles either side of the spine let go entirely, no longer holding, no longer arranged, simply laid down and warm and done. The arms grown so heavy they seem to belong to the bed now more than to you, resting exactly where they came to rest, with no wish anywhere in them to move, to lift, to reach for anything at all in the dark. And the hands, even the hands have forgotten the old habit. They lie open, or nearly open, curled soft and loose, empty of the small tension they used to carry, the faint readiness to reach out toward the nightstand, to close around the cold rectangle of the phone, to bring its bright little face up out of the dark and read the ruin of the hours off it. That habit is gone out of the hands tonight. They have nothing to hold and no wish to hold anything, and so they rest, palms warm, fingers slack, given like the rest of you to the deep long dark that asks for nothing and holds everything. If a thought should drift up now, some small stray thing loosed from the day, some fragment of tomorrow trying to shape itself in the quiet, let it come and let it go, the way you would let a slow moth cross a dim room, watching it pass without rising to follow, without lighting a lamp to see it better. It means nothing at this hour. It is only the mind stirring in its sleep, turning over, muttering to itself the way a sleeper mutters, and it does not need you to answer it. You can leave it be. You can let it wander off into the dark it came from, unanswered, unfollowed, growing smaller, growing fainter, until the quiet closes softly over the place where it was, and there is only the warmth again, and the weight, and the slow going out of the breath. For the mind, too, is learning the long shape of the night now. It is learning that it does not have to catch each thought and hold it up to the light. It is learning that at this hour a thought may be let go without loss, that nothing needful will slip away in the dark, that the morning will bring back whatever truly matters and quietly keep the rest. And so it loosens its grip, thought by thought, the way the hands loosened, the way the shoulders loosened, until it too lies open and slack and warm, thinking less and less, holding nothing, drifting where the breath drifts, sinking where the body sinks, content at last to be carried instead of to carry. Is down, a little further down. And the dark itself, notice how kind it has become. Not the sharp, anxious dark of the first waking, thick with the sense of hours draining away, but a soft dark now, a wide and roomy dark, a dark with no edges pressing close, a dark that has grown around you slow and warm like water grown to blood heat, so that you no longer feel where it touches you, only that you are held everywhere at once, evenly, gently, on every side. A dark you could sink through forever and never reach the bottom of, because it has no bottom, because it is not a pit but an ocean, not a falling but a floating that only feels like falling, because it is so soft and so slow and so endlessly downward tending. And there is time in it. That is the thing the kind dark keeps for you that the fear would never let you have. Time, more time than you could spend. A great slow unspooling wealth of it, hour folded inside hour, the night not draining now but deepening, not running out but opening wider the further in you go, so that the deeper you sink the more of it there seems to be, spread out below you, ahead of you, all around you, dark and patient, and in no hurry at all to end. You have hours. You have more hours than the fear ever let you believe, and you do not need to count a single one of them, because they are not being taken from you. They are being given, one slow, warm one after another, poured out over you in the dark like something poured from an endless vessel. And all you need do to receive them is lie here, exactly as you are, and let them come and sink. Let the next hour come the way the last one came, unmarked, unwatched, arriving without announcement and passing without notice, folding you a little deeper as it goes. You will not feel it turn. There will be no chime, no shift, no moment where the old self startles up to check the tally. There will only be more of this, more warmth, more weight, more of the slow, low voice and the slower breath. The night carrying you on through the change of the hour the way the sea carries a boat through the changing of the tide, without waking it, without asking, without so much as a ripple to say that anything has passed at all. For waking now is no longer an event. You have taken that from it, tonight, gently, once, and for all through these long dark hours. You have let the surfacings come and go so many times, met each one with the same warmth and the same voice and the same turning away from the numbers, that the body has learned the truth of it deep in its own slow tissue. That to rise a little in the night is nothing, is safe, is only a turn of the tide, only a shift in the deep, and that on the far side of it lies always this same warm sinking, this same held descent, this same long, patient dark willing to take you back down as many times as you rise, without cost, without count, without end before the morning. So rise if you rise, and sink when you sink. And let there be no difference in it any more, no seam, no startle, only the smooth long swell of the night lifting you a little and letting you down a little, lifting and letting down, the great slow breathing of the dark itself, in which your own small breath is folded, and your own small weight, and your own slow heart, all of it moving together now, all of it carried on the one long tide that has no clock and needs none, and asks you only to keep on being carried. Heavier, warmer, further down. And feel, if there is any feeling left that is not simply warmth, how good it is to be done with the watching, how the whole long habit of the vigil has gone out of you at last, how you are no longer the one keeping guard over the passage of the dark, no longer the anxious sentry counting off the hours till the dawn relieves you. You have laid the watch down, you have let the dark keep itself, and it does, it keeps itself perfectly well without you. It has kept every night since before there were eyes to watch it, and it will keep this one, whole and slow and complete, whether you attend to it or not. And so you are free. Free of the counting, free of the reaching, free of the cold, small arithmetic of hours left that only ever stole the very rest it claimed to guard. Free simply to lie here in the deep, warm middle of the night and be carried, and be held, and be nothing more than a warm weight sinking, breath by slow breath, into a dark that has all the time in the world and wants you to keep none of it. Let go a little more. There is always a little more to let go, some last small holding somewhere, in the feet, in the hands, behind the eyes, and you may let it go now softly into the warmth and sink the small distance further that the letting go allows, and then rest. And then when you find it, another small holding, and let that go too. Down and down by these soft stages, deeper into the good dark in no hurry, with all the night still ahead. And the voice will stay, through all of it, through every rising and every settling, through every slow turn of the uncounted hour. The voice will stay, low and warm and near, so that you never surface into silence, never come up in the dark to find yourself alone with the old counting. There will always be this instead, this same calm company, waiting at the top of every shallow rise to meet you and turn you gently back down toward the deep. You need not listen to the words. You need not hold a single one. Let them wash over you the way the dark washes over you, warm and formless and continuous. A sound to sink by, a low tide of a voice going on and on beneath the night, carrying you, only carrying you, all the long, slow way toward a morning that is still so far off, so unhurried, so willing to wait. So sink now, into the warm, into the wait, into the wide and patient dark with all its uncounted hours still spread out ahead of you, whole and yours. There is nothing to reach for, there is nothing to read. There is only this, only the slow going down, only the long good dark and the low voice and the breath growing longer as it leaves. Breathe out and let the hour turn and sink. And somewhere out past the wall of the room the hours are going on without you, the way they always have, the way they always will, and you are not needed there. The number that would be on the clock's face if you turned it toward you is being kept, faithfully, quietly, by the clock alone, in the dark, unwatched, and it holds that number for no one and asks nothing of you, and does not change its slow work whether you know it or not. Let it keep its number to itself. Let it stand there in the dark with its small unreadable face turned to the wall, doing the one thing it does, marking a time that has stopped being a thing you must know. You have given it back, that job, the whole tired job of knowing the hour, and it takes the job easily. It was always the clock's and never yours. And see how much lighter you are for the giving, how the shoulders, which for so many nights have carried the small stone of the number 3 or 4 or the dread of 5, have set the stone down now on the floor beside the bed, where it can be a stone and nothing more, cool and forgotten in the dark. You do not have to pick it up again, not at the next surfacing, not at the one after that, not once between here and the far edge of the morning. The stone can stay on the floor all night. And your hands, freed of it, can lie open and empty and warm on the covers, curled a little, soft, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing. And breathe out, slow, and sink. There is a stillness that comes into a house in the deepest part of the night, a stillness that has nothing to do with any hour, that would be there whether it were 2 or 3 or the long grey trough before dawn, a stillness that is simply the sound the world makes when almost everything in it has stopped moving. And you are inside that stillness now, wrapped in it, one more still thing among all the still things. The chair in the corner is still. The door on its hinges is still. The water sleeping in the pipes is still. The very air in the room has gone still and settled and warm, resting on your face as lightly as the covers rest on your chest. And you are still with them, one of them, no more restless than the chair, no more awake than the sleeping water, no more anxious about the hour than the quiet door. Just another still thing, letting the night be still around it. And the tide I spoke of, the long tide with no clock, is still turning far beneath all this stillness, slow as the breath, patient as the dark. You rose a little maybe, a moment ago, some small swell lifted you toward the surface, the way it will, again and again before the morning, and here is the voice, just as it promised, waiting at the top of the small rise to meet you, and here is the same warm hand of the dark, turning you softly, without hurry, back down the far side of the swell toward the deep. You did not reach for anything as you rose. You did not turn to read the number. You simply crested and were met and are sinking again, and that is all the waking needs to be now, all it will be every time from here to the light, a crest, a meeting, a turning, a sinking, a turn of the tide and nothing more. Heavier now and warmer and further downs. Let the idea of morning grow soft at its edges. Not gone, never gone, morning is sure and it is coming and it needs no help from you to arrive, but soft, and far and blurred, the way a distant shore is blurred through the warm haze that lies over deep water. You do not have to swim toward it. You do not have to count the strokes that lie between here and there. The tide itself is carrying you toward it slowly in its own good time, and will set you gently on that shore when the hour comes, without your ever having to know how far, or how long, or how many of the small dark hours still lie folded between now and then. Let them stay folded. Let the distance stay blurred. Let the shore keep its own reckoning and expect nothing of yours. And feel, in the long warm quiet of not reckoning, how the body has begun to forget its edges. The place where the arm ends and the cover begins has gone vague and warm and uncertain. The place where the leg lies heavy against the bed has stopped being a border and become only a warmth, a merging, a sinking into. You are less and less a shape laid out upon the dark, and more a warmth dissolving down into it, losing its outline the way a held breath loses itself when you finally let it go. There is nothing in this to hold. There is nothing in this to keep. You could not count yourself now if you tried, could not find the clean edges the counting would need. And so the counting has nothing to stand on, no ledge to catch at, and it slides off you into the warm and is gone. Breathe out longer and let it go. I want you to notice, if a soft noticing is still possible this deep, how the night has begun to feel not like a thing you are enduring, but like a thing you are inside of, the way a sleeping animal is inside its burrow, not waiting for the dark to end, not counting down the cold hours till it can leave, but simply nested in the warm dark, at home in it, wanting nothing beyond it. The burrow does not know the hour. The animal in its warm curl does not lie awake, reckoning how much of the night is spent. It has given itself entirely to the dark and the warmth and the slow breath, and it sleeps the whole night through, not by trying, but by belonging. And you belong here too, in just that way, nested and warm and folded into the deep of the night, wanting nothing it does not already hold out to you, needing to be nowhere but exactly here, curled in the warm dark, with the slow breath going in and out, and the hours passing over the top of the burrow, like weather you need not feel. Let them pass over, the hours, the weather of the hours, let them move across the roof of the dark, high up, far off, while you lie warm and deep beneath them and do not stir. You are too far down now for the hours to reach. They blow over the surface, they always will, but you have sunk beneath the surface into the still warm deep where no hour blows, and there is nothing here to be moved by them, nothing here that must rise to meet them, nothing here but warmth and weight and the slow long breath and the low voice going on. And deeper still. And if some old habit of the mind should stir, some faint reflex reaching up out of the long years of watching, the smallest ghost of the thought, what time is it? How much is left? Let it reach, and find nothing, and sink back. You need not fight it, you need not even answer it, you need only let it reach into the warm dark and close its hand on nothing and grow tired and sink, the way a small wave reaches up the sand as far as it can go and then, having nothing to hold to, slides back down into the water it came from and is smoothed away and is gone. The thought is only a small wave. It has no more strength than that. It reaches, it fails to find the number, it slides back, it is smoothed away. And each time it comes, it is weaker, and reaches less far, and sinks back sooner, until it stops coming at all, and there is only the long, smooth dark with no wave in it, no reaching, no counting, nothing but the warm, still water lying level all the way to the far blurred shore. Breathe out and smooth away and sink. How quiet the reaching hand has become. The hand that so many nights has crept out across the covers in the dark, half awake, feeling for the cold edge of the phone, the turned face of the clock, the small bright number that would tell it the worst. That hand lies still now, curled and warm and empty, and it does not creep, and it does not feel for anything. and it does not want the number anymore. It has learned, somewhere in these long, warm hours, that the number was never comfort, only ever the cold measure of a comfort withheld, and it has stopped reaching for the cold thing. It lies in the warmth instead, open at rest, holding only the warmth, which is the only thing it ever truly needed the whole time it was reaching for the clock. Let the hand stay where it is, let it hold its warmth. There is nothing out there in the cold dark it needs to touch. And the eyes, behind their closed lids, how they have stopped their small searching too. For the watchful eyes, on the old bad nights, would open into the dark and hunt the room for the faint glow of the clock, the pale bar of light beneath the door, some sign, some measure, some way to place themselves in the long night's passage. But your eyes are done with hunting now. They lie still and heavy and dark behind the lids, looking at nothing, wanting to see nothing, resting in the soft red-black warmth of their own closing, glad of the dark, at home in the dark. Asking the dark for no light and no sign and no hour, let them rest in the warm blindness. There is nothing to see, the seeing is over for the night. Let the eyes go heavy and still and deep, and let them see only the warm dark they are already full of. Sink a little further into that warm blindness, into that still and open hand, into the burrow of the night. The tide is turning again, far down. You feel it, perhaps, only as a slow change in the warmth, a swell that lifts you the smallest distance, and then, meeting the voice, meeting the dark, lets you back down. You did not count that one either. You are losing count of the risings themselves now, the way you have lost count of everything else, and that is exactly right. That is the whole of what these long hours have been carrying you toward. A night in which the surfacings are no longer marked, no longer numbered, no longer feared, no longer even noticed, but simply happen and unhappen in the dark like the breathing of the sea, and leave no trace, and cost you nothing, and are gone before the mind can name them. Let them go unnamed. Let them go uncounted. Let the whole long chain of small wakings dissolve into one seamless, warm, continuous drift that has no separate parts to number, no ledge, no marks, no arithmetic, only the one long sinking, going on and on beneath the night. Breathe out, slower still, and drift. And let the room grow larger and softer around you, the way a room does when you have stopped watching it, when you have stopped placing yourself inside it, when the walls loosen their corners and the ceiling lifts away into the dark, and the whole familiar box of the room opens out into something warm and vague and boundless. A dark with no edges, a night with no walls, a warmth that goes out and out in every direction and holds you at its center, weightless, edgeless, wanting nothing. You are not in a room anymore. You are in the night itself, the whole soft body of the night, and it is very large and very warm and very kind, and it has no clock anywhere in all its wide dark reaches. Not one, nothing that ticks, nothing that counts, nothing that measures, only the slow turning of the tide and the long fall of your breath and the low voice threading through it all, holding you, carrying you, going on. It's deeper and wider and warmer. There is no hour here. Say it to yourself once, softly, without words if you like, only as a warmth spreading through the chest. There is no hour here. The hours are all outside, on the far side of the loosened walls, blowing over the roof of the burrow, standing folded and blurred between here and the distant shore. But here, in the warm center where you are, there is no hour, there is no number, there is no count. There is only now and now and now, each one warm and whole and complete, and asking nothing of the one before it or the one still to come. You do not have to add them up. You never have to add them up again tonight. Each now is enough. Each now is the whole of it, each slow warm now holding you completely as it passes and handing you gently to the next. Let them pass through you like that, unadded, uncounted, each one enough. And sink through them, one warm now at a time, down and down. How far you have come from the sharp, small edge of that first waking, hours back, when the eyes opened into the dark and the old dread rose, and the hand began to creep toward the clock. How far the tide has carried you from that cold shore. You would not know it now if you looked for it, that first waking. It has sunk beneath the horizon behind you, out of sight, out of reach, dissolved into all the warm dark water you have drifted across since. And the reaching, and the dread, and the number you were so afraid to see, all of it gone down with it, all of it far behind, all of it smoothed away under the long, slow passage of the uncounted hours. You are not that person on the cold shore anymore. You are the warm weight adrift in the deep, edgeless and eyeless and open-handed, carried on the tide that has no clock, and you are going the one way the tide goes, the only way, down and on, toward the far soft morning it will bring you to in its own good time. To let it bring you, you need do nothing. You have done nothing this whole long while but let go and be carried, and that is all there is left to do, all there will be to do from here to the light. Let go and be carried and sink. Breathe out and let the warm now pass, and let the next one hold you. And the voice will stay, low beneath it all, going on, nothing to reach for, nothing to read, nothing to count, only the long good dark, and the wide warm night with no hour in it, and the slow tide turning, and the breath growing longer as it leaves, and the weight of you sinking, soft and sure and unafraid, further and further down into the warm. Deeper now, and heavier, and further from the shore. Just breathe, and drift, and let the hour, wherever it is, out past the loosened walls on the far side of the dark, turn quietly, alone, uncounted, unwatched, and let it be nothing to you, and sink. And here is something you can let go of too now in the deep of it, something you have carried a long time without ever quite putting down. The idea that the time needs you, that if you do not watch it, it might slip or stop or run out. It does not need you, it never needed you. The clock in the other room, wherever it sits, on its shelf, on its sill, face turned to the wall or face turned to nobody, it keeps itself. It keeps its own slow count without a single glance from you, faithfully, quietly, the way it always has, the way it did through every hour of your sleeping before you ever learned to reach for it. You can lay that watchfulness down. You can let the time keep itself. It is very good at it. It has been doing it since long before you woke, and it will go on doing it long after you have drifted past all your waking, minding the hours so gently that not one of them will be lost, not one of them will need you to hold it in place. So let your hands be empty of it, let your mind be empty of it. The keeping is done, and it is not your keeping, it never was. Somewhere the small hand moves, and you do not move it. Somewhere the number changes, and you are not the one who changes it, and you are not the one who reads it, and nothing at all is asked of you by the changing. It goes on the way the far snow goes on falling past a dark window, without needing to be seen to fall, settling soft and endless and unwitnessed over everything, filling the hollows, softening the edges, deepening the hush. Let the hours fall like that, unwatched snow, piling gently in the dark rooms of the night, covering the whole long distance to the morning in a smooth, unbroken white that no counting ever laid down. And you beneath it, warm, so warm, buried deep and safe in the softness of it, sunk down where the snow is a heavy, quiet blanket and not a cold thing at all. Just the weight of it over you, and the warmth held under the weight, and the falling going on, soundless, above. And if you should rise again, a little, sometime in the hours still ahead, a surfacing, a thinning of the dark, the near edge of waking brushing past you the way it has brushed past you before tonight and been let go, you already know now what it is and what it is not. It is not a summons. It is not the bell that calls you up to count. It is only the tide lifting once and setting you down again a little further along, the way it has done and done so many times already in this one long night, each time gentler than the last, each time meaning less, until the lifting and the settling have worn as smooth as stones in a streambed and hardly wake you at all. A turn, only a turn, the night breathing you up an inch and breathing you back down a fathom. And you need not open your eyes to it, and you need not name it, and you need not measure how far off the morning is, because the morning is not something you have to reach. It is something that is coming to you on its own feet, at its own pace, and it will arrive whether you count the road or not. So let the surfacing come if it comes, and let it be nothing. Let it be as small and as ordinary as a log shifting in a banked fire, settling deeper into its own ash, sending up one soft breath of warmth and going quiet again. That is all awaking is now, a settling deeper, a small warm shift toward the center of the heat, and then the quiet again, closing over you thicker than before. Down into the banked warmth, and the ash soft dark, and the low red glow of it that gives no light, only heat, only the sense of being held close to something kind and slow burning that will not go out before the dawn. Breathe out and settle one notch deeper into the warm bed of it. You have been let off the watch. Do you feel that? Somewhere in the long middle of this night, the watch was quietly lifted from you, and you were not even asked to hand it over. It was simply taken, the way a heavy coat is taken from the shoulders of someone half asleep by the fire, slipped away so gently they never wake, only sink a little lower into the chair, a little warmer without the weight of it. The long, cold coat of the watching gone from your shoulders. You are not standing guard over the hours anymore. You are not the one who has to stay up counting them past the door. Someone kinder than you has that duty now and asks nothing of you but to rest, to go on resting, to let your shoulders drop the last small distance they were still holding up out of an old habit of vigilance. Let them drop, let the last of the guarding go out of them. There is nothing at the door, there is nothing coming down the hall that you must be awake to meet. The night is keeping its own doors, minding its own hours, and it has told you, in the only language it has, the language of warmth and weight and dark, that you may sleep straight through the whole rest of it if your body wishes, and miss nothing and lose nothing, and wake to find the morning already standing quietly in the room, having come the whole way to you while you did no counting at all. So sink beneath the guarding, beneath the last thin edge of staying ready, down where the readiness dissolves, and there is only the long, slow give of a body that has finally, wholly stopped bracing. Feel how the bracing goes. There is a way the body holds itself all through the small hours, a faint tightness laid along the jaw, the hands, the low of the back, a holding that says not yet, not all the way, keep a little back in case of the clock, in case of the number, in case of the arithmetic waiting to be done. And you can feel now, if you listen down into it, how that holding has been quietly leaving you, hour by hour, this whole long while. The jaw has loosened and forgotten its edge. The hands have opened and forgotten what they were keeping ready to reach for. The low of the back has spread and eased and let the mattress take the whole long curve of it at last. And what is left, where the bracing was, is only warmth, only a soft, settled heaviness pooling into all the places the tightness used to live. Warm in the jaw, warm in the open hands, warm and heavy all down the spread of the back, nothing held back anywhere now. All of you given over to the bed and the dark and the slow keeping of a night that does not need you. And the room, wherever it is, however small, however dark, has grown kind around you in these deep hours. It has stopped being a place where the time is kept and become a place where you are kept, softly, the walls standing close and patient in the dark, the ceiling low and near overhead like the inside of something cupped protectively over you, the air still and even and the same mild warmth everywhere so that the edges of you blur out into it and you cannot quite feel where the warm of your body ends and the warm of the room begins. One continuous warmth. You dissolving gently out into the dark and the dark leaning gently in, and no clock anywhere in it, no face, no glow, no ticking that means anything to you, or if it ticks the way a heartbeat ticks in another room. a soft, steady nothing you were never meant to count, only to be soothed by, only to sink under, the way an old house creaks and settles all night around its sleepers, and asks none of them to wake and tally the creaks. Let the house settle, let the room keep you, let the warmth run unbroken from your body out to the walls and back. And go down. There is so much night left, and that is not a worry now, is it? That is the gift of it, the wide, unhurried gift, hours and hours of dark still folded up ahead of you, more than enough, far more than enough. A long, soft country of darkness stretching away toward a morning that is in no hurry to come and that you are in no hurry to reach. You are not running out of night. You are lying in the deep, abundant middle of it, with more of it behind you than you can remember crossing and more of it ahead than you could use if you tried, and all of it yours, all of it for resting in, none of it to be spent, none of it to be counted down. The night is not a purse emptying toward morning. It is a wide, dark field you are lying down in the middle of, and you cannot lie down at the edge of a field. You cannot use it up by resting in it. The field is only more field, in every direction, dark and soft and going on. So stop feeling for the edge of it. There is no edge you need to find. Let go of the far side of the night the way you have let go of the near side, and simply be here in the middle, in the deep unhurried heart of the dark, where there is no near and no far, no how long since and no how long until, only the wide even dark holding you level and still. On and on, the same in every direction, asking nothing, promising nothing but more of its own kindness. Breathe out into the middle of the field and let the dark be wide and be held. Heavier now, a little heavier with each of these slow breaths, as though the letting go itself had a weight to it, as though every worry you set down settled into your body as warmth and pressed you a little deeper into the bed. And that is the only sinking left to do, not falling, nothing so quick as falling, only this slow gathering of weight, this settling down through soft resistances that give and never stop you, deeper and warmer by imperceptible degrees, the way a stone settles year by year into the silt of a still pond, unhurried, unwatched, sinking not because it strives, but only because it is heavy and the world is soft, and there is all the time there could ever be. Be that heavy, be that slow, be that unhurried in your sinking. You have nowhere to arrive and no hour to arrive by. You have only to keep giving your weight to the dark, a little and a little more, and let the dark take it, all of it, gladly, drawing you down into itself, the way deep water draws down anything that stops swimming, gently, evenly, without a sound. Down and warm and slow. And notice, if there is any noticing left in you, and there needn't be, how the thoughts themselves have gone soft at their edges, the way the walls went soft, the way the hours went soft. Whatever was sharp in your mind when you first woke, all those hours ago, whatever had edges and corners and points that caught, it has been worn round and round by the long dark passage until it is smooth now, smooth and slow and drifting, one dim warm shape turning over lazily somewhere below the surface and then gone, and another rising and turning and gone, none of them catching anymore, none of them able to hook you and hold you up. They have grown too warm and too heavy to float, your thoughts. They are sinking too, alongside you, down into the same soft dark, going quiet, going dim, coming apart at their soft edges and mingling into the general warmth, until there is hardly a thought left that is separate enough to think. Let them sink with you, let them come apart, let them mingle into the warm. And what is left, when the thoughts have gone soft and the hours have gone soft and the walls have gone soft and the watching has been lifted away, is the simplest thing there is, the thing underneath all the other things, the thing you were before you ever learned to count anything, just a warm weight breathing in the dark, just that, a warm slow weight breathing held in a wide kind darkness at the deep unhurried middle of a long good night, nothing added to it, nothing asked of it. Nothing it must do or be or reach or know, only warm, only heavy, only breathing, only here. And here, each slow breath the same, each one enough, each one lowering you a little further into the simple warm fact of being here, unhurried, unwatched, uncounted, safe. Breathe out longer now, and let even the breathing grow far away and easy, tending itself, needing nothing from you, the way the clock tends the hours and the house tends its creaks, and the dark tends the whole long night, all of it minding itself, all of it going gently on without you, so that you may let go even of the minding of your own breath, and simply be breathed, simply be held, simply be carried on down and down through the warm dark middle of these deep and generous hours. Down and warm. There's no hour in it anywhere. It's only the long kind dark going on. And you sinking softly through it, further with every slow breath, in no hurry at all, with all the night there is still folded soft and dark around you, and morning somewhere very far off and coming on its own quiet feet, and nothing at all for you to do but this, but sink, but rest, but be carried on and down. And somewhere out past the edge of you, the clock goes on with its own small work, and you needn't be part of it now. It stands wherever it stands, turn to the wall or turn to the window, it hardly matters which, its face toward the dark and its hands moving the way they have always moved, without needing your eyes on them, without asking a single thing of you. Let it keep the hours by itself. It is good at that. It has kept them faithfully all your life while you slept, moving one small notch and another, quietly, unwatched, and not one of those hours was ever lost for want of your counting it. They pass just the same. They will pass just the same tonight. So let it go on out there in the dark, that patient small machine, ticking to itself like a thing content, minding the one thing it knows how to mind, while you lie here minding nothing at all. And how easy it is now to leave the time to the clock, to hand it over entirely, the whole weight of the hours, into that small faithful keeping, and feel your hands come empty, and feel how much lighter you are without the holding of it. You were never meant to carry the night in your own two hands. It was never yours to carry. It belongs to the turning world, to the long, slow wheel of the dark going round toward the light in its own time, and the world has carried it since long before you were here to wake in it, and will carry it long after, and carries it now, this very hour, without the least strain, the way it carries the seas and the sleeping fields and every other body lying down in the dark on the far side of midnight. For the earth is turning under you even now, so slowly you will never feel it, carrying you and your whole dark room and the whole dark country around it around toward the morning, a hand's breadth at a time, without a jolt, without a sound. You are already moving toward the light. You have been moving toward it since the moment you woke, carried the whole while, effortlessly, on the great slow turn of the world. There is nothing you need do to make the morning come. It is coming on its own, drawn up out of the far edge of the dark by the turning, and it will find you here whether you watch for it or not, whether you count toward it or not, whether you sleep straight through to it or surface 100 soft times before it. It is coming, let it come in its own hour, and until it does, let the long dark carry you the way it is carrying the fields, patiently, in no hurry, with all the miles of night still to turn through before the first grey shows anywhere at the rim. And if you should rise again toward the surface of things, somewhere in these deep hours, if some small tide in you should lift you, the way tides do, up toward a thinner sort of dark where there is almost waking, let it be nothing. Let it be only that, a lifting and a settling, the way a boat long moored will lift a little when a slow swell passes under it, and then settle back down against its own soft mooring, riding easy, going nowhere. You are moored to this bed. You are tied soft and sure to this warm, heavy hour. A swell may pass under you and lift you a little toward the light, and you may half know for a moment that you are here, that it is night, that the dark is all around, and then the swell goes on by, the way swells do, and lets you down again, gently onto the same warm rest, still moored, still held, still going nowhere at all until the morning. Nothing to do when the lifting comes, but ride it and settle. nothing to reach for. Nothing to check, only ride and settle and sink back down along the mooring line into the deep still water where you were. For waking a little is not the breaking of the night. It never was. It is only the night breathing, the way a long sleep breathes, rising and falling through the hours, lighter and then deeper and then lighter again, and you rising and falling with it, carried on its slow tide. You were made to surface a little and sink a little, all night long, over and over, the way you were made to breathe in and breathe out. It is not a fault in the night. It is the shape of the night. It is how a long rest is built, out of many small risings and many long sinkings, joined end to end all the way to dawn. So when you feel yourself lifted toward the thin dark, do not name it a waking, do not count it against the sleep you're getting, do not reach out into the room to learn the hour of it. Only know it for what it is, the tide of the night turning once more beneath you, and let it turn, and let it set you gently down again on the far side of itself, a little deeper than before. A little deeper than before, for that is the way of it on a night like this, when the counting has been set down and the clock left to its own small keeping. Each time you sink a little further than the last time. Each surfacing is shallower and each settling is deeper, so that the whole long night is a slow going down by stages, a long descent broken into gentle steps, and every soft waking is only the small landing between one flight of stairs and the next, a place to pause a breath before the going down resumes. You are on the stairs even now. You have come down so many of them since you first woke, all those quiet hours ago. Look how far down you have come, without hurrying, without effort, a step at a time, each one lower and warmer and dimmer than the one above it. And there are more below you still, more soft, dark steps going down and down into the deepest hours, and all the night you need to descend them in, and no reason under the whole dark sky to rush. So take the next one only when you're ready. There is no ready you must reach. The step comes up softly to meet you, warm underfoot, sure and low as you without your trying, and the dark closes a shade darker around you as you go, and the warmth folds a shade closer, and the weight of you settles a shade heavier into the bed, and the far small ticking of the clock grows a shade fainter, a room further off, a world further off, until it is less a sound than the memory of a sound, less than that, a smoothness where a sound used to be. Down one soft step, and warm. Down another, and heavier still. And the deeper you go, the less there is that can reach you, the less the room can reach you, the less the hour can reach you, the less any thought of morning or any thought of tomorrow or any thought at all can reach down this far into the warm dark stairwell of the night where you are going now, quietly, alone and yet not lonely, carried and yet free, sinking and yet perfectly safe, held every inch of the way down by the same broad, patient dark that holds the turning world. And think, if you think anything, how many others are on these same soft stairs tonight. All across the dark side of the world, in rooms you will never see, on beds in 100 languages, under the same wheeling night, so many others who woke as you woke, in the small unlit hours, and reached, some of them for the time, and found it, and did the old aching arithmetic of the hours left, and so many of them now letting it go just as you have let it go, turning the bright face away, laying the numbers down, sinking back into the warm the way you are sinking, step by soft step. Carried on the same great turn toward the same far morning, a whole dark hemisphere of people, breathing slow, going down together into the deep of the night, none of them alone in it, though each lies quiet in a room of their own. You are one of a great and silent company, all of you sinking, all of you held, all of you being carried without effort toward the light. And there is a strange sweetness in that, to be so alone and so together at once, so private in your own warm dark, and yet so joined, breath for breath, sink for sink, with all the others riding the same slow tide. Let that be the last thing the counting mind does tonight. If it must do something, let it count not hours, never hours again tonight, but let it rest instead on that. So many, so quiet, so safe, so carried, and you among them, and the night wide enough for everyone. A soft accounting, that one, that adds nothing up and asks for nothing back, and leaves you only warmer for the thinking of it. And then let even that go. Let the numbers go entirely, all of them, the hours and the ones like you and the far miles to morning. Let them slide off the smooth, warm surface of you and sink away into the dark where sunk things go, and lie there empty-handed and easy, holding no figure at all, keeping no count of anything, the way a stone at the bottom of a still pool keeps no count of the water going by above it. Just a warm stone at the bottom of the still dark, settled, covered over, nothing passing through you but the slow, cool current of the hours, and you not even stirring as it passes, not lifting to it, not reading it, only lying deep and covered and still, while the whole night's water moves quietly over you toward the sea of the morning. Let it move over you. Let it go where it is going. You need not go with it. You need only lie here at the bottom, warm and weighted and out of the current, and let the night pour past above you, hour into hour into hour, none of it touching you, none of it asking you to rise. And above you, far up at the surface where the thin dark meets the room, the clock keeps its faithful little watch, and the covers hold their gathered warmth, and the walls stand their quiet guard around you, and the turning world bears the whole of it around toward the light, and none of it needs you awake for any of it. It all goes on. It goes on beautifully, tenderly, without you. The great machinery of the night runs smooth and sure in the dark, every part of it minding its own small task. The clock the time, and the covers the warmth, and the walls the safety, and the world the turning, all of it fitted together and running quiet, so that you, the one small part whose only task was ever just to rest, may lay that task down too, may stop even the resting on purpose of it, and simply be a thing at rest, the way the stone rests, the way the moored boat rests, the way the dark field rests under the turning sky. Nothing to keep, nothing to check, nothing to hold. Only sink, only be carried. And lower now, and lower, into the warm heavy country at the very bottom of the hours, where the dark is thickest and kindest and most complete, where there is no edge left to anything, no corner, no number, no next, only the wide soft dark going on in every direction, and you settle down into the deepest fold of it like a warm weight let down at last onto the floor of the world, come to rest, come all the way to rest. With the long night still spread dark and generous above you, and morning still a great slow turning away. Breathe out, slow, and let the breath go all the way out and further, until it tends itself again, until it needs nothing of you again, and you may leave even that to the smooth, quiet workings of the dark, the way you have left the time to the clock, and the warmth to the covers, and the turning to the world. Let it be breathed, let you be carried. Let the hours pour their long dark water quietly over the warm sunk stone of you, on and on, toward a morning that will come on its own soft feet in its own far hour, and find you here, exactly here, deep and warm and safe and asleep. And until then, only this, only down, only warm, only the long kind dark keeping its own time so you needn't keep any, only the slow tide turning under you, lifting a little, setting you deeper, lifting a little, setting you deeper still. Only the great patient wheel of the night bearing you softly on and down and further down, with no hour in it anywhere for you to find, and nothing to do, and nowhere to be but here. And all the dark you could ever need still folded close and warm around you, and morning far, and the sinking slow and easy and sure. Deeper and warm, and gone soft, all of it, the whole wide night gone soft and dark and slow around the warm sunk weight of you, settling, a little further with each long breath, in no hurry at all, carried, held and let down gently and gently again, toward the deep still floor of these good long hours, where you may lie and rest all the dark way down. And if you should rise a little now, some small way toward the surface, the way a sleeper does many times across a long night without ever quite knowing it, let it be nothing. Let it be less than nothing, just a slow turning, just a soft coming up and a softer going down, and the same low voice here to meet you either way, saying only what it has said all along, that there is no hour you need to find, that the number does not want you. That whatever the clock is doing in its dark corner, it is doing entirely without you, and asking nothing of you, and would not have you lift your head for all the world. For see how the clock keeps its own quiet counsel over there, its face turned gently to the wall, its small glow no longer reaching across to you, its hands moving the way hands move in another room, in another house, in a life that is not yours to tend tonight. They go around, those hands, patient and unhurried, and no one watches them, and they do not mind. They were never made to be watched. They do their slow rounds in the dark, whether a face is turned toward them or turned away, whether a mind is counting or a mind is deep asleep, and it makes no difference to them at all, none, and so it may make no difference to you. Let the numbers themselves be off duty now. Let them rest as you rest. Imagine, if the thinnest thread of you is still imagining anything, that the very digits have laid themselves down, that the 4 has stopped standing sentry, that the 3 has stopped its small insistent knocking, that all of them have gone loose and soft and off shift, dreaming their own dim arithmetic somewhere far from your pillow, adding nothing, subtracting nothing, keeping no account against the morning. There is no ledger open in the dark tonight, no sum being carried, no hours left being toted up and held against you. The whole cold arithmetic of the night has been closed and put away in a drawer, and the drawer shut, and the shutting soft, and you were not asked to do the shutting, it was done for you long hours ago, and it stays done. And so the night is allowed to be simply long, not long and counted, not long and measured, not a length you are enduring foot by foot towards some far bright line, only long the way a deep country is wide, long the way deep water is deep, a bigness with no edges you need to walk to, a roominess you may lie down in the middle of, and never come to the end of before morning and never need to. There is so much night. There is more night than you could ever use. You may spend it as lavishly as you like on nothing but this warm sinking, and there will still be night left over, dark and generous, folded all around, more than enough, always more than enough. Breathe out and let the going out be the longest, softest thing. Let it thin as it leaves, let it trail off into the dark and lose itself there, and let the coming in arrive on its own, small and slow, unbidden, a thing the body does far below you while you drift somewhere above it, only half your own. You needn't own the breath tonight. You needn't run it. It runs. It has run all your life without a single instruction, through every deep sleep you ever had, faithful in the dark, and it will run this one too, on and on, minding itself, so that even this last small holding may be set down. Set it down, set it all the way down. And let a kind of snow begin to fall through you, not cold, never cold, a warm, slow snow of heaviness, sifting down through the crown of your head and down behind your eyes and down along the jaw, settling, thickening, softening every edge it touches. The way real snow comes down through a dark night over a sleeping town and asks nothing of anyone, only falls and falls, and lays its quiet weight over the roofs and the lanes and the still gardens, and deepens and hushes, until the whole world lies muffled and rounded and asleep beneath it. Let that snow keep falling through you now, slow flake after slow flake of warmth and weight, gathering in the hollows of your shoulders, drifting deep into the backs of the arms, banking up soft and heavy along the length of the legs, until every part of you lies under its own deep hush, rounded, muffled, gone quiet under the falling. And no one shovels a path through this snow. No one clears it towards some early hour. It is allowed to lie. You are allowed to lie under it, buried warm and deep and unbothered, the way the seed lies under the winter field, in no hurry for its fast spring, keeping nothing, counting nothing, only waiting in the dark without even the effort of waiting, held under the weight, kept warm by the weight, sunk gladly beneath it. Heavier now, the snow deep over you now, and the house holding still around it all. For there is a house around you, holding the dark in its rooms the way a cupped hand holds still water, and every room of it is dim and settled and asleep, the chairs asleep in their places, the door is standing open onto darkness, the stairs going up and going down into a quiet no footstep troubles, and the whole of it wrapped and folded around this one room, this one bed, this one warm sunk weight of you at the deep center of it, kept. You are the still thing at the middle of a still house at the middle of a still night, and the stillness goes out from you in ring after widening ring, room past room, wall past wall, garden past garden, all the sleeping country out to the dark rim of the world, and nowhere in all those rings is there one single thing that needs you to wake and see to it. It is all seen to. It is all resting. It can all be left. And leave it easily. Let the leaving be as light as the breath going out. And if some old habit in you should still, even now, even this deep, reach one thin blind hand toward the wall to find the time, feel how the hand is too heavy to lift. Feel how the reaching thins to nothing before it starts. Feel how there is nothing at the end of that reach anyway, no number waiting to be found, no answer that would help, only more warm dark, only more of this good weight, and how the hand gives up the reaching gladly and sinks back down into the warmth where it belongs, forgotten again, at rest again, folded back into the deep. You do not have to know the hour to be safe. You have never once had to know the hour to be safe. The not knowing is the safety. The not knowing is the soft, dark room you get to sleep in, all night long, undisturbed. For what would the number give you if you found it? A figure, a small cold figure in the dark, that changes nothing, that warms nothing, that does not bring the morning one moment sooner nor push it one moment back, that only stands there asking to be added up, asking you to lift your head and do sums in the dark when your whole body longs to lie still and sink, and you have set that arithmetic down for the night. You retired it hours ago, kindly once, and it stays retired, and there is no call to take it up again, not at this surfacing nor the next, nor any that come drifting through before the light. Every one of them met with this same low voice, instead of that same cold figure. Every one of them turned, gently, from a counting back into a sinking. So let this surfacing turn too. Feel it turning even now. Feel the little rise easing over into a long, slow settle, the way a swell out on deep, dark water lifts a floating thing a hand's breadth, and then lowers it a hand's breadth and more, without breaking, without waking, only lifting and lowering, in the great unhurried breathing of the deep. You needn't fear these little risings anymore. They are not the night failing. They are the night working, the ordinary rhythm of it, the tide of sleep going out a little and coming back a little the whole dark way through, and every time it draws back, it will gather again and return and cover you deeper than before. Waking a little is not an event. It never was. It is only the tide, only the turn, only the water breathing you up a finger's width, so it may set you down 2 fingers deeper. Down 2 fingers deeper now, and warm, and the snow still falling soft through the dark, and the house still holding still, and the clock still turned to its wall, minding its own far rounds, wanting nothing of you. And morning is out there, yes, somewhere past the dark rim of all these rooms, and it will come. But let it be very far tonight. Let it be a thing on the other side of a great deal of night, a slow, pale thing that has not yet begun to think of coming, that is nowhere near the window, that will not arrive by being waited for, and cannot be hurried by being watched, and does not need you to lie awake keeping the place for it. It knows the way. It has come every morning of your whole life without once being called, without once being counted in, coming softly up over the edge of the world on its own far schedule while sleepers slept. And it will do the same tonight, on its own soft feet, in its own good hour, and it will find you here, not watching for it, not worn thin from waiting on it, but deep and warm and gone, sunk all the way down into these hours, sleeping the plain, deep sleep of a thing that has stopped keeping time. And that is all it ever wanted for you, the morning, not that you should meet it at the door with reddened eyes and a night's worth of sums behind you, but that you should let it slip in quietly and gently while you lay unaware, and lift the dark from the room a shade at a time so softly you never felt it go, and be already there, mild and ordinary, by the time the first of you stirred. Let it do that. Let it have that. Give the whole of the coming morning back to the morning, and keep for yourself only this, only the dark, only the wait, only the long, unhurried middle of the night with all its hours still pooled soft and deep around you. Breathe out once more and slower. And let the number of the breath go too. Let there be no counting even of these, no first and second and third, only breath after breath after breath falling away into the dark like the snow falling, uncounted, unnumbered, each one a little lower than the last, each one loosening you a little further from the surface, a little further from the shape of a waking person, a little further down into the plain warm dark where you are only a weight, only a warmth, only a slow breathing thing at rest at the bottom of the night. So heavy now, so gone, the arms gone, the hands gone, the long weight of the legs gone down into the warmth and lost there, the face gone soft, the brow smoothed flat, the jaw hanging loose and easy in the dark, nothing held anywhere, nothing clenched, nothing braced against the hour, because the hour has been let go. The hour is the clock's affair and not yours, and you have laid down even the last thin knowing of it. And the dark keeps its own time now, so you needn't keep any. It counts nothing off, this dark. It has no face and no hands and no glowing figures. It only holds and deepens and goes on being dark and warm and wide in every direction, unhurried, patient, in no more rush toward the light than the deep sea is in a rush toward the shore. It can hold you like this for hour upon hour and never tire of it and never ask a thing. And every hour it holds you, it will settle you a little deeper into its keeping, a little heavier, a little further from any edge. Deeper and the snow deeper over you, and the house darker and stiller around the snow, and the world wider and quieter around the house, and morning further, always further, kept far and soft on the other side of the long dark. So there is nothing between you and the plain deep floor of sleep, but a little more sinking, a little more warmth, a little more of this good letting go. Let go a little more, then loosen once more, wherever the loosening finds something still to loosen, down through some last quiet corner of the shoulder, down along some last held thread in the back, down into the deep warm heaviness of the hips, the heavy easy weight of the thighs, the far still weight of the feet, all of it sinking, all of it giving way, all of it going down and down into the warm dark keeping of the night, with no hour anywhere in it to find, and nothing to do and nowhere to be but here, sunk deep and safe and warm at the bottom of the good long dark. And here you may stay, here you may lie and go on lying, hour after unhurried hour, met at every small surfacing by nothing but this same low voice, and this same warm weight, and this same wide dark, turned gently each time from any counting back down into the sinking, and lower, and warmer, and slower, and further down still, into the deep soft middle of the night, where the dark is thickest and kindest, and the clock turns to its wall, and the numbers sleep, and morning is far, and there is only this, only down, only warm, only the long kind dark, keeping its own quiet time, so that you need keep none at all. And gently, and gently, and gently down again. And if some small part of you rises again toward the surface, later, in the long middle stretch of this night, let it rise without alarm. Let it be only a slow turning, the way a sleeping body turns of its own accord and settles again, finding the cool of the pillow, finding a new easy hollow in the warmth, and going back down without ever once waking all the way. You have done this already, many times tonight, and each time the voice was here, and each time the weight was here, and each time you sank again. So there is a path worn soft now, a smooth channel already made, and any small surfacing will slide back along it, the way water slides back into the print your hand leaves in wet sand. Nothing to climb, nothing to force. Only the same easy giving way, already learned, already yours. And far off, somewhere out past the walls, the night is keeping itself without any help from you. The hours are turning over quietly out there, one into the next, the way the pages of a book left open turn in a slow draft, unread, unhurried, no one bending to watch them. Let them turn. They are not your pages to keep. Some patient thing keeps them. Some old and tireless keeper of hours who has counted every night there ever was and never once needed you to count alongside. And it is counting now, softly, out in the dark, so that you may set your counting down entirely and let your hands be empty and your mind be dim. The numbers that used to matter so much in this hour, how many left, how few, how the morning was coming and the count was shrinking, all of that is a thing that belongs to the light, and the light is not here yet, and will not be for a long, kind while. In the dark, the numbers have no work to do. They lie quiet on the face of the clock, turned away to the wall, glowing at nothing, telling their small tale to no one, and you are not there to read it. You are here, low and warm and far, at a depth where numbers cannot reach, and were never meant to reach. Breathe and let the out-breath be long, and let it carry you a little further from the shape of any hour, in and slowly out. And with the out-breath, the last small habit of reaching loosens in the arm, the old reflex that used to want to turn the clock toward you, that used to lift the hand toward the light, all of that gone slack now, the arm too heavy to lift even if some faint corner of you still thought to try. And it does not think to try. It has forgotten the wanting. It lies here, warm along its whole length, wanting nothing, reaching for nothing, done with reaching for the rest of this night. And the tide of you is far out now, all the way out, over the flat wet miles, the water gone quiet and thin and still, no waves left to speak of, only the faint sheet of it lying under a dark sky, resting, gathered, in no hurry at all to come back in. This is the hour when the tide is lowest and stillest, the turn of it so slow you could not name the moment it begins to come back, and you needn't name it, you needn't watch for it. It will come in its own good time, without your minding, the way it always has, the way it did last night and the night before, whether or not anyone stood on the shore to count the hours of it. Let the water lie far out and still. Let the long flats gleam faint under the dark. There is nothing to do at the low turn of the tide but rest, and be gathered, and wait without waiting for the slow return that needs no help from you. Heavier now, the whole back of you settled down flat, and giving, each small knot of the spine let down one lower than the last. The long muscles along either side of it softened and spread and gone warm, so that the bed seems to have risen a little to meet you, to hold more of you, to take the last of your weight up out of you and keep it. Let it keep it. You have carried this weight all the long day, and you needn't carry it now. Lay it down along the whole length of the bed, and let the bed be strong under it, strong and patient and wide, holding you the way the ground holds a fallen leaf, without effort, without end. And the room around you has settled too, the way a house settles in the deep of the night, the small tickings and creakings of it all quieted, the walls gone still, the air gone even and soft, and neither warm nor cool, but exactly the temperature of rest. Somewhere a pipe holds its breath. Somewhere the boards have stopped their small talking and gone quiet. The whole house has laid itself down around you, floor over floor, room over darkened room, all of it dim and hushed, and keeping watch in its old wooden patience, asking nothing, needing nothing, only standing quietly around your sleep the way trees stand around a still pond in the dark. And you are the stillness at the heart of it, the deepest, warmest, most settled thing in the whole still house. Nothing in these rooms is more at rest than you are now, nothing sunk lower, nothing let go more completely. And there is no hour written anywhere in this stillness, no glowing figure, no small bright count in the dark, because the one place it used to live has been turned to the wall and left there, and you have not gone to find it, and you will not, and the not going has become as easy now as breathing, easier, a thing you no longer even decide, only do, the way the tide does not decide to lie still, but only lies. You let another breath go, longer than the last, and feel how the letting go of it reaches lower this time, down past the warm, heavy hips, down the long, slack weight of the thighs, down through the knees gone loose, and the shins gone soft, and the far quiet weight of the feet, all of it warm, all of it given over, all of it a single long heaviness poured out flat along the bed with no seam in it anywhere, no held place, no braced place, nothing anywhere in you that has not been let down and let go and left to sink. And if the mind drifts up some small thing to show you, a face, a word, a fragment of the day, some little errand of tomorrow floating loose, let it come, and let it be dim, and let it go by unheld, the way a slow leaf turns past on the surface of dark water while you rest far beneath. You do not have to catch it. You do not have to follow where it goes. It is only the mind emptying its pockets in the dark, laying down the small things it carried, and there is no urgency in any of it, nothing that will not keep till the light, nothing worth rising a single inch toward. Let it settle out of the water like fine silt drifting down, and let the water clear above you, and stay low, stay warm, stay gone. For the night is long, and you are early in the long stretch of it still, with hour upon unhurried hour of dark laid out ahead, more than you could use, more than you could ever need, a great soft surplus of darkness and warmth spread out before you like a country with no roads and no clocks and no far edge. You cannot come to the end of it by trying. You cannot hurry across it. You can only lie down in the middle of it and let it be as wide as it is, and be glad, dimly, warmly, that it asks nothing of you but this, only to lie here and sink and be kept. And the keeping goes on. The dark holds and deepens and does not tire. Breath after breath it settles you further, the way silt settles, the way snow quiet settles over a field long after the fall has stopped, the way the last warmth settles down into the banked coals of a fire and glows there low and steady and orange under the grey, giving its heat out slow into the small hours, asking nothing, only warming, only lasting, burning down so gently that no eye could catch the moment one ember dims and the next takes up the glow. That is how you are burning down now. That low, that slow, that safe, a banked warmth in the dark, tended by no one, needing no tending, giving off its quiet heat hour after hour into the long, cold, patient night. And no hand comes to stir you. No hand rakes the coals or opens the door to the cold. The fire of you is let alone to settle in its own good time, down and down through the grey soft ash of sleep, warm at the centre still, warm all through, banked so low and so kind that it will glow untroubled straight through to the first grey of the morning without once flaring up, without once needing more than it has. You have everything you need for the whole long night already, here in the warmth, in the weight, in the dark. Nothing to fetch, nothing to add, only to burn low and be kept. Lower now, let the glow settle lower. Let the last faint edges of you go dim and orange and warm and still. The shoulders banked down, the arms banked down, the long heavy trunk of you banked down into the deep grey ash of the bed, and the warmth held safe at the middle of it all, and the dark drawn close and soft all around like the cold night air that only makes the banked fire glow the kinder for being there. And time, out past all this, keeps turning itself over without you. The slow stars wheel a little further across whatever piece of sky hangs over the roof, and you do not see them and you needn't. They have turned over every night of the world without one soul obliged to watch, and they turn now, patient and enormous and unhurried, marking hours on nothing, for no one, out in the great cold quiet above the house. Let them turn. That is time's own business, up there among the stars, and it is a big and ancient business, and it does not need your small hand in it, does not need you lifting up out of the warm to check whether it is being done. It is being done. It is always being done. You may lie here in the ash-warm dark and trust the whole vast machinery of the turning night to turn without you, all the way round, all the way to the light. And every small time you drift up toward waking through these long middle hours, this is what waits for you, not the sharp, bright count, not the arithmetic of what is left, but only this. The warmth still here, the weight still here, the wide dark still here, the low voice still here, turning you gently by the same worn, soft path back down into the sinking again and again, as many times as the night brings you up, each time easier, each time lower, each time less of an event and more of a mere slow turning, a mere settling, a mere breath let out longer than the one before. Waking has stopped being a door thrown open onto the hour. It has become only a small swell on the far-out tide, lifting you an inch and setting you down again, gentle, gentle, gone. So let the next one lift you, if it comes, and let it set you down, and the one after that. And every one after that, all through the dark, met the same, answered the same, sunk the same, until the coming up and the going down are all one slow motion, one long breathing of the whole night, in and out, up a little and down further, up a little and down further still, carrying you deeper each turn the way each wave of the returning tide reaches a hand's breadth higher up the sand and then slides back, patient, tireless, in no hurry at all to arrive. Heavier and warmer and further down, the last thin thread of listening gone slack now, so that the words come to you more as warmth than as words, more as the low steady shape of a voice than as anything you must follow, a sound to sink beneath rather than attend to, the way you might half hear rain going on and on against the glass long after you have stopped listening to it, only knowing dimly that it is there, that it is kind, that it means you are inside and warm and needn't stir. Let the words be that rain then, let them go on somewhere above you, steady and soft and meaning nothing you must catch, only there, only kind, only keeping the dark company while you lie far beneath it all, sunk past listening, sunk past thinking, sunk down into the plain, warm, wordless floor of the night where there is nothing but the weight and the warmth and the slow, long tide of your own quiet breathing. And the clock in its corner has forgotten you as thoroughly as you have forgotten it. It faces its wall and glows at the plaster and counts its small numbers over to no one, and nothing in the whole dark house answers it, least of all you, gone down so far below its reach that its little glowing tale might as well be told in another country, in another year, to some other person entirely, some daytime person who needed to know such things, and that person is not here tonight. That person has been set down at the door of sleep like coat and keys and the weight of the day, to be taken up again in the morning unhurried whole when the light comes. But not now, not for a long, kind while. Now there is only the sleeper, and the sleeper needs no hours, keeps no count, reaches for nothing, minds nothing, only lies here warm and heavy and far and breathes and sinks and is kept. And down again, a little further down again with this breath, and further with the next, the whole warm weight of you easing lower into the held dark by the smallest of degrees, so slowly you could not feel the sinking if you tried, only know, dimly from time to time, that you are lower than you were, warmer than you were, further from any surface than you were, deeper in the long, soft keeping of the night than you have been all the long night through. There is nowhere else to be, there is nothing else to do. The whole wide dark is yours to lie in until morning, and morning is far, kept soft and far on the other side of hours you need not count, hours some patient keeper is counting for you out in the turning dark, hours the stars are marking on nothing far above the quiet roof. You have handed all of it over. The counting, the checking, the reaching, the small bright arithmetic of the night. Handed it all over and turned your face to the warm and let your whole heavy self go down. And gently, and warmer still, and lower still, down past the last dim edge of knowing, into the deep and tideless middle of the night, where the dark lies thickest and softest and kindest of all, and holds you and asks nothing, and lets you sink and go on sinking, breath after slow, warm breath, for hour upon unhurried hour, all the long, safe way toward a morning that is in no hurry, none at all, to come. And gently down again. And if you should rise a little, sometime in this long middle stretch, if some thin current should lift you nearer the surface for a moment, let it be nothing, let it be less than nothing. A small swell under a boat that never wakes the sleeper in the boat, that only rocks him once and sets him down again into the same slow water he was already drifting on. You do not have to come all the way up. You do not have to open anything or know anything or reach across the dark toward that small square of light to ask it where you are in the night. There is no need. The answer would tell you nothing you need. The answer is only a number, and numbers are for the daytime people, and the daytime people are all asleep in you now, folded down and quiet, and will not want their numbers again until the light asks for them. So when the surfacing comes, and it may come softly, the way the tide feels for the shore and draws back without ever arriving, let the same warm voice be there. Let it meet you the way it has met you every time tonight, with nothing to solve and nowhere to go, only the same low steadiness, the same handful of soft words laid down in the dark like a hand laid flat on the back. There it says, only turning, only the tide, down you go again. And down you do go, because there is nothing to hold you up, nothing bright pulling at you, nothing counting, nothing owed. Only the long, warm slope of the night going down and down beneath you, and your own weight glad to follow it. Feel how the bed has taken the exact shape of you by now, how the warmth you have made through the long hours has gathered close and stayed, a warmth that is yours, that you carried down here with you and kept. The small hollow your shoulder has pressed, the settled length of your legs, heavier than they were at the door of the night, sunk into their own warmth like stones sunk into moss. Nothing in you is braced anymore, nothing is waiting. Even the last faint readiness in the hands has let go, the fingers curled soft and easy, holding nothing, wanting to hold nothing, emptied clean of all their daytime grip. And the arithmetic that used to live in these hands, the reaching and the tilting and the small squint at the glowing figures, that has drained out of them too, drained down through the bed and away, and the hands are only warm now, only heavy, only resting. Somewhere the earth is turning you slowly through the dark, carrying the whole quiet house and the quiet street and the quiet town along the great slow curve of the night, unhurried, sure, needing no help from you, no watching, no counting of its turning. It has turned through every night there has ever been, and never once lost the morning, never once mislaid the dawn or set it down wrong or forgot where the light was kept. It will bring the light again in its own slow time, edge by gray edge, without your asking, without your knowing the hour of it. And you may leave the whole enormous turning of it entirely to itself, and lie still at the warm center of it, a small kept thing carried through the dark, needing to do nothing at all but be carried. How far the morning is does not matter now. It is not a distance you must measure. It is not a number of hours stacked up against your tiredness, to be counted and dreaded and counted again. It is only somewhere ahead, soft and certain, the way the far bank is somewhere across a wide, slow river you are drifting down in the dark. You cannot see it, and you do not need to see it. You will come to it when the water brings you to it, and not before, and there is nothing you can do to hurry the water, and this is the kindness, nothing you need do, for the water knows the way. So lift your hands from the counting of the miles. Let the river carry you. It is carrying you already. It has been carrying you all night, slow and wide and warm and dark, past banks you never had to watch, under a sky you never had to read. And the clock face turned to its wall in the corner is part of that far bank, part of the daytime shore you are drifting away from, not toward. Its small light does not reach the water where you lie. Its small insistent count does not travel out across the dark to find you. It counts for the room, if it counts for anything, and the room does not listen either. The room is only dark and still, and holding its breath softly around your sleep. Let the clock keep its little vigil against the plaster. Let it glow there faithfully at nothing, telling its patient story of minutes to a wall that has heard it every night and never once turned to look. You have turned your face the other way, into the warm, into the deep, into the wide, slow drift, and there is no reason under the whole dark sky to turn it back. Breathe and let the breath be slower than the last. There is time. There is nothing but time, and none of it is being counted against you. The out-breath long and low and warm, emptying you gently downward, and the in-breath small and quiet, only as much as you need, no more, coming of itself without your effort, the way the tide draws its own water back without a hand to help it, in and slowly out. And the slowly out is where you sink, each long soft fall of the breath letting you down a little further into the warm dark floor of the night. You do not push the breath, you only let it fall, and it falls, and you fall with it, gently down. Notice, if some dim far part of you still notices anything, how the sounds of the deep night have grown round and soft and harmless. How the small creak of the house settling into the cold has stopped being a thing to name and become only a sound, a low wooden sigh far off, meaning nothing, asking nothing, folding into the quiet as soon as it is made. How the hush itself has a sound, a wide soft grain to the silence, almost warm, almost a presence, the sound of a whole world drawn down into its own deep resting. And none of it needs you awake to hear it properly. It goes on just the same whether you follow it or let it blur, and it is easier, so much easier, to let it blur, to let the last sharp edges of hearing go soft, until sound and dark and warmth are all one thing, one gentle heldness, one long low keeping that you lie inside of and needn't listen to at all. You are so far down now, so far from the bright anxious surface where the counting lived, down where the water is still and the dark is thick and kind and the weight of you is welcome, down where there is no clock, no number, no hour, no arithmetic of what is left and what is lost, no dread stacked up in the small hours like a bill to be paid. All of that is a country up above, a lit and restless country, and you have gone down out of it, down under the long dark swell, into the deep quiet middle water where nothing bright can reach and nothing sharp can follow. And here you may stay, here you may lie the rest of the night through, rocked, held, warm, weightless, and utterly let be. And if the thought of the morning tries, even now, to send one thin bright thread down after you, how many hours, how much sleep, how will you feel? What if feel how the thread cannot hold in this deep water? Feel how it thins and frays and comes apart the moment it reaches the warm dark where you lie, because worries are made of daylight and cannot breathe this far down, cannot keep their shape, cannot stay sharp. They arrive soft and slow and already dissolving, and you needn't even push them away, you need only lie still and let the depth undo them. The way the cold, deep water of a lake takes the warmth from a stone dropped into it, slowly, completely, until the stone is only the same dark as everything around it, and sinks, and is lost, and is at rest. Let every worry be that stone, let it drop, let it sink through the warm dark past you and go on down, past the reach of any hand, into the soft floor of the night and settle there and be still, and trouble you no more until the light. You do not have to carry it. You were never meant to carry it through the dark hours in the cold, alone, doing sums no one asked you to do. Set it down. It is already sinking. Watch it go, dim and slow and final, down and away, and feel how much lighter the water is without it, how much easier the drift, how much deeper you may go now that your hands are truly empty. Deeper and warmer and slower, the breath going down like something poured unhurried into the dark, and the body going down with it, degree by soft degree, so far past holding now that even the idea of holding has gone quiet, has gone dark, has sunk with the rest. There is only the warm, only the weight. Only the long, low tide of the breath and the wide, dark keeping of the night, hour upon hour of it still ahead of you, hour upon patient hour, none of it counted, none of it owed, all of it yours to sink through, all of it soft, all of it kind. And the tide turns far off, out at the edge of your sleeping, and turns again, and it is nothing, only the sea of the night breathing as you breathe, drawing in and letting go, and you rise a hair's breadth on it and settle a hair's breadth back, and that is all awaking is now, all it will be for the rest of the dark. A turn of the tide, a small lift and a long settling, met each time by the warm and the weight and the low unhurried voice that asks you for nothing, that only keeps the dark soft around you. That only says, each time, down again, love, only the tide, down again. And each time you go, because there is nowhere you would rather be than here, sunk warm in the middle of the kept night, and nothing you need do but stay. So stay, lie here and stay, and let the long, slow hours pass over you like deep water over a stone on the floor of a still lake, unhurried, dark and cool above, warm and safe and undisturbed below. Let them pass without your counting them, one folding softly into the next, indistinguishable, seamless, a single long dark warmth reaching all the way from here to the far grey edge of the light. You will not feel the hours pass, and that is exactly right. That is the whole soft mercy of it, that the night should close over your counting and heel it shut, and carry you sleeping across all that dark distance, without once asking you to know how far you had come. The numbers are gone, let them stay gone. Let the small square of light in the corner glow on unread, unreached for, unminded, a thing turned to its wall in a country up above the water where you no longer live tonight. You have come down out of the country of the clock, and there is no way back to it that you would ever want to take, and no need to take it, and no hour at which you must. Only down, only warm. Only the slow, deep drift, and the long-kept dark, and the breath falling and letting you fall. And down again, a little further. The warmth closing over you softer than any blanket, thicker than any dark you have known, holding the whole heavy length of you, the way deep water holds a diver who has stopped swimming and simply hangs, weightless, easy, carried, letting the current have him, letting it turn him slow and gentle in the dark, going nowhere, needing nowhere, only held, only warm, only far, far down where the surface is a rumor, and the morning is a rumor, and the counting is a rumor, and none of the three can reach you. And all of them can wait. Rest now, rest all the way down. There is so much night still to lie in, so many soft, dark hours still to sink through, and every one of them is on your side. Every one of them wants only to carry you gently on toward the light without your lifting a hand or counting a minute or turning once toward that small forgotten glow. Let them carry you. They are carrying you. You are already going. Already gone soft and heavy and far, already down past the last dim edge of listening, into the warm, wide, wordless deep of the middle night, where the dark is kindest and the weight is sweetest, and the tide will turn 100 slow times before the morning and never once wake you, never once, because there is nothing left in you that needs to know the hour, and everything in you that knows, at last, how to let the hour go. And gently and warmer and further downs. If you should rise again, sometime in this next long stretch of dark, up out of the deep and toward the thin grey surface of waking, let it happen the way it happens to the tide pool at the edge of the sea, filling and emptying without effort, without alarm, the water coming in over the smooth stones and going out again, and neither the coming nor the going asking anything of the pool, but that it holds still and let itself be filled and emptied all night long. You are that pool tonight. The waking will come in over you like a slow swell, and it will go out again, and you need not reach after it, need not name it, need not turn your face toward the small glow in the corner and ask it what o'clock this filling is. Only let the water come and let the water go and stay exactly where you are, low and smooth and cool and kept, at the far still edge of the great dark sea of the night. So there is no clock down here where you have come to lie. No clock in the tide pool, no clock on the floor of the lake, no clock in the warm, heavy dark that holds you. The clock lives up above, in the bright, thin country you have left, ticking on to no one, counting to an empty room, and it may keep its counting, all of it, every minute of it, because none of those minutes has your name on it now, and none of them can send for you, and none of them will be missed by you when the morning finally gathers them up and hands them back. You have laid the whole apparatus down, the little glowing face turned away to its wall. The arithmetic of hours left, folded once, and set on the far side of the room where you cannot reach it, and would not if you could. How many hours until you must wake? You asked that once, hours ago, somewhere near the beginning of the dark, and the asking was answered, and the answer was set aside, kindly, the way you set aside a letter you will read in the morning, and it has stayed set aside all this long while, and see how little it has troubled you, see how the night went on being long and dark and warm and yours without your once picking that letter back up. You do not need to pick it up now, it will keep. Everything you set down tonight will keep until the light, and the light will keep too, coming on its own, at its own hour, without your having to lean out into the dark and pull it toward you minute by counted minutes. So let your leaning stop. Let the part of you that reaches, that checks, that leans out toward the glow to steal a number from it, let that part lie down too, at last, alongside the rest of you, and grow warm and grow heavy and grow still. It has worked so hard, that reaching part of you, all these nights, waking you and turning you and setting the little sum going again in the dark. How many hours, how few hours, how will I manage, how will I feel? It has worked so hard and it has never once helped you, and tonight you have taken the work away from it. Gently, the way you would take a heavy thing from the hands of someone very tired, and you have said, you may put this down now, you may rest now, I have you. We are only going to lie here in the warm and let the tide come and go until it is light, and it has believed you, feel how it has believed you, feel how quiet it has gone. And in that quiet the night opens wider than any clock could measure, wide and slow and dim and deep, an unhurried country with no hours marked on it at all, only the long soft dark stretching off in every direction, and you lying at the warm middle of it, sunk down into the give of the bed, held, kept, carried, going gently on toward a morning you do not have to watch for, and cannot hurry, and will not miss. Breathe and let the breath go long. Let the going out of it be the longest, slowest, easiest thing, a tide of its own, drawing down and out and leaving you a little heavier on the shore of the bed each time it draws away. In and the slow long out. And nothing to count, not even these, not even the breaths, only the going of them, only the soft falling away. Somewhere far above you, up in that thin bright country you have left, the clock is turning its hands through a number now, some number, 3 or 4 or the low still reaches beyond them, and it turns them to no one. For you are not there to see, you have gone down under, down where the numbers do not fall, and it may turn its hands all it likes, quietly, patiently, to the empty air, and never once will its turning reach the warm dark floor where you lie. Let it turn. It is only weather up there, only the slow, harmless weather of a country you are not in tonight. Down here there is no weather, only the even warmth, only the still deep hold of the kept dark, only the long, unhurried settling of a body that has finally, wholly, given up the watch. And if a car should pass, far off in the sleeping street, its sound rising and thinning and going, let it be only another swell of the tide, coming in over the smooth stones of you and going out again, taking nothing, leaving you lower and easier than before. And if the house should settle and tick in its timbers, some small wooden sound in the dark, let that too be only the tide, only the night breathing in its own sleep around you, nothing to rise toward, nothing to name, nothing that means an hour. The sounds of the dark are not the clock, they do not count, they only pass, the way the water passes over the stone, the way the hours pass over the sleeper, softly, without asking to be known. You are learning it now, even in your sleep you are learning it, the long, slow art of letting the night be long, not fighting its length, not measuring its length, not lying stiff against it, counting down its length toward a morning that will come whether you count or not, but letting it belong the way the deep sea is deep, as a kindness, as a room with space enough in it for all your weariness to lie full length and stretch out and be held. The night is not your enemy tonight. It never was. It is the wide, warm dark that carries you, the deep, still water that holds you up by holding you down, the long-kept hour that asks nothing. And it is on your side, all of it, every unmarked minute of it, wanting only to bear you gently on. So be born, let yourself be born. Go loose in the arms of the long dark, the way a sleeping child goes loose, all its weight given over, its head heavy, its hands open, carried through rooms it will never remember, upstairs it will never know it climbed, laid down in the warm without ever waking to the journey. You are being carried like that tonight, across all the dark distance from here to the light, and you will not remember the journey, and that is the mercy, that is the whole soft mercy of the sleep you are sinking into, that it should take you across the night without once making you walk it, without once making you count the stairs. Down and warmer, and the small glowing face still turned to its wall, still unread, still unminded, glowing on to no one in the corner of a room you have drifted far, far out of. Let it glow. It costs you nothing now. It is only a little light in an empty upstairs, and you are downstairs, deep downstairs, in the warm dark cellar of the night, where no light reaches and no number falls and nothing is asked. And the breath goes long, and the weight goes deep, and the tide comes in somewhere soft over the stones, and the tide goes out, and you stay. Low and smooth and kept, at the still edge of the sea of the dark, filling and emptying, needing nothing, holding nothing, only lying where the water has laid you, only being where the night has put you, only warm, only heavy, only far, far down and far, far along. Most of the long dark already behind you now, and the rest of it as soft and dark and kind as all the hours that carried you this far. There is a stillness that comes to a house in the last deep reach of the night, the stillness after even the latest thing has gone quiet and before the earliest thing has stirred, a held stillness, a kept stillness, the very floor of the dark, and you are lying on that floor now, in that held hour that has no edges, and it is holding you the way the deepest water holds the deepest sunk stone, wholly, evenly, on every side at once, with a pressure so soft and so complete that it feels like nothing at all. Feels only like rest, only like being finally and entirely let down into the place you were always trying to reach. You have reached it, you are in it. There is nowhere further to sink and nothing further to do, and no hour at which the sinking must stop. So do not stop. Go on sinking slow, the way silt sinks through still water, the way warmth sinks through a heavy quilt, the way sleep sinks through a body that has finally stopped holding itself up, a slow, even, endless settling with no floor beneath it and no hurry to it, only the long, soft going down that is its own arrival, that is already where it is going even as it goes. And the counting is a rumor now, a thing you half remember doing once in some thinner, brighter country, leaning toward a little glow in the dark and pulling numbers out of it, and laying them end to end into a sum that only ever ached you half. Remember it the way you half. Remember a room from childhood, dim and far and no longer yours to stand in, and you feel no pull toward it. None, only a great soft gratitude that you are not there, that you are here instead. Down in the warm, wordless deep, where the numbers cannot follow, and the sum cannot be made, and the ache has nowhere left to start. Let it stay a rumor, let it thin further and further until even the memory of the reaching goes soft at its edges and dissolves, the way a footprint dissolves under the slow return of the tide, the way a word said once in an empty room dissolves into the quiet that was there before it and will be there after. The reaching is dissolving, the checking is dissolving. The whole long habit of turning toward the hour is loosening and thinning, and going out of you on the long, slow tide of the breath, going out and not coming back, leaving you emptier and lighter and freer with every falling breath, leaving more and more room in you for nothing but the warm and the weight and the dark. And see, there is so much night still, and it is all like this now, all warm, all dark, all kept, all yours, hour after unmarked hour of it stretching on ahead as soft as the hours behind, and you do not have to cross it, you do not have to count it, you do not have to do anything at all but lie here in the deep of it and let it carry you, slow and sure and unhurried, the way it has carried you all night, the way it will carry you all the rest of the way without your waking to the journey. Without your knowing the hour, without your once turning toward the small forgotten glow that turns its patient face to the wall and asks you for nothing and gets, at last, from you, nothing in return. Only rest, only down, only the long slow tide of it, in and out, over the smooth kept stone of you, wearing away the last of the counting, smoothing away the last of the ache, leaving you rounder and quieter and easier under the water with every soft pass, every soft pass, every soft pass of the long dark tide. And warmer now, and heavier now, and further down and further along, deep in the held floor of the night, where the stillness has no edges, and the dark has no hour, and the sea of the sleep you are sunk in reaches on, and on, and on toward a shore so far and so soft, and so certain that you need never once lift your head to look for it. And it will come to you. The shore will come to you gently on its own, at its own grey hour, sliding up under you as softly as sleep slid up under you tonight, and you will not have to swim to it, and you will not have to count your way to it, and you will not have to watch through the dark for its coming. It will simply be there. When it is there, the way morning is simply there, and until then there is only this, only the warm, only the deep, only the long-kept dark, and the slow-turning tide, and the breath falling and letting you fall. So fall, let go the last small hold and fall, slow, into the warm below the warm, the deep below the deep, the still below the still, where there is no clock and no counting and no country of the hour, where there is nothing at all but the dark being kind to you and the weight being sweet to you and the night, the long good night, carrying you on. Down again, a little further, and the glow turned to its wall, and the numbers gone, and the tide coming in soft over the stones, and going out, and you staying, warm and heavy and far, far down in the middle of the kept and quiet dark. Rest now, rest all the way down. There is so much soft night left to sink through, and every hour of it is on your side, and none of them will ask your name, and none of them can wake you, and all of them, one after another, will only carry you gently, gently on. And if you should rise a little now, up toward the thin surface of things, the way a sleeper does, without meaning to, without waking, just drifting up until the dark grows a shade less deep around you, there is nothing there to meet you but the same soft voice, and the same warm dark, and the same held quiet you left when you sank. No bright face waiting to be read. No small numbers standing in a row to be added and subtracted and worried over. Only the room, only the night, only the breath still moving through you the way water moves under ice, slow and sure and unbothered, whether or not you are there to feel it. So let the surfacing be nothing, let it be less than nothing, a ripple that rises and settles again before it can even become a thought, a turning that is only a turning, the way a body shifts in its sleep and finds the warm hollow it was already lying in and sinks straight back down into it. You have done this so many times tonight already, so many soft times, come up and gone down, come up and gone down, and each time the going down was easier. Each time the dark took you back more gently, until now the coming up hardly counts as coming up at all. Only a small stir on the top of a very deep water, and the deep water holds. There is no edge to find here. You may reach, in the half of your mind that is still moving, for the shape of the hour, the way a hand reaches in the dark for the familiar cool of a glass on the table, and find instead only more dark, only more warm, only the good soft nothing where the number used to be. And that is right, that is exactly as it should be. The number is not lost, it is only set down, only laid aside for the morning to pick up when the morning comes, and the morning will come, and it will hand you back every hour you set down tonight, all of them in their proper order when you have need of them again. But you have no need of them now. Now there is only the lying still, only the being carried, only the long, unhurried keeping of the dark. Feel how the covers have grown warm all the way through, not the sharp warmth of first lying down, but the deep, even warmth of hours, the warmth that has soaked all the way into the weave of things and into the weight of you and made one single warm thing of the bed and the body and the breath, so that there is no longer any line where you end and the warmth begins. You are inside it now, folded down into the middle of it. A warm thing among warm things in the dark, kept and covered and asked for nothing. And out beyond the covers, past the still edge of the bed, the room goes on being a room quietly in the dark without needing you to watch it. The walls stand where they stood, the door rests in its frame, and somewhere on the far side of it, low and small and turned away, the little glowing face keeps its own patient count that is no longer any count of yours. Let it keep it. Let it tick or let it be silent, let it number the minutes into the dark all it likes, up on its shelf, down on its table, turned to the wall where you turned it, faithfully measuring a night that no longer needs measuring, for a sleeper who no longer needs to know. It is such a small thing in the end, that glow, such a small cold light in such a wide warm dark, and it cannot reach you here, it cannot climb the warmth to where you have sunk. It can only shine, faintly, at the wall, and wait for a morning that will come whether it counts or not. How much of the night you have already crossed without once crossing it on purpose? Hour upon hour of it, gone soft behind you, spent not in watching but in resting, not in adding but in sinking, and you never had to lift a finger toward any of it, never had to steer, never had to know. It simply passed, the way the dark passes over a sleeping field, the way the slow hours pass over a sleeping house, moving through the rooms one after another, quiet as breath, touching nothing, waking no one, and moving on. And you were the sleeping house. You are the sleeping house still. And the hours are only passing through you, gentle as air through an open window, taking nothing, leaving only more rest behind them as they go. Let another one pass now. You will not feel it go. It will move through the warm dark of you the way the ones before it moved, without a sound, without a mark, without asking you to notice, and it will be behind you before you could ever have named it. One more hour laid quietly down on the great soft pile of the hours already spent, and you know lighter for the loss of it and no poorer, only deeper, only further along, only nearer to the far grey shore that is coming to you on its own. There is a kind of trust in this that the body knew long before the counting mind was ever born. The trust of the animal that sleeps in its warm place and does not lie awake reckoning the dark. The deer folded down in the long grass that does not count the hours until the light. The bird tucked small against the cold, head under wing, that does not wonder how long is left. They only sleep, and the night keeps them, and the morning finds them, and it has always been enough. And it is enough for you. Under all the counting, under all the worry of the hour, that old animal trust is still in you, still whole, still waiting, and you are lowering yourself back down into it now, back down into the warm, folded grass of your own deep rest, where the dark is not an enemy to be outweighted, but a keeper to be trusted, and the length of the night is not a burden to be measured, but a gift to be sunk all the way into. So sink a little more, let the last thin thread of watching go slack in your hand. You do not need to hold the night open to make sure it passes. It will pass without your holding. It is passing now, softly, all on its own, out beyond the warm, while you lie here in the middle of it and let it. You do not need to keep one eye on the dark to be sure the morning is coming. The morning is coming without your watching, drawing nearer with every breath you do not count, and it will be here soon enough. And until it is, there is only this, only the good long dark, only the deep warm keeping of it, only the slow fall of the breath and the slow settle of the weight, and the whole wide unhurried night still folded gently around you like a second set of covers, warm over warm, dark over dark, quiet over quiet. And if the mind, even now, even this far down, should try once more to do its old small arithmetic, should reach after the hours the way the tongue reaches after a missing tooth, worrying the empty place where the number used to sit, let it find, again, only softness there, only the same warm dark, only the same low voice, only the same unbroken keeping. And let it grow tired of reaching, the way a hand grows tired of feeling for a light switch that is not on that wall, and let it fall back open and empty and easy against the dark, with nothing in it, nothing to hold, nothing to solve. The counting was only ever a way of trying to keep yourself safe through the long dark hours. And you are safe. You have been safe all night. You are safe now, warm and covered and kept, and you do not need the counting to make it so, and you never did. So set it down one more time, and one more time after that. As many times as it lifts its head, set it gently down, until it stays down, until it sleeps too, until the whole of you is sleeping, the watcher and the counter and the worrier all folded down together into the same warm dark. Good, let it be like that. Let it all be like that now. The arithmetic gone quiet, the numbers gone soft, the small cold face turned to its wall and forgotten, and only the warm left, and only the weight left, and only the long, slow breath of you moving through the dark like something the tide moves, back and forth, needing nothing from you, asking nothing of you, carrying you on. Deeper now, a little deeper with the out-breath. Feel how it draws you down each time it leaves, that long, soft falling away of the breath. How the body settles a fraction further into the warmth every time the air goes slowly out, until there is almost nowhere further down to go, and still, somehow, each breath finds a little more, a little softer, a little heavier, a little further into the held floor of the night. You are so far down now. So far from the surface where the counting lives, where the watching lives, where the small bright worry of the hour flickers and fusses. All of that is up above you, thin and far and dim, and you are down here in the warm dark deep where none of it can follow, where the hour has no name and the night has no end, and there is nothing to do, nothing at all, but be carried. And the night is so patient with you. It does not hurry you toward the morning. It does not push you on ahead or tug you back. It only holds and keeps, and lets the time move through it as slow as it likes, as slow as you like, as slow as the breath, which is the slowest, gentlest clock there is, and the only one you need, and even it you do not have to read, even it counts nothing you must know, only rises and falls, only comes and goes, only tides you softly on toward a morning that will arrive exactly when it arrives, and not one moment before, no matter how the small glow counts. No matter how you might have counted, no matter anything at all. So there is nothing to reach for, nothing to check, nothing to know. The last of the wanting to know is loosening in you now, thread by thread, going soft, going slack, sinking down with the rest of you into the warm, and it feels so good to let it go, so good to not know, so good to lie in the middle of the long dark with no idea of the hour and no need of one and no cold little face to tell you and no arithmetic waiting to be done. Just the warm, just the weight. Just the slow tide of the breath and the slow keeping of the night and the far soft certain shore drawing nearer on its own while you sleep. Let yourself be nearly gone now, nearly all the way gone. Only the smallest part of you still up here listening to the voice, and even that part growing warm, growing heavy, growing slow, leaning back into the dark, letting the words come apart into sound, and the sound come apart into breath, and the breath come apart into the deep, even hush of a body that has stopped waiting and started only sleeping. You do not have to follow the words any further. They will go on softly in the dark, whether you follow or not, the way the tide goes on, the way the hours go on, needing nothing from you, only keeping you gentle company down here in the deep of the night. And every time you have surfaced tonight, and every time you might surface again before the gray comes, it will be like this same warm dark, this same low voice, this same soft nothing where the number used to be. No event, no alarm, no bright arithmetic of the hours left, only a turn of the great slow tide and a sinking back down, only a small stir on a very deep water and the deep water taking you back, again and again and again, as many times as it takes, all the way to a morning you will not have to watch for and will not have to count toward and will simply find yourself in, at last, when it is time, and not one breath before. So until then, only down, only warm, only the long-kept dark being kind to you, hour after unnamed hour of it, carrying you on and softly on. Heavier now, and slower now, and further down into the warm than you have been all night. The covers deep and even around you, the room dark and still beyond them, the small glow turned patiently to its wall and asking nothing, getting nothing, keeping its useless faithful count of a night you have finally, wholly, sweetly stopped counting. And you drifting, loose and warm and unweighted of the hours, on the slow tide of your own soft breath, down where there is no time and no telling and no need of either, down where the night simply holds you and the dark simply keeps you and the sleep simply carries you gently, gently, gently on toward the far gray shore. Rest there, rest all the way down. There is so much good dark left to sink through yet, and every hour of it is yours, and none of them will call your name, and none of them can wake you, and all of them, one after another, will only carry you softly on. And while you lie here so far down, the house itself has gone soft around you, all its small night sounds settling into a kind of breathing of their own, the faint tick of something cooling in the walls, the low sigh of the air moving slow through the dark rooms, the whole quiet building keeping the night with you and asking you for nothing, and none of it a clock, none of it counting. Only the ordinary hush of a place at rest, holding a person at rest, the two of you sunk down together into the deep middle of the dark, waiting on nothing, wanting on nothing, watching on nothing at all. And your hands, let me tell you about your hands, wherever they have come to lie tonight, loose on the cover or curled soft near your face or fallen open at your side. They have let go of everything they were holding. They are not reaching for anything now, not for the phone, not for the switch, not for the little lit face you used to turn toward in the dark to ask it the one question it could never answer kindly. Your hands have forgotten the shape of that reaching. They lie there warm and heavy and done, the fingers slightly curled the way a sleeping hand curls, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, so far past the wanting of the hour that the very thought of lifting one hand into the dark to learn a number seems like a thing from another life. A small cold habit that belonged to some earlier, more anxious hour and has quietly fallen away from you here in the deep. Good, let it stay fallen away. Let your hands go on lying there emptied and warm. There is nothing for them to do until the light comes, and the light will come without their help, the way it always has, the way it will tonight. And think, if you drift near enough to a thought to hold one, how many nights across all your years the morning has arrived without you ever once catching it in the act. You have never seen the dark actually turn. You have lain awake at the very edge of it, watching, waiting, certain you would feel the exact moment the black went gray, and you never have. It slips its own margin every time. The eye gives up its watch for one soft, unmeasured while and opens later to find the change already made, the window already pale, the night already gone over into day with no seam you could ever point to. And so it will be for you again. You will not see it come. You will only, at some hour you did not track and will not need to name, find yourself already in it, already delivered, already through, without ever having done a thing but let the dark carry you. So there is truly nothing here to keep watch over, The morning does not require a witness. It will not slip past you if you close your eyes on it, and it cannot be hurried by staring. It comes on its own soft schedule, indifferent and kind, and every minute you would have spent counting toward it is a minute it gives back to you freely as sleep, if only you will stop reaching for it and let it approach the way it wants to, unseen, unhurried, sure. Down further now, a little further with each slow tide of the breath. Feel the long muscles of your back giving up the last of their holding into the bed. The way a rope goes slack when both ends are finally let go. That loosening running the whole length of you now, from the base of the skull down through the wide, warm plane of the shoulders, down the settled spine one soft vertebra at a time, down into the deep of the hips, where the body is heaviest and gladdest to be let down. All of it slackening, all of it pouring its weight, the one direction weight ever wants to go, down, down into the patient bed, which takes it, which has always taken it, which will go on taking it for every hour left of the dark. And the legs gone long and loose and impossibly heavy, the knees soft, the ankles fallen wherever they fell, the feet turned out and forgotten, warm under the weight of the cover, so far from any floor, so far from any standing, so wholly done with the day's long carrying of you that they have simply switched themselves off down there at the far quiet end of you, two warm dim weights that you need not think of again tonight. And that little glow across the room, still there, still faithful, still turned to its wall the way you turned it hours ago now, some soft number of hours you did not keep. Let it be there, it costs you nothing now. It has become only a small dim fact of the room, no more urgent than the corner of the ceiling or the fold of the curtain or the pale shape of the door. Its light no longer reaches you where you have gone. You are down under the surface of the night now, down beneath the thin lit skin of it where numbers float, and the number floating up there on its little face cannot dive to find you, cannot call to you, cannot spend you. It can only keep its patient, meaningless tally in the dark, ticking its ones over into other ones, meaning nothing, changing nothing, while you sleep the whole slow account away. For the arithmetic is truly retired now. You set it down at the start of the dark, and you have not once picked it up, and look, the night did not fall apart without your counting of it. The hours went on being hours, whether you named them or not. They did not need your accounting to pass. They passed the way water passes under a bridge, whether or not a single soul leans over to watch it go. They are passing now, soft and full and uncounted, one into the next, and you are being carried on the whole broad, silent flow of them, out toward the morning, without lifting a hand, without asking a number, without doing anything at all but breathing and being heavy and letting go. Breathe now, let the out-breath come long and slow, and even longer than the breath that filled you, the body's own old signal that all is safe, and the watch is stood down and the deep may have you, in and slowly out, down the long slope of that out-breath a little further into the warm, in and slowly, softly out, the breath pouring you down like sand into the low place of yourself. And again, without effort, without counting even the breaths, only riding them, only letting each one lay you down a fraction deeper than the last. And how strange and sweet it is, if some small waking part of you can still taste it, to lie in the very middle of the night with no idea of the hour and feel not one thread of fear about it, to not know and to not mind the not knowing, to have handed the whole question over to the dark and found the dark perfectly willing to carry it for you. This is the thing you were reaching for all those other nights, when you reached instead for the little cold light. This ease. This not knowing that does not frighten. This lying down in the unmarked middle of the dark as safe and unbothered as a stone lying in the middle of a slow river, worn round and smooth and utterly at rest, the water going over it and around it, hour after hour, and the stone never once asking the water what time it is. Be the stone tonight. Be the smooth, heavy thing at the bottom of the slow, dark water, let down at last into the one place where nothing can reach to lift you, where the current of the hours passes over you and does not disturb you, only smooths you, only rounds you, only wears the last sharp edges of the day off you while you rest. You do not have to swim, you do not have to rise, you do not have to keep any part of yourself up near the surface to watch the light. You sank there a long, soft while ago, and the sinking was the whole of the answer. And you are still sinking, gently, by slow degrees, deeper into the warm, dark bed of the night, with every breath that leaves you. And if you should stir, if at some point in the hours still ahead a thread of you should float back up toward waking, the way a thread of anyone floats up in the small hours, the way the tide itself lifts and turns and lifts again, it will be nothing. It will be less than nothing. It will be only the old familiar surfacing, and you know it now, you have learned it tonight over and over in the dark, that a surfacing is not a summons, that waking a little is not a task, that there is no number waiting on the far side of it that you must rise to meet. There will only be this same warm weight, this same low voice keeping on in the dark, this same soft dark where the counting used to live and does not live anymore. And you will turn in it the way a sleeper turns, without ever fully leaving the deep, and you will sink again, the same easy sinking, back down the same slow slope into the same warm dark, and the little stir will close over behind you like water closing over a stone dropped back in, and be gone, and leave no mark, and cost you nothing. And the night will go on holding you exactly as it holds you now. So there is nothing ahead of you in the dark to brace for, no jagged waking, no bright alarm of the hour, no lurch up out of the warm to do the cold sum in your head, only turns of the tide, only soft risings and softer settlings, only the same gentle nothing, again and again, all the long way down the rest of the night, each one carrying you no closer to any dreaded number, and only ever closer to the morning that asks nothing of you at all. Heavier now, let the head grow heavier on the pillow. Feel how the pillow has warmed to the exact shape of you, how it holds the weight of your head so completely that the neck can let go of its last small holding, that final quiet effort we keep without knowing we keep it, the low constant readiness to lift and look. Let it go now. There is nothing to look at, there is nothing to lift toward. The head can be a full, heavy, warm thing sunk deep into the warmed pillow and held there, and the eyes behind their soft, closed lids can roll slow and easy down into the dark, no longer aimed at anything, no longer pointed toward any lit corner of the room, only turned inward and down towards sleep. And the jaw loosening, the small muscles at the hinge of it letting go their day-long clench, the tongue soft in the mouth, the brow going smooth and wide and untroubled, all its fine daylight tensions smoothed away, no thought pressing up behind it now to crease it, no worry sharp enough to reach you down here, only the broad calm of a face at rest, a face that has stopped doing the quiet, constant work of a face and simply lies there, warm and open and asleep, in the dark, in the deep, in the kept safe middle of the long good night. And out beyond the walls, the world turns on through its own dark, and every soul out there who woke as you woke and reached as you used to reach is being carried too, whether they know it yet or not, on the same wide, slow tide toward the same certain morning. You are not the only one down here in the deep of it. You never were. In 1,000 dark rooms, the same surfacing, the same still hour, the same soft sinking back. And it asks nothing of any of you but to let go and to be heavy, and to let the night be as long as it is, and to stop, at last, the counting of it. A whole quiet company of the night, and you among them, held and kept and carried, and none of you alone. Down now, down past even that thought, let it thin and drift and go. You do not have to hold it. You do not have to hold anything. The words can come apart again in the warm dark, the way they have been coming apart all night, softening from words into only voice, from voice into only sound, from sound into only the low, steady texture of the dark keeping on around you, a warmth with a rhythm in it, a hush with a heartbeat under it, needing nothing of your attention, following you down whether you follow it or not. And the tide going out, feel it going out, the long, slow ebb of it drawing you further from the shore of waking, further from the lit edge, further from the shallows where the numbers glinted, out into the deep, broad, dark middle water where it is warm all the way down, and there is no bottom to fear and no clock to strike and no morning yet to meet, only the great slow lift and fall of the breath carrying you on and further on. So far from the reaching now, so far from the little cold light and the summit fed you. That whole old anxious motion of the arm and the hand and the turning of the face toward the glow, that whole tired ritual of the small hours, gone slack and forgotten in you, unlearned in a single long night, set down so deep beneath you now that you could not find it again tonight if you tried. And you will not try, because there is nothing down here that wants it, nothing down here that needs to know. Nothing down here but the warm and the weight, and the slow kept dark, and the far soft certain shore drawing nearer on its own. Let it draw nearer without you. Let the morning make its own slow way toward you across the unwatched hours while you lie here spent and heavy and wholly given over to the dark. You have done the only thing the night ever asked of you, which was to stop counting, to stop reaching, to stop bracing, to stop keeping the anxious watch. And having stopped, you find the night was never your enemy at all, only a long warm room you had been standing up in when you might have been lying down. Only a wide, slow water you had been fighting when you might have been floating. Only a great kind dark that had been waiting all along to carry you if you would only let it. And now you have, and it does, and it will, hour after uncounted hour, all the rest of the way. Rest there, loose and warm and unnumbered, the covers deep and even, the room dark and still, the little glow patient and useless at its wall. Rest all the way down at the bottom of the warm, where the hours cannot reach. There is still so much good dark left to sink through, and every soft hour of it is yours, and not one of them will call your name, and not one of them can wake you against your will, and all of them, one folding gently into the next, will only go on carrying you quietly, kindly, deeply on. And slower now, and softer now, and further down still than that, down where even the voice grows faint and the dark grows full, and the breath grows long and even and slow, and there is nothing left to do and nothing left to know and nowhere left to be but here, in the warm, in the deep, in the long-kept middle of the night, going gently on toward the morning and asking it for nothing and letting it come. And the night keeps its own count now without you. Somewhere out past the edge of the room the hours go on turning over, one into the next, the way they always have, the way they always will, quiet and faithful and asking nothing of you, and you no longer have to be the one who marks them. That was never your work to do. The night was always keeping its own time, long before you woke to check it, and it will keep on keeping it long after you have sunk past caring. Let it. Let the hours pass unwitnessed. They lose nothing by going unseen, and you gain the whole soft weight of not looking. Think how many hours have already gone by tonight without your knowing the number of a single one of them. Hours you did not count, did not name, did not measure against the morning. And here you still are, warm and whole and carried, and none of them harmed you by passing in the dark. They simply passed, the way water passes under a bridge in the night, going somewhere, going on, needing no one to stand and watch it go. And you are not standing at that rail anymore. You have come down off it, and lain down, and let the water go on beneath you unwatched. And the small machine at the wall keeps ticking over its little numbers to no one, changing them softly, one to the next, in the dark, with no eye on it, and no hand reaching for it, and no mind doing the old cold arithmetic over its glow. It does not mind being unwatched. It was only ever a small tired thing doing its small tired task, and it will go on doing it whether you look or not, and tonight you do not look, and it goes on just the same, and nothing is lost, and everything is softer. You have let it become furniture, no more than that now, a shape in the dark room like the shape of the door, like the shape of the chair, like the shape of the window holding its square of deeper dark. You would not rise in the night to read the door, to question the chair, to ask the window what it meant by standing there. And so it is now with the little glowing thing. It has joined the quiet company of things that are simply in the room with you and want nothing from you and mean nothing by being there. A shape, a stillness, a part of the dark furniture of the night. And how much lighter the room is for that. Not brighter, never brighter, but lighter, easier, unburdened, the way a room is easier when nothing in it is waiting to be dealt with. Nothing in this room is waiting for you tonight. Not the clock, not the hour, not the morning, not the day the morning carries in behind it. All of it set down, all of it outside the door, all of it able to wait, and waiting patiently without you. So let the warmth come up around you again. The good deep warmth that has been gathering under the covers all the long night, hour on hour, banked and even and yours. It has had so many uncounted hours to build, and it has built well, and it holds you now the way warm sand holds a stone that has lain in the sun, all the way through, from the surface of the skin down into the slow heavy middle of you. A warmth with no edges. A warmth you are not so much lying in as made of now. And heavier for it, always a little heavier each time the voice comes round again. The shoulders gone down past where they were, sunk a little further into the soft, given a little further over to the weight. The arms long and loose and forgotten at your sides, too heavy now to lift, too heavy now to reach with, and nothing to reach for anyway, and no wish left in them to try, just wait. Just warm, still wait, laid down along the length of you, pressing you gently and evenly down into a bed that rises up just as gently and evenly to hold you. The whole back of the body given to the mattress now, the long ridge of you from the crown of the head down through the neck, down the spine, down through the hips, down the backs of the legs to the heels, all of it in soft, even contact with the holding dark beneath, all of it letting go its last held ounce, all of it sinking that last small distance it had still been keeping back. There is no distance left to keep back now. You are all the way down. You are as low and as held and as heavy as the body knows how to be. And still, softly, it finds a little further to go. And the face, let the face be last and let it be most. The brow gone smooth and wide and untroubled, no furrow left in it, no small vertical line of counting still drawn between the eyes, the whole broad plate of the forehead loose, the temples soft, the eyes deep and still under their lids, not moving, not searching, not turning toward any glow, just resting far back in the warm dark of the skull like two stones settled at the bottom of a well. And the jaw unhung, the teeth apart, the tongue loose in the floor of the mouth, the lips barely met, nothing in the face doing anything at all now, nothing in the face keeping any watch. For the face was always the part that turned. The face was the part that lifted from the pillow in the small hours and swung toward the light and squinted at the number and fell to reckoning, and the face has forgotten how. The face has laid itself down flat and warm into the pillow and does not turn anymore, cannot turn, has no wish to turn, has nothing left it wants to see. It has given up its old habit of seeking the hour the way a field gives up its snow, slowly, all night, without a sound, until by morning there is simply none of it left. And the breath goes on beneath all this, slow and long and low, doing its own quiet work without your minding it. You are not breathing the breath now so much as being breathed by it. It rises when it will and falls when it will, and each fall carries you down a hair's breadth further, and each rise never quite lifts you back to where you were, so that across the long, unhurried hours you only ever settle, only ever lower, only ever ease another fraction toward the deep floor of sleep. A tide that only ebbs, a stair that only descends, a long, soft giving over that never asks anything back. And out beyond the dark of the room, out past the walls, the world goes on being asleep the way it has been asleep for hours around you. The streets empty and dim, the houses dark, the far scattered lit windows fewer now than they were, the last of the restless ones going down one by one into their own deep water. And all of it uncounted, all of it unclocked, all of it simply resting through the long middle of the night, the way a whole country of tired bodies rests, none of them lifting their heads to check the hour, all of them let go of the day and not yet reaching for the next. And you are one of them, one warm sleeping shape among a world of warm sleeping shapes, laid down in the same dark, carried on the same slow hours, asking the night for the same one gentle thing, which is only to be allowed to lie here and be carried and not have to know. And the night gives it to all of you at once, freely, the whole wide dark of it spread out over the sleeping world like a single deep and even quiet, and you under your small square of it held. So there is no need to keep any part of yourself back tonight to stand guard over the hour. No watchman left awake at the top of you, straining toward the wall, listening for the moment to check. You can let that last small sentry come down off the tower too. He has stood there so many nights, so faithfully, so needlessly, keeping his cold count, while the rest of you longed only to sleep. And tonight you have sent him to bed with all the rest. Tonight the tower is dark, and the gate is shut, and the whole keep of you sleeps behind it, and no one stands watch, and nothing comes, and the hours pass the walls in the dark like weather, and touch nothing, and are gone. And if some while from now a small surfacing should come, a shallowing of the breath, a half turn toward the surface, a thinning of the deep, you already know now what it is and what it is not. It is not a summons, it is not the morning calling early. It is not a thing to be measured or answered or feared. It is only the tide doing what the tide does, lifting a little before it lowers again, and you need not rise to meet it, need not open the eyes to it, need not turn the face or reach the hand or wake the cold arithmetic. You need only feel the warmth still around you and the weight still holding you down and the voice still here in the dark with you, and let the small swell pass under you and set you down again a little deeper than before. For that is all awaking in the night has ever been, underneath the fright the old habit dressed it in, a turn of the tide, a brief lift and a longer settling, a wave that lifts the sleeping boat an inch and lowers it too. And you have felt it now so many times across this one long night, and each time it has only set you deeper, each time you have only sunk further for having been lifted, until the very rising has become a part of the falling, the very surfacing has become a way of going down, so that there is nothing left in awaking to be afraid of, nothing left in it to fight, nothing left in it but one more soft rung of the long stare down. And the morning, when it comes, will come the way morning always truly comes, not as an alarm, not as a number crossed at last, but as a slow grey easing at the edges of the dark, a paling you will not have to watch for because it will find you on its own, gently, in its own hour, without your help and without your worry. It is out there now somewhere on the far rim of the turning world, taking its unhurried time, coming toward you across the uncounted hours at the only pace it has ever kept. And you do not have to go out to meet it. You do not have to lean toward it through the dark. You have only to lie here in the warm and let it make the whole long journey to you, and it will, and it is, and there is nothing you could do to hurry it, and nothing you would gain by trying, and so nothing left, but to let it come while you rest. Let it come, let it take all the hours it wants. The night is long, and you have made your peace with its length, made a bed of its length, spread out to sleep across the whole broad span of it like a body across a wide and easy field. You are not waiting out the dark anymore, not enduring it, not counting down its length towards some far bright release. You are simply living in it, warm and low and unhurried, the way a creature lives in its burrow through the cold, needing nothing from beyond the walls, wanting nothing but the deep and the still, and the kept warmth of the dark around it. And deeper still than that, always a little deeper when the voice comes round, down below the last thin thoughts, down below the shape of the room, down below even the memory that there is a wall, a clock, a number, a morning. Down to where none of it reaches, where none of it has ever reached, the still deep floor of you where the only weather is the slow tide of the breath, and the only light is no light, and the only hour is this one endless kind, unmeasured now, that folds so softly into the next that no seam ever shows. No seam, no edge, no place where one hour ends and the next begins that you could ever find or would ever want to. Just the long, unbroken dark, poured out smooth and even from where you are to where the morning waits, and you slipping down it slow as honey, slow as sap, slow as the cold settling into deep water, all the way to the bottom and resting there and being carried there and asking nothing there, hour after uncounted hour, kindly, quietly, deeply on. And the warmth holds, and the weight holds, and the dark holds, and the little glow keeps its useless patient count at the wall to know one and nothing, forgotten, harmless, gone from your mind as fully as if it had never hung there at all. And you sink on beneath it, further under, further down, further into the good deep middle of the kept night, loose and heavy and warm and wholly let go. Rest there, just rest. There is so much night still folded soft around you, and every hour of it is holding you the same, and every hour of it will pass across you the same, unwatched and untroubled and asking nothing. And the breath goes long, and the dark goes full, and there is nowhere left to be but here, sunk warm in the deep of it, carried on toward the morning without a single number between you and the light. And if you should rise a little now, up toward the surface the way a sleeper does, without meaning to, without wanting to, just the slow lift of the mind toward the thin edge of waking, let it be nothing. Let it be the smallest thing that has ever happened to you. A turning, only a turning, the way a sleeper shifts once in the night and settles again without ever knowing he moved. You do not have to come all the way up. You do not have to break the surface into the room and the dark and the knowing. You can stir a little in the shallows and sink straight back down, and no one will ask you where you went, and nothing will be counted while you were gone. Because there is no toll here, no gate that keeps a tally of your crossings, you may drift up and slide down 100 times before the light, and each time will cost you nothing, mean nothing, mark nothing. The old habit wanted to make each waking into a sum, wanted to catch you at the surface and press the question into your hand, how long now, how much left? And you have set that habit down in the other room, past the turned face of the little machine, and it cannot follow you into the deep. So surface if you must. It is allowed, it is even good. The body knows how to touch the shallows and turn again for the bottom, has always known, knew it long before there was ever a wall to hang a number on. And it will do it now, gently, on its own, without your help and without your worry, if you will only let the surfacing be a small, soft nothing and not an alarm. Just a turn of the tide, in and back out, up and back down, the water lifting you an inch and lowering you a fathom over and over, all through the last dark of the night, and you loose inside it, carried inside it, asking it for nothing and giving it no orders, letting the long, slow breathing of the deep do with you what it will. And what it will do is hold you. What it will do is keep you. What it will do is carry you so slowly and so evenly toward the morning that you will never feel the crossing, never catch the moment, never be able to say afterward, here is where the night ended and the day began, only that you were down in the warm, deep dark. And then, somewhere you never saw, it thin to grey without waking you, and thin to pale without troubling you. And there was light in the room, and you had done nothing to earn it, and nothing to summon it, and nothing to wait for it, but lie here and be carried. That is how it comes, not because you counted it near, not because you watched the hours peel away one by one and totted the shrinking remainder in the dark. It comes the way it has always come, on its own, from beyond the edge of the world, rolling toward this room across a whole turning earth, with no more need of your attention than the sea has need of the watching of the shore. The morning is already on its way, and it does not know your name, and it does not need your permission, and it will arrive precisely when it arrives, whether you spend these hours counting or spend them resting, and so you may as well rest. You may as well spend the last of the dark the easy way, sunk down, let go, uncounting, warm. And the room keeps you while you do. This room, these walls, close and dim and known, holding the small warmth of your one sleeping body the way cupped hands hold a coal through the cold. Nothing in it is asking anything of you. The door stays shut. The window holds back the night. The air lies still and even over the bed, neither warm nor cold, just the temperature of being left alone, just the mild nothing temperature of a room that wants only for you to keep on sleeping in it. Somewhere in that room the little machine goes on with its small blind work, hand creeping past hand, number giving way to number, and none of it reaching you now, none of it aimed at you now, its face still turned to the wall where you left it, telling the time to the plaster and the paint and the dark corner, telling it to no one, keeping its patient, useless count for the sake of a morning that will come without being counted. Let it work. Let it tick down its little numbers to the wall. It is only a machine, and it was never the night, and it was never the morning, and it was never the measure of how tired you are or how much rest is left to you or how the day will go. It was only ever a small round thing that moves, and you have let it move without you, and you are so much further down than it can reach. Down where the counting cannot follow, down where the arithmetic thins to nothing and blows away. Down where there are no hours at all, only the long even dark, and the slow even breath, and the great soft weight of a body that has finally, wholly, given up the holding. Heavier now, heavier with every pass of the voice, the way silt sinks lower in still water the longer it is left undisturbed. Nothing stirring you up anymore, nothing swirling the old worry back to the surface, so it all drifts down, all of it, every grain of the day and every fret of the small hours, settling and settling toward the floor of you, and the water above it going clear, going still, going dark and deep and calm all the way up. And you are the still water, and you are the settling silt, and you are the calm, dark, deep, all of it at once, all of it quiet, all of it let go. And the weight of the blankets lies along you soft and total, and even pressure from your shoulders to your feet, the mild kind heaviness of being covered, of being tucked in, of being kept. And you do not have to hold them, and you do not have to arrange them, and you do not have to feel where they end, only let them lie, only let them press their gentle weight down into you, one more thing pressing you deeper, one more thing telling the body it is safe to stay down. And it is safe, it is so safe, nothing is coming, nothing is required, no bell will ring that you must answer, and no hour will strike that you must count, and no light will break that you are not ready for. The whole long machine of the night is running itself without you, turning the dark toward the dawn on its own slow bearings, and your only part in it, your only task from here to the light, is to lie still and be carried and breathe. Breathe, the one slow tide that never asks to be watched, in without effort, and out longer, softer sinking, and in again small and quiet, and out and down, the breath doing its own counting if anything must be counted, a count with no numbers in it, a count that only ever means stay, means rest, means down, means safe. Let it be the only measure left in the whole dark room, not the hand at the wall, not the shrinking sum of the hours, only this, in, and out and down. And each out-breath a little longer than the one before, or seeming so, the exhale spreading and thinning and loosening as it goes, carrying a little more of you out into the dark and bringing a little less of you back, so that pass by pass you empty of the waking and fill with the deep, empty of the holding and fill with the letting go, until there is almost nothing left of the one who woke and reached for the time, almost nothing but a warm, slow breathing shape sunk low in a kept dark room. Carried gently on toward a morning it will not need to meet. For the morning meets you, always. It was always the morning that came to the sleeper, and never the sleeper who went to the morning. You have never once in your life had to travel to the dawn. It has come to you every day you have lived, across every night you have ever slept, and every night you lay awake fretting that it would not. And it never failed, not once, not ever. It came for the watched nights and the unwatched nights just the same, indifferent to your counting, faithful past your fear. And it is coming now, unhurried, certain, from beyond the dark edge of the turning world, and it will be here, and you have nothing to do about its coming but rest until it arrives. So let the last of the counting go, let the very idea of the count grow faint and far, a small dry thing at the back of the mind, thinning like a voice heard through deep water, losing its words, losing its shape, losing its hold. There is no sum to keep tonight. There is no remainder to guard. There are no hours to spend carefully against a shortfall, no arithmetic of rest, no ledger of the dark. There is only the night, whole and soft and given, more of it than you could use, spread wide and deep around you, and you resting in the middle of the plenty with nothing to ration and nothing to fear. Plenty, that is the truth the counting always hid. There is enough dark, there is enough rest. There is more night here than you need, folded thick and generous around the bed, and you were never running short, never scraping the bottom, never down to the last thin hour that was only the small alarmed voice of the small hours making a famine out of a feast. And you can hear now from down here in the deep how wrong it was, how much night there is, how much of it is still to come. How slowly and how kindly it means to pass over you, hour on uncounted hour, each one holding you the same, each one asking nothing, each one carrying you a little further into rest and a little nearer the light without a single number changing hands. Settle into the plenty, spread down into the abundance of the dark, the way heat spreads slow through a stone that has lain all day in the sun and gives it back all night without hurry and without end. You have that much rest to give yourself now, that much warmth banked deep in you, that much dark still to lie in, no need to hoard it, no need to watch it, no need to wonder if it will last. It will last, it is lasting. It is passing over you slow and full even now, and there is so much of it still ahead. And down you go further into it, down past the last faint flicker of the wanting to know, down past the last small reflex of the hand that used to reach, down past the thinning memory of the number and the wall and the worry, into the wide, dark floor of the night where nothing is measured and nothing is missing and nothing is asked. And you lie on that floor as on the softest ground there is, held from below and covered from above, warm through and heavy through and let go through, and the night goes on around you, vast and patient and kind. Vast, and you so small and so safe inside it, one warm sleeping point in the middle of the great soft dark, needing nothing from all that vastness, but the shelter it is already giving, wanting nothing from all those uncounted hours, but the passage they are already making over you, so slow, so even, so sure. And the hush of the house settles around that, the deep quiet of the middle of the night, thick and soft as felt, laid over every room, every surface, every sleeping and unsleeping thing. A quiet you do not have to fill and do not have to break. A quiet that is not empty but full, full of rest, full of the low, even breathing of a house at its deepest hour, and you breathing with it, one more slow sound in the great slow hush, indistinguishable from it, folded into it, gone soft into the long low tone of the sleeping dark. Nothing sharp in it, nothing to startle, nothing to answer, only the deep even hush and your deep even breath and the great slow turning of the night carrying you on. And if a small sound comes from the house or the pipes or the wind at the glass, let it pass through the hush without catching you, a stone dropped into deep water that sinks and is gone and leaves the surface smooth again. You do not have to rise to any sound. You do not have to name it or place it or wonder at it. Let it fall through you and be gone, and let the hush close over again, and let yourself stay down. Stay down. There is nowhere better to be and nowhere else to go, and nothing at all to get up for. The whole long remainder of the dark is yours to spend exactly like this, sunk warm and heavy in the quiet, carried slow toward a light you need not watch for. And each time the voice comes round again, it will only ask you to sink a little lower, let go a little more, grow a little heavier and a little further gone, until the sinking and the letting go are all there is of you, and even they grow faint, and even they grow slow, and even they thin away into the plain dark rest that needs no words at all. Heavier, slower, further down, the breath long and the body still, and the night wide and the morning far and coming on its own, coming without your count. And you hear in the deep, warm middle of it, with nothing to hold and nothing to keep and nothing to know. Just here, just warm, just carried, just down. And the dark holds, and the weight holds, and the hush holds, and the hours pass over you soft as breath, unwatched, unnumbered, one into the next with no seam and no edge and no need, all the long, slow way toward the light, and you rest, and you rest, and you go on resting, down in the kept warm dark, carried gently on. And somewhere in the room, the clock goes on doing its small work without you, and that is exactly as it should be. You have given it back its own job tonight, the keeping of a time you no longer have to keep. It can hold the hour for you, all of them, every minute between now and the light. Hold them the way a shelf holds a book you are not reading, patiently, needing nothing, asking nothing. And you have turned your face from it, gently, not in anger, only the way you turn from a lamp that is too bright, and the numbers that used to reach for you across the dark cannot reach you now, because you are not out there where they are, you are here, down in the warm, and there is no arithmetic that lives this far down. None of it can follow you here. Think how many times, other nights, the reaching happened before you were even awake enough to choose it. The hand moving to the phone, the eyes opening to the little glow, the sum starting up on its own, so many hours until, so few hours left, the counting that only ever made the number worse. And how the counting woke the rest of you, pulled the reasoning slow part of the mind up out of its rest to do a math that never once helped, a math whose only answer was more awake. You know that road. You have walked it into the grey morning more times than you would choose, but you are not on it tonight. Tonight the reaching finds nothing, because you set the sum down hours ago and it has not come back, and the not coming back is its own soft proof that you are safe to stay exactly where you are. Let the hand stay where it is, warm and heavy at your side or folded soft against you, with nothing to reach for and nothing to press and nothing to check. The hand can rest too, every finger let go, the small muscles of the palm gone loose, the wrist unclenched, the whole reaching part of you at last off duty for the night. There is nothing it needs to do. There is no glow it needs to wake for. The only light that matters now is the one still hours off, and it will come without being watched, come the way it always comes, without your looking, without your leave. Here is a thing the daylight forgets and the dark remembers. The night was never yours to hurry. It has its own length and it will keep it, and no amount of counting ever shortened it by a single breath, and no amount of not counting will lengthen it either. The dark is simply as long as it is, and tonight you are letting it be exactly that, not too long, not too short, only long, only itself, a great unhurried span laid down for you to cross asleep, and the crossing does not need your steering. You are not the one who has to carry the night from here to the light. The night carries itself and carries you inside it, and all you do is let it. So let it, let the long middle go on being the long middle, wide on every side, and stop leaning toward the edge of it. There is no gain in leaning toward morning. Morning is not a shore you must swim for. Morning is a tide that will reach you where you lie, rising slow through the dark of its own accord, and finding you already at rest when it comes. You do not have to meet it halfway. You do not have to watch for the first grey thinning at the curtain's edge. Let the curtain stay dark. Let the room stay dark. Let the whole slow tilt of the earth toward the sun happen without one glance from you. And if you have surfaced again, just now, Come up soft out of the warm into this voice, good. This is the meeting you were promised, the same calm waiting for you here as was waiting the last time and will be waiting the next. No surprise in it, no alarm, no small cold jolt of what time is it. Only this. Only the voice come round again, the way the sea comes round again, one more slow fold of the same water over the same sand. You have surfaced, and there is nothing here but rest, and so you can sink straight back down without ever fully arriving, without the eyes deciding to open, without the mind deciding to wake. The surfacing and the sinking are one motion now, a single slow turn, up a little and down again, the way a sleeper shifts and settles and is gone. Just a turn of the tide, nothing more than that. Nothing that needs marking, nothing that needs counting, nothing that has broken and nothing that must be fixed. This is what you are learning tonight, learning it in the body where the real learning lives, below the words. That waking is not the end of sleep, that coming up is not falling out, that the night is not a fragile thing you shatter every time you stir. It is a wide, slow water and you are held on it, and to break the surface for a breath is not to leave the water, it is only to be on it a moment longer before you slide back under. Over and over, all night, up and under, and each under a little deeper than the last, and none of the ups are failure, and none of them a reason to reach for the light or the sum or the reckoning of hours, just the tide, just the turn, just the sinking again. And feel how the body already knows this rhythm, has always known it, was breathing it long before there were words to lay over it. The slow rise of the chest and the slower fall, the little pause at the bottom where everything is still, and then the rise again, unbidden, unhurried, a tide inside the tide, carrying you the same way the night carries you, without your effort, without your watch. You do not breathe, you are breathed. The breath rises and falls in you the way the dark rises and falls around you, and you are just the warm, still place where both of them meet, and let go and go on. Let the out-breath be the longer one still, longer than you would ever bother to make it awake. A slow, soft spending of the air that has nowhere it needs to be. Breathing out the last thin edge of the day, breathing out the shape of the hours, breathing out even the faint idea that there are hours, until the out-breath is just warmth leaving warmth, just the body sighing itself further down. And the in-breath small and quiet and taking care of itself, asking nothing of you, a gift you do not have to earn or arrange. In, and the long way out, and the still place at the bottom, and again. And with each long spending, you weigh a little more into the bed, as though the breath were letting something out of you that had held you up, some last faint tension in the frame, some final readiness to rise that you no longer need. Let it out. You are not rising tonight. There is nothing to rise for and no hour at which the rising is due, because you have given the hours away, handed them to the turned clock and the patient dark, and kept for yourself only this, the warmth, the weight, the slow tide, the voice. That is all you are holding now, and even these you hold so loosely they are really holding you. Heavier now through the shoulders, that place where the day's holding always gathers last and leaves last. Let it leave. Let the shoulders spread and soften and pour their weight down into the mattress. Let the space between them and the ears grow long. Let the whole yoke of you come unbuckled and lie down. And heavier through the deep of the back, the long muscles either side of the spine letting go one slow inch at a time, sinking, the bed rising warm to meet each place as it lets go. And heavier through the hips that hold the weight of you all day, off duty now, sunk and loose and done. And the legs gone long and warm and far away, the knees unlocked, the calves soft, the feet fallen open, everything downhill of you draining slowly toward the dark and the still. And the dark is so kind about all of this. It asks for nothing back. It does not need you to be interesting or awake or capable or anywhere on time. It only wants to cover you, the way it covers the fields and the roofs and the still streets and the far hills, the way it covers every sleeping thing and every waking one, all the ones lying awake at this same hour in their own rooms in their own dark, each of them a small warm point under the same great cover as you. You are not the only one turned away from the clock tonight. You are one of thousands doing exactly this, in this time zone and the next, all around the slow-turning world, a whole quiet company of the night woken, breathing out, settling down, letting the hours go uncounted. And you belong among them, no more alone in this than a single wave is alone in the sea. Somewhere a night far off is already ending, and somewhere another is just beginning, and here in the deep of yours the dark holds steady, in no hurry to hand you over, content to keep you a good while yet. And you can trust that keeping. You can lean your whole weight on it the way you lean on the bed, and let it take you, and stop bracing against the length of the night as though length were the enemy. The length is the gift. The length is more dark to rest in, more hours of warm to spend, more slow tide to be carried on before the light asks anything of you at all. Let it be long, and let yourself be small and slow inside it, taking the whole of it one soft breath at a time, never reaching ahead, never counting back. And notice, if you notice anything now, how the thinking has begun to come apart at its edges, how the sentences in the mind, if there are any left, no longer finish themselves, how a thought starts and then loses its thread and drifts and does not mind. This is the mind doing what the body has done, lying down, coming unbuckled, letting its long muscles go. You do not have to keep it tidy. You do not have to follow it to the end of anything. Let the thoughts blur and soften and fall out of line. Let them go the way the numbers went, out of reach and out of need, until what is left is not thinking at all, but only a dim, warm awareness of being here, being held, being carried, and even that thinning, even that going quiet, even that beginning to slip. Good, let it slip. There is nothing you must stay up for, not even this voice, not even the sound of these words. You can let them turn to weather, to a low sound in the room like wind far off or water far under, a sound that means only safe, only stay, only down, and needs no listening. Let the meaning wash out of them until they are just the shape of company in the dark, a warmth beside you in the long hours, and let even that recede as you go where words cannot follow. Deeper now and slower and further from the surface than you have been all night, the room gone soft at its edges, the bed and the dark and the body all melting quietly into one warm heaviness with no lines left in it. You could not say now where the weight of you ends and the hold of the bed begins. You could not find the border between your warmth and the warmth of the covers. It has all run together into one slow-held thing, sinking, and you are somewhere down inside it, small and safe and nearly gone. And the clock keeps its numbers to itself, turned to the wall, forgotten, harmless, a thing in another world. And the hours it holds pass over you unfelt, uncounted, each one dissolving into the next with no bell and no seam, and not one of them able to wake you into arithmetic tonight, because you have laid that whole machinery down and it has stayed down, and you have found instead the older way, the way the body always knew, the way of the tide and the turn and the sinking again. So sink, one more slow fold under deeper than the last. Let the breath go long and let the weight go full and let the dark go on. You are held, you are carried. You are far down and far from morning, and there is nothing you need do with all that distance but rest inside it, breath after breath after breath, down in the kept warm dark going on. And there is nothing to keep now, nothing to hold and nothing to reach for. The night goes on around you and asks for none of it. Only this, only the breath, only the weight, only the warm dark keeping you the way it has kept you for hours already, without a single number spoken, without a single hour counted. And it will keep you the same way through all the ones that are left. Let the breath go long, longer on the way out, a little slower than the last one, and then let it find its own way without you. You do not have to breathe it. It breathes itself now, low and even, down in the chest, rising and falling like something at rest, like something already asleep. And you can let it, You can let the body do the last of this on its own. Heavier, each pass heavier. You have felt it grow all night, this weight, gathering slow in the arms and the legs and the long muscles of the back. And now it is full, now it is complete, now there is nothing light left in you anywhere. Every part of you lowered, every part of you given to the bed, nothing held up, nothing held at all. And good. And if you surface, if some small tide lifts you a little nearer the top before morning, you already know what it is now, not an event, not a summons, not the start of anything, only a turn, only the tide coming up and going out again the way it has all night. And this same voice will be here, or the memory of it will, low in the dark, saying the same soft thing, down, stay. It is still the middle of the night, and there is nothing to count, and nothing to solve, and nowhere to be. And you will turn, and you will sink, and you will go back down without ever fully coming up, the way you were made to. The clock is nothing to you now, a small shape in the dark, turned away, its face to the wall, its numbers meaning nothing, holding hours that cannot touch you. You set that whole machine down hours ago and it has stayed down. The arithmetic is gone, the counting is gone, the reaching is gone, and what is left is older and quieter and kinder than all of it. Just the body, just the breath, just the dark, just the long, slow going on of the night. Let it be long. You do not have to meet the morning. It will come without your help. It will find you exactly where you lie, warm and low and folded under, and it will ask nothing of you until it is truly here. So there is nothing between now and then but rest, hours of it, a whole soft country of it, and you are already deep inside. A sinking. Further down, slower, the edges gone now, the room gone soft to nothing. The bed and the body run together into one warm heaviness with no line left in it. You could not find where you end. You do not need to. Let it all be one thing. One held, sinking, breathing thing in the dark, going down. And the words are thinning. You can feel them thinning, turning to weather, to a low sound with no shape. A warmth beside you and nothing more. You do not have to listen. You do not have to follow. Let them wash over and past and away. Let them go where you are going, under. And good. And nothing to keep, nothing to hold. It's only down. It's only warm. It's only the breath, long and slow and its own. And heavier. And heavier. And the night going on, kind and dark and long around you, hour after uncounted hour. None of them able to wake you into numbers now, each one dissolving into the next with no seam and no bell, carrying you, carrying you. Oh, let it carry you, down, and further, in the breath long, and the weight full, the dark kept and warm and safe, and nothing to reach for, and nothing to count, and nothing to do, or only this, is only here, is only now, held, and carried, gone soft, gone quiet, is gone down, and good, or sink, one more slow fold under, and stay, the clock turned away, the hours passing over you unfelt, the morning far off and coming on its own. And you, down here, small and safe and nearly nothing, breathing, warm, held. Let it be long, let it be long, and let go, all the way, down, there, just there, rest. Rest now, and the night has you, and it will keep you, all the way to morning, and breath, and after breath, and after breath, down, and warm, and held, and gone, and rest, and rest, and down, I'm good. I'll stay. Get down.